Works hard, does everything, eh? And the guy eventually is acquitted. So once you're acquitted, there's a rule called, that's an iPhone there. There's a rule called double jeopardy. Double jeopardy means you can't be charged twice for the same offense. And secondly, if you're talking to a lawyer for the purpose of getting legal advice and legal representation, the law says there's something called attorney-client privilege, meaning whatever that you tell a lawyer, he's not allowed to tell another person. So once this guy is acquitted, the lawyer out of curiosity says, I'm done. And because no, you've been acquitted, at least she looks at you. Did you actually steal the car in question? And after hearing your brilliant arguments in court this morning, I'm beginning to think I didn't steal that car. So that's the world of lawyers. So guys, that's the world that I come from. So allow me to acknowledge our wonderful president who is with us today, Mr. Flavius Coffey. And thank you so much for making this conference a success, and I think for that he deserves a round of applause. And also allow me to acknowledge the leadership of our wonderful organization, PMI, and coming up with the conference of this magnitude is not a joke. We're operating in very tumultuous times, and it's very difficult, and being able to actually have people gather and also a virtual audience at the same time, to me, I think it's no mean feat. And for that, you really deserve a round of applause as well. And allow me to acknowledge the presence of our invited guest speakers. I think those are all in the program. You will be able to see them. I think 2 of the speakers will be joining us virtually, but allow me to acknowledge them, and thank you so much for spending time to be part and parcel of this wonderful conversation. So to kick off our program today, I want to invite a gentleman who is a martial artist by spirit and in spirit. I think many of you also saw him on the grounds there. I wouldn't know how the spirit was working, but I think he was putting a spirited effort and in whatever that was doing. So he's going to be our first speaker for the day, and he's coming to give us an opening of conference. So pretty much he's going to make us feel welcome and open. So one of my roles as the director of ceremonies / events director is pretty much to manage time. So I want all of us who are going to be participating, let's stick to the time that has been allocated on the program so that we don't eat into the next slot. So once we're able to move with time, it also means we also get time to relax and to try and take some very good photos. So let's give a round of applause to my good brother, Mukoma Cow.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you. I hope we're feeling good from today's session.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, my job is very simple. I'm just here to start the ceremony, really. And I'd like to say thank you guys for coming, and also take this time to have everyone realize how much of a feat this is. This is our first ever annual conference outside of Harare that we have managed to gather this many people. Especially in these tough times, I think we all deserve a round of applause for the effort. Okay, without belaboring on a lot of things, a few safety issues, or rather housekeeping issues. Can we all make sure right now we put our phones on silent? If we need to address any personal issues, please step out so you don't interfere with the presentations that will be happening up front. Then, in the unlikely event of an emergency, if you look to your back, we have our exit. So we'll all be asked to get up, walk calmly out that door, turn to your right, get to the walkways, turn left, walk all the way down to the reception. That's where our assembly point will be. Any problems, please see me. If not, thank you very much for coming. I look forward to learning, and can we please make sure that we have 2 goals, or maybe 3, throughout this entire session. One is to make sure we're networking. Next one, let's learn. Share ideas, share your experience. We are guided by the PIM book, but let's share what we actually go through as project managers ourselves. And then, last but not least, please, let's all have fun, eh? Thank you.
That's one very much. And lots and lots of fun. So guys, when you get some time to actually relax, really relax, it's really worthwhile. Thank you so much for the remarks. He says, if you need anything, please, G, talk to you. I go, does that include furniture? Yeah, so takanzwa kwaona miziro pane mwashaona minda as we had yesterday. Was it in the other promise of transformer? So this is a really transforming conference. So then you must not want my t-shirts. Please ensure that you sign up and you are part and parcel of the WhatsApp group. I think many of you joined the WhatsApp group yesterday as well. It's really good to be part and parcel of the conference and also getting to embrace the spirit. And I've been given something to give away today. I love books, by the way. There's a book written by one of our own, Patrick Tiwoni. So this book goes for $10 US. But I've been given discretion to give someone. And guys, that is up to Arim, who on a conference. Are you with me? So my assignment, Kuchaga Munarudi, are you with me? Yeah, so like I told you yesterday, you don't know who is watching. Are you with me? But this time you know which I'm watching. So I'll be giving away these books. One of them before we go for the tea break, then the other one before we go for lunch. So let's remain connected, and lots of giveaways from our good friends. Then also allow me to just acknowledge our wonderful sponsors for this particular event. We have got Tandem Tande. Let's give them a round of applause. So we saw that Saban is road dinner. It was courtesy of Tandem Tande. So when we see them, let's remain respectful. Was our those who go to see was what to talk around the guitar. But actually, we take you aside. Then we have got our good friends from Nedbank. I think I saw some representative. Nedbank, are you now in the house? Now, wonderful. See money differently. Lovely, lovely there. And we have Wildo. Jidi Nakulan, Wildo. Wildo, I'm going to promise is to promise for an participator. But in James is so at least to Toshaga. Wildo, thank you so much for coming through with your support as well. And you're all very so we'll do. Then good friends at Cassava, Econet. Where are you guys? Cassava, Econet. These are EcoCash. And today I'm dressed by EcoCash. And just open up EcoCash. So it's good to go down and want to vacation. So good friends at EcoCash, Cassava Smartech, we really appreciate you. Then Sagil Business Solutions. And thanks so much for your partnership. And lastly, but not least, because the whole as well, we have Ideal Solutions. So next year, the next conference, I'll be here. Then DJ for next year. So to all of us guys, let's come through. Let's partner with PMI so that we continuously make these events a success. So without wasting much time, I want to invite a man who I respect so much. So he called me. And hey, he knows like there's coffee, like coffee. So I never forgot that name. So obviously, Flavius Coffee is the president of the Project Management Institute of Zimbabwe chapter, and he's a certified project manager and an electrical engineering professional. He has over 10 years of experience in managing energy, power, and infrastructure projects, and he's currently the managing director of Star Trek Projects, a company that he set up and he co-founded in 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, our president is in the house, and we want to invite him to talk to us. So, Your Excellency, Mr. President, with a small P though, thank you so much, and you are welcome. Yes, what is the microphone here for the President? Is that the microphone?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good. Our esteemed delegates, our virtual attendees who are joining us on the virtual platform, our esteemed speakers, our esteemed sponsors, and all of you who are watching this program on live stream on our YouTube page and also on Facebook, as well as on Newsday Facebook page. Thank you for joining us and welcome to the 2021 Annual Project Management Conference. On behalf of the Zimbabwe Chapter Board, I welcome you to the Embracing an Agile Mindset, Delivering Value in Uncertain Times Conference. We thank you so much for the efforts that you have made, especially those who are here, to travel all the way to this beautiful town of Nyanga to attend this conference. We also appreciate and recognize many others who have also made efforts to connect virtually and also to watch on social media. So I would like to talk about who we are as PMI Zimbabwe chapter, the organizers of this conference. Please help me to move the slide. PMI Zimbabwe chapter was started by the Project Management Institute in 2017, August 2017. And the official launch was done sometime in February 2018. So we are still a young chapter, only 4 years down the line. Before I even go further, speaking about PMI Zimbabwe chapter, I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence here at this conference of the chapter's founding president, Ms. Mary Phiri. I also acknowledge the presence of several founding members of this chapter who are here present or are also following the program virtually. Your efforts are well appreciated. You will be happy to know that, still coming up my slides. You will be happy to know that your chapter, the PMI Zimbabwe chapter, was one of the finalists of the Chapter of the Year award this year. Imagine how many chapters there are, more than 300 chapters. And in our category, we were in the top 3. We were recognized globally as one of the best chapters for this year. Are you not happy about that? Yes, your Zimbabwe chapter continues to grow, continues to develop, continues to provide value to the members. The vision that you set out at the beginning is what we are all working to try to achieve. Speaking about the vision of the chapter, you will see that our vision as PMI Zimbabwe chapter is to be the prominent influence in the promotion of project management in Zimbabwe. Project management has not always been recognized for its importance, for its criticalness, and that is one of the reasons that why we have this chapter. We want the project management profession to be acknowledged, to be respected, to be known in Zimbabwe. Imagine what our economy will be like. Imagine what our organizations will be like. Imagine the success that this country can actually achieve if all our projects are handled professionally, are managed professionally by professional project managers. So that is the vision that was set out in 2017, and that is the vision that we move with to be the prominent influence of the promotion of the project management in Zimbabwe. Our mission is to promote the profession through the empowerment of the practitioner to deliver value to the Zimbabwean economy. So you quickly pick out the keywords there. We have already talked about promoting the profession. We cannot promote the profession without the practitioner, without you, the project manager. So that's why we want to empower the project managers, the project coordinators, all the people who are working in projects. How do we empower them? We'll speak a little bit about that later on. And all this we want to do for the development of our nation. We want to deliver value to the Zimbabwean economy. We all know the potential that Zimbabwe as a country has got. We all know what Zimbabwe can achieve. And if we play our part as project managers, if we are given a space to do our jobs, surely we know we can deliver value to the Zimbabwean economy. Our values are the same values as the Project Management Institute. We want to make an impact in the project management profession. We want to have professionalism. We want to manage projects in a professional way. We want to do everything that we do ethically and professionally. That's one of the values that we actually move with. We also look at volunteerism. Did you know that the chapter itself is run by volunteers? All the people who have organized this conference, all the people who are assisting you for this conference, including even the speakers who are speaking here, are all volunteers. No one is being paid to do this job. These are the people who are dedicated, people who love the profession and who value project management and are doing this. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank all the volunteers for the chapter and all those who have made this conference possible. Please help me in giving them appreciation. Then we also look at the community. We also look at the community. Yes, we are not isolated as project managers. We come from communities. We want to be able to give back to the communities that we come from. We want to be able to make an impact in the community. We want to be able to bring positive change to the lives of the people who we live in. So that's also another value that we are looking at as a Project Management Institute Zimbabwe chapter. Then of course engagement. We want to engage with all stakeholders. We are happy to have various sponsors here who we have engaged with, who are really supportive of our vision and our mission. I would like to recognize once again and thank the sponsors that we have here that have made this conference possible. Please join me again in giving appreciation to them. In the long term, it is our desire that we engage one major stakeholder, who is the government of Zimbabwe. We'd like to really engage the government and work with the government and make sure that the profession is recognized, the profession is regularized, the profession is delivering results, is delivering value to Zimbabwe as a whole, not just to our organizations. So that is just a brief overview of who we are, Project Management Institute Zimbabwe chapter, the organizers of this conference. My colleagues throughout the conference may speak more about the chapter. I know, for example, VP Marketing, Alice Vere, will also give you more information about what we offer as the Zimbabwe chapter. So like I mentioned, we only started a few years ago, 2018, but we have been growing in leaps and bounds, I should say. You can see there from the chart that sometime at the end of 2018, we were about just 88 of us. But at the moment, you'll be happy to know that, in fact, we've actually surpassed the 250 mark there. We are more than 250 members at the moment. So the chapter is actually growing because of your support. We have got members who are coming from different sectors of the economy. As you can also see on that pie chart there, we've got many who are coming from the construction sector. We've got many who are coming from the financial services, telecom, IT, consulting, non-governmental, all other sectors. So if you are part of the chapter, you are part of a family of professionals who are coming from all sectors of the economy. And surely there's a lot of sharing and learning that is available in our community of project managers. Yesterday, if you didn't know, it was the International Project Management Day for November. It's not a coincidence that we are having this conference at this time. We deliberately scheduled it to coincide in a way with the International Project Management Day. Let's take the opportunity to celebrate this day. Let's take the opportunity to celebrate the efforts, the achievements, all the work that we are doing as project managers to deliver projects successfully. Let's celebrate this day. Let's take a moment to actually pat ourselves on the back for the work that we are doing as project managers. Okay, you can move to the next one. So, well, let's speak about the conference itself, the reason why we are here. If looked at the program, if looked at the speakers that we have, project managers in their own right, subject matter experts, we look forward to professional learning in the next 2 days. In fact, it has already started. Let's make it a point that we learn something as project managers. Remember, our mission is that we want to empower the practitioner, and this conference, our flagship event of the year, is specifically designed to give you something to learn. So that is what we look forward to, that by the end of the conference tomorrow, surely there will be a lot of professional learning that we have attained here. Professional networking, yes. This conference has brought together many of us from different organizations, from different sectors, take the opportunity to get to know other delegates during the breaks, during the social times after the program. Even those who are joining us virtually, you can also have an opportunity to interact, to network with others. Probably you can use the chat feature on our platform. It's a very good interactive platform that we are using for this conference, the Sacotech platform. You can also probably think of sharing your LinkedIn IDs there on the platform. All this is to help you to grow your professional network. So I've heard they say that your network determines your net worth. So it is very important that we take advantage of this conference to professionally network with others. I've already mentioned about volunteering. Yes, many of our members have taken the opportunity to volunteer during this conference to be able to deliver this conference for us. So what really can we expect? So let's just go back a little bit to our mission. We have mentioned it before. Our mission is promoting the project management profession through the empowerment of the project management practitioner to deliver value to the Zimbabwean economy. So in line with that mission, in fact, that is also the same mission for this conference. This conference is to empower me, is to empower you as a project practitioner, so that together we can deliver value to the Zimbabwean economy. So expect to be empowered, allow yourself to be empowered, embrace the opportunity to be empowered throughout this conference. When we look at the program today, so when we set out the program, we put it sort of like in 2 parts. This first day, this Friday specifically, is for you, the project practitioner, to sharpen skills, to get some sort of reminders, some sort of insights. Everything will be based on what PMI calls the talent triangle. So we are going to see that triangle many times during this conference. In most of our presentations, you are also going to see that triangle. So that triangle is basically saying that you as a project manager, besides having the technical project management skills, you need something else. Your organization is not only looking at what you can deliver as a project manager. They are not only looking at you completing a project in time according to scope or budget, but they are also looking for leadership skills. Because as a project manager, you are going to lead teams, you are going to work with others. So there is a pillar of leadership on the talent triangle there, in addition to the pillar of technical project management. Of course, on the technical project management, we are going to also to have some insights on the agile practices themselves in line with our theme. And on the leadership, we're also going to have a session that is also going to touch on that part of the triangle. Then, of course, there's the strategic and business management, a very critical part again of project management. Your project is nothing if it's not in alignment with the strategy of the organization, or if it is not bringing any business value, even if you complete it in time or under budget or within scope. So it's very important that as project managers, we also have that strategic business perspective to the way that we manage our projects. So this is the talent triangle. Everything will be based on this. Those who are PMPs, your PD users, you know, they are also based on the talent triangle. This conference, by the way, is worth 12 PDUs if you attend it in full. So you find that we've got all those PDUs shared amongst all these three aspects of the talent triangle. So that's something that we are really looking forward to during this conference. Then I'm looking forward to this one. I'm told that on the program we've got the group assignment at the end there. I'm looking forward to a lot of learning there. Somebody says, his name is John Wood. He said, learning is not the product of teaching. Learning is the product of the activity of the learners. So while we have speakers throughout the day on this juncture, we learn by our activity, we learn by participation. So when it's time for the group assignments, we appeal to you, get involved, have fun, collaborate. At the end of the day, let's learn something, let's share our knowledge, let's network also during that group assignment that we are going to have later on. Now let's talk about the theme of the conference, embracing an agile mindset, delivering value in uncertain times. Why did we come up with that theme? Agile, the word agile itself has become a buzzword, not only in project management, but actually in various platforms or various things. So, what is agile? Some are used to using this word, some know the meaning of it, some probably are hearing for the first time. What is agile? If we go to the dictionary will tell you that being agile is being able to move quickly or easily, maybe smoothly. There are various ways which we can look at being agile. In the morning, we're having exercises. We can look at that from a physical agility perspective. So that's the definition of the word agile. At the same time, we've got what is called the agile methodology. Those, especially in IT, are very well versed with the agile methodology, which is a way of managing projects by breaking it into several phases, so that after each small phase, you review, you get the input from the stakeholder, from the customer, you improve, you deliver value, you go to the next phase. So you don't wait until the end of the project to see what have we delivered, what is the value have we delivered, but you do it in an agile way, in a progressive way of delivering value. So that's the agile methodology. So this conference is not an agile conference. This conference is not an agile conference. We are not focusing on the agile methodology. This conference is about the agile mindset, which is something really different. So if we're still on that slide, so if you look at the definition which is given by the Agile Alliance, the Agile Alliance, they are saying Agile is the ability to create and respond to change in order to succeed in an uncertain and turbulent environment. So that is where our theme is coming from. We want to have that ability, we want to have that mindset to be able to create projects, to be able to create value even when the times are not good, even when we're in a turbulent environment, even when we're in a pandemic like the one we are in. We want to be able to respond as project managers to what is happening around us. We don't want to have blinkers as it were and just be focused on an end product that was discussed 5 years ago. Things have changed. How can you adapt? How can we be flexible? How can we manage things in a way that still delivers the vision and that helps us to succeed even in these uncertain times? So basically that is where we are getting our theme, and that is what we are looking at, an agile mindset. What is an agile mindset? It is the set of attitudes that support an agile working environment. These include respect, collaboration, improvement, learning, pride in ownership, focus on delivering value, and the ability to adapt to change. We know what is happening in the world. Technology itself is changing every day. The customer requirements are changing every day. The statutory requirements are also changing. The customers are demanding more and more from us. Let's have this mindset that allows us to create an agile working environment, that allows us to learn as we deliver these projects, and also to adapt to change. So that is basically what we are looking at. Once again, I would like to thank you very much for being here for the conference. And as we start to go into the sessions, please take the moment to learn, take the moment to professionally network, and also have fun. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for our president. I'm going to borrow your presentation. So how do you lead in difficult times? The answer is simple. You need an agile mindset. You need to create, change, and quickly respond to the trends in the market. You just need to professionally network like what the president has been talking about. And thank you so much for keeping time as well. So we are still within schedule. And right now, we want to go to our first presentation, which is going to talk on organizational strategy and project management interface. And that is being viewed as an imperative for success. And the person who is going to be leading us in this particular conversation is a well-respected person. And last time he was talking, he was saying she's over 30 years experience in this area. I was like, wow, I'm a baby. So to facilitate this, we are honored to have Dr. Shelley Gondo, who is a construction and project management professional with close to 3 decades. 3 decades, that's 30 years. 3 decades of managing projects in the private, public, and quasi-government sector. She has specialty in diverse engineering projects and experience in both client, consultant, and contractor organizational settings with proven references of successfully completed projects. She has completed multi-million-dollar projects at Turner & Townsend, Ministry of Public Construction, and currently Zesa Holdings. Shelley holds a master's degree in building, construction management. I think this should be, is it Wits University? So, at Wits, and PhD in project management. Is that Atlantic International University? Guys, put them in a she chairs the ZIE National Engineering Student Awards Competition and serves on various boards in Zimbabwe. And Shirley is a passion in mentoring high and tertiary level students and graduates in general. So we want to give it up for Dr. Shirley Gondo. Guys, let's give her a round of applause. She's coming through to be leading us in this very important section. Guys, can we have another microphone for Doc? All right, perfect. So thank you so much. And our virtual audience, please remain online. This conference is really exciting topics already lined up, and we're going to have some wonderful moments of learning. Please tweet, share on your various social media platforms, and let's make noise in town. Many more people are going to be catched. Wait one second. Yeah, stand from here. Or from there.
I would like to present from here. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. All protocols observed. The project management profession has drastically evolved over the past decades. I still remember in 1993-94 when I graduated from Wits University with the Masters of Building that the MC was talking about. I was very ecstatic and happy. And as I was coming back home, I had all this jargon in my head: critical path analysis, PET networks, master programs, Gantt charts. And the wealth that I had gone there to hunt was in a handheld portfolio. I had never seen a laptop. Meaning to do that, all the sequencing that we were doing it by hand using ruler and pencil. Can you imagine getting a master program out of that? So I would like to applaud the project management profession for the development that they've made over the years. Because if you look at the situation now, we've created for ourselves models and softwares that make our lives much easier. At the click of the button, you can just get a report, a project report. You can just get a master Gantt chart. You can just go to Microsoft Project and just enter details there so that you can have a program of works or a Gantt chart. I think for that we deserve a round of applause. When we were talking yesterday, I said I love project managers because we are one of the professions that have managed to keep our profession afloat. There are a lot of professions that are prophesied, if you like, to go extinct within the next 15 to 20 years. But I'm glad in my presentation you are going to see that we are on an upward trend. So let's keep it up, project managers. Another round of applause. Okay, I think I've been over-introduced. You can read for yourselves what is there. This is what I have done. Over 3 decades, meaning that as soon as I left school, I went into project management. It was a bit challenging then because no one used to really understand what that was all about. But I was happy that when I joined the Ministry of Public Construction then, I quickly overtook. Project managers, we've got an overtaking spirit. I quickly overtook. I got there to find engineers managing projects. But when I now got to the scene and started talking of where they were going wrong, what they needed to do in order to have successful projects, because then they were doing the pay for your house schemes. I don't know if any of you know them, whereby the public would pay money into the coffers of the ministry, and the money would be used to construct the housing units, and then the top most paid would get the keys to the units. I don't know if any of you pay for your house schemes. So when I got there, the engineers were managing the projects. And then I got there, I started reporting on them. Because the boss just used to want to know when and how many keys you would get at the end of the month. So I would go there, the engineer would report that, I think I'm going to give you 1 block of flats. And then I would come in and say, no, I don't think you are able to do that because you haven't done this, you haven't done that, you haven't done that. I think the boss kind of saw through me and said, this is the person who should actually be running with this thing. At the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, I ended up running the projects. So I am so proud that I didn't waste my whole life, working life in managing projects, but I joined the right profession. So today I would like to guarantee that you also have joined the right profession. When Engineer Cow called me and gave me a guideline to the topic that I was supposed to present on today, I was so happy because I saw that with the position that I hold at ZESA Holdings, which is a hybrid position, I manage the design, construction and commissioning of substations and lines, associated civil works and mechanical works. And in that regard, I'm a hybrid in the sense that the design and the commissioning are consultancy work and the construction is actual construction work. So I'm in a better position to present that particular topic that he gave me. Also, I'm a hybrid in the sense that I'm a senior manager at Zend. I sit in the strategy to craft strategies, strategy management workshops to craft strategies, and at the same time, I'm an operative. I head a department that actually manages projects. So it will be so easy for me to relate to what I'm going to present to you today. Let's go straight into the presentation. I'll start by giving you the background to the topic, which is organizational strategy and project management interface and imperative for success. According to the PMI Pulse of the Profession survey that was done in around 2017 and is still valid as it is going to 2027, only 56% of strategic initiatives are successful. They did a survey across 11 countries, 11 most developed countries in the world. We are talking of India, China, Germany, US, UK. Unfortunately, there are no African countries there. So for those countries, the top most 11 developed countries in the world, across whom they did the survey, they discovered that only 56% of strategic initiatives are successful, meaning that the organizations sit to craft their strategies at the beginning of the year, but at the end of the year, nothing happens. The results don't come out as they are supposed to be. And then they also discovered that 59% of organizations are struggling to bridge the strategy implementation gap. In fact, that is what they envisage to be the reason why 56% of strategic initiatives only 56% of strategic initiatives are successful and 44% are total failure. They also came up with a discovery that because of that, a GDP loss of 208 billion is expected by 2027. If nothing, if the status quo does not change, we're expecting that global loss. And it's also an established fact that strategized project management is the bridge. By 2027, therefore, it is envisaged that the demand for project managers is going to increase by 88 million. Because of the outcome of the survey and the bridge being the project management, strategized project manager bridge, organizations are going to demand project managers to the tune of 88 million. I think that also deserves a round of applause. Why? Because our children are guaranteed of a job. Our grandchildren are also guaranteed of jobs. So, as project managers, we ought to be quite proud of ourselves. Moving on. So, the goal of this presentation is to discuss how strategy and project management can be best joined together or coalesced for global success. That is, we need to find a way of bridging the gap between strategy and projects, so that at the end of the day, we get to the success point that we envisage to. We start by defining strategy. What is strategy? Strategy is positioning choices made and actions taken to move the organization from its current state to some future desirable state. So in a strategic planning workshop, you come up with several parts, but at the end of the day, you sieve them to come with a few that you can run with, so that by the end of the year or by the end of a period, you get to a desirable state. You can call that a dream. You get to your dreamland. So we are saying there's a gap between strategy and project management. Where is the gap? And the dichotomy, exactly where is it? So when we meet for strategic planning, we discuss our mission, vision, values, and strategic goals. That is the plan. Where do we want to go? Why are we here? And what do we have to do to get there? That is the plan. It's done in the strategy, and at the end of the day, we also craft strategic initiatives to take us from this point A to point B. And that is now what is supposed to be done in order for us to achieve the goals that we have planned. So I go to the bottom, the dark blue one. That's where the programs, portfolios, and projects are. The big guys sit and plan and dream that I want to build an airport, I want to build a railway line from here to Rwanda. So you guys go and do it. So if you look at it, there is no difference. Well, there is no, theoretically, there is no line that we can draw between the plan and the action, because it's done still in the strategic planning workshop. You sit and you discuss, here's where we want to go, this is how we want to go it. Which means the senior executives are talking, and us, the project managers, we are also there, whether physical or not physical, but in a way, in spirit, as the MC is always saying, we are also there. Because it is where our projects, which we are supposed to do, are being discussed. So where is the problem? If we plan and we also talk about how we are going to do it, where are we failing? Where is the gap which has been envisaged to be there? In another way, I just want to demonstrate it, because it is very critical that we get this hypothesis clear right from the beginning. Still in the strategic planning workshop, you have your mission, visions, and value. That is what we are saying, the vision, our successful future. No one plans for failure. We all plan for success. So we are saying, our successful future, we map it there, we put it there. Then we say the strategy for us to do that, we put it there. Then it translates to the projects. That's all done in a week that we sit at the strategic planning workshop. So where is it going wrong? Why do we have the gap at the end of the day? That's the big question that I have there for us. If strategic planning has never separated the strategic initiatives and the projects. So why is there this envisaged gap that has been identified by the PMI across the top 11 most developed countries in the world? We are not even talking about countries in Zimbabwe. We are not even talking about countries in Africa. We are talking globally. So, my presentation is going to look at a few things. Of course, they are not the only things that may contribute to that status quo. The proficiencies of the project managers to contribute meaningfully to strategy, and then the senior executives' proficiencies to contribute meaningfully to projects. Because we are together in this, we sit as senior executives and we craft projects. So there should be well, I'll get to that in the next slide. And then both should be cognizant of the uncertain times that we are in. Because we are living in uncertain times, not only in Zimbabwe where we have twin currencies, political situations and stuff like that, but globally we have the COVID-19, globally we have civil wars, globally we have a lot of issues that are qualified as causing uncertainties to the way we relate, to the way we do business, to the way a lot of things happen. Right. The meeting points. A close dynamic link between an organization's business goals and its execution strategies is the bridge between strategy and execution. If we have that, I decided to put the covalent bond, whereby you are the master who is the executive, senior executive, and the servant who is me, the project head. We are co-joined. Yes, he earns more money, and he's got the private jet and stuff like that, and I earn peanuts and you know, but we are co-joined as the hip. Not anywhere else, but at the hip. If I'm not there, he can't stand. And if he's not there, I can't stand. So that bond there is required. But both parties need to improve on their proficiencies. Right. Now we come to a direct linkage. As the president was presenting there, he spoke of the talent triangle. I've just put it there pictorially in a different way, but that's exactly the talent triangle. I am saying, let's look at the project manager. What is it that they have to improve? Or what is it that they have to do? Or what mastery do they have to achieve in order for them to be able to squarely stand on their feet, on their one foot? We have the technical project management there on top. Those are teachable skills that we learn at school. The ones that I learned when I was at VETS. How to do a Gantt chart, how to do a master program, how to draw the critical path and how to... well, when I was at VETS, it was just the PM book. That was the standard. But right now, we've got a lot of other models that we are using. And in this conference, we are zeroing in on the agile model, which is a different way of doing things, a better way of doing things. So, a capable project manager needs to have those skills, we call them technical skills in project management. And those, most of them are learned on the desk. Then we go to the leadership. Leadership, according to me and my experience, maybe 30 or so percent, 30, 20, 25 to 30, 40% of it is learned on the desk theoretically, where we learned of the McGregor theory, X and Y, and all those other theories of managing people and stuff like that. But I think 60% of it or 70% of it you learn on site. Where you now go to site and you find that the way people are supposed to work, they don't work like that. The way people are supposed to listen at you, they don't listen at you like that. The efficiencies that you learn on the desk is not like that. If there was someone from the city of Harare, I would say they actually learn from the best. That if you leave people to go on their own, before they do anything on the road to close the potholes, they cook tea, they make tea. But as a project manager, you know your important parameters. You have to deliver. If you don't deliver, you fail. But you have to be using those people in order for you to deliver. So those are the other skills that you have to know. How to manage conflict. I cannot teach anyone how to manage a conflict. You have to come across a variety of conflicts in order for you at the end of the day to say that you've got a bit of capability in managing conflicts. Besides, they always come new every day. How to manage behaviors, all those things. These are the other two legs of the talent triangle. The third leg that we are going to be talking about more is the leg that we have to strongly now venture in. Because these two, I'm sure, those of us who call ourselves project manager, we are well averse. But the strategic one, yes, we are averse, as you see, but we now have to apply it in a way that it will assist in ensuring that we bridge that gap. When we are talking of the strategic arm or the strategic and business arm of the talent triangle, we are talking of know your surroundings. Know your surroundings, know your industry, know your organization, know the other players around so that your job is much easier. Because we say if you know a person you have 50% solved the problem. If you know a person, 50% of the problems that you are going to encounter with them are solved. So in this regard, we have to understand our industry. And we also have to understand our customers, the organization we are working in, the important issues about the organization we are working in order for our job to be much easier and successful. So I just summarized. This is just a minute little bit of what we have to know. I'm sure there are more things that we have to know as project managers. For us to be full, if I go back to the previous slide, can you go to the previous slide? When a project manager knows, is apt technically, is apt with the leadership skills, and is apt with this strategic part, they become very proficient here. This is the type of project manager that we are looking at to coalesce with the senior manager that we are going to discuss here in order for us to erase that gap that we're talking about. Okay, so I just broke these things into two so that at least I can easily explain them. But otherwise, all this is knowledge that a project manager is supposed to have and develop in order for them to efficiently be able to manage projects. You have to understand your first leg. First leg is the political, economical, social, technical, legal, environmental, and governance issues. You cannot just start working on developing a project, planning it and so on, initiating, when you have no idea of the political situation around the area that you are going to do the project. You have to know where you are going to be working, otherwise you plan for nothing. You also have to know the economic situation. We are talking of the twin currencies. How are you going to cost your project when you have no strategy to attack the issue of the twin currency? You buy something at $1 US and you want to give it to someone in Zim dollar. like us in the parastatals, we are not allowed to deal in US dollars. So you are asked to give a quotation. Yes, they can accept a US dollar quotation for stability, but when it comes to the conversions now, we are forced to be using the interbank rate. But are the suppliers using the interbank rate? No. So you have to have an appreciation of the economic situation so that your project can be successful. You also have to know the social situations. Times are gone whereby you sit in on a table and you plan for your project without understanding the social aspect. Then when you go on the ground now, you meet a certain headman, not even the chief, a certain headman who wants 2 goats for you to construct your line across a national, a state or a national, what do you call them, state project. It's a state project, but when you have to pass through that headman's crawl and jurisdiction, you have to give him 2 goats. And it takes time. It's not about the goals where you can actually take money and put it there, but it will take time and delay your project. You also have to understand certain issues, social issues. We construct lines. You don't go with your people from Harare with nice shorts and t-shirts and go there to work in an area. You have to go there, plan to get the people from there, and so forth and so forth. Those are simple things, but those are things that can dismally delay your project. So I will not waste much time on this one because I think we have all understood what I'm talking about. The legal issues. You cannot just start working in an area that you don't understand. The consultants, I'll talk about the consultants especially. You are working with a client, you don't even understand the business he is in. You don't even understand the statutory instruments that govern his business. How are you going to communicate with him? And how are you going to manage his project, let alone execute it? You have to understand the legal aspects of whatever area that you are working on in order for you to successfully complete a project. And then the competitive edge, the Porter's 5 forces, very important. Who are you working with? Who are you competing with? What are the buyers saying? What are the suppliers saying in your case? And then you also have to have market awareness. What is happening in the market? My sister friend Eileen from Net One Day. What is Econet doing? What is the other people in the industry are doing? That will give you a guide in order for you to manage your project. So you have to keep abreast with what is happening. Don't discover things that have already been discovered by other people, but discover them through studying what is happening in the market. Industry trends and standards, that's the same issue. Customer relationships, you have to know how your customers behave. Study your customer. If you're coming to Zend, to Zesa, and you want something there, first of all, study how they work. Then, only then, will you know how to manage projects. Don't be surprised when you come and you find that there are a lot of corruption issues, and there are a lot of this and that. You know, you have to decide when you are still planning your project, am I going to also, what am I also going to, I'm not going to say on camera what you ought to do to have your project move. But you have to decide that in advance, isn't it? Because you are still going to go through that route anyway. And then you also have to understand industry risks so that you don't fall short behind. IT guys, you have to understand what is happening in the industry. You keep focus on a software that you are developing, yet elsewhere they are already at another stage. This is an issue that you have to, these are issues that an apt project manager is supposed to be on the dot and know what is happening everywhere. Same applies in the organization. You have to understand the strategy that the dreamers or the senior executives have put in place. Because if they want you to construct an airport and you fail at the end of the year, if it's in a parastatal, you may get away with it. But if it's the private sector, you can be fired and find yourself out of a job. So you need to understand their mission, vision, and all those things so that you align yourself and your work to whatever they are doing. And then you also have to know the SWOT or the business culture of the organization, because you don't work in isolation. That one, I'll connect it to the departmental liaisons. If in my case, I head the projects department, but I work with certain other people. I work with procurement. And procurement these days, they are something else because of the PRAS regulations, and also finance, they've got the finance management regulations. If you don't know how to liaise with them, and to know the strengths and the weaknesses of the organization, those conjoined together, your project will not succeed and will not add value to any of the strategic initiatives that would have been put across at the strategy. So you have to understand who you are working with, how to approach them, and how to deal with them. I'm so happy for this, the model, the agile model that we have, because it breaks everything into small consumable chunks, whereby if you've got a project, you break it into small, and you meet all those people, and you set targets, and you can actually see where everything has gone wrong. But traditionally in organizations, there are certain departments that are said they are called projects, and then there are certain departments that are just processes. Look at HR, for instance. HR, you may find that they are all processes. When they recruit, they go on and on. They just follow the due procedures that they have to follow. We do this, we advertise for 2 weeks, we do this. If they are a predecessor to your certain activities in your project, you have to understand how they work, so that at least when you are planning, you take into consideration what they do. Same applies with the ones that I've mentioned, the procurement and the finance and so forth. And then also you have to know the legal requirements specific to the organization, to your particular organization now. You are not looking at legal requirements that impact the industry. You are now looking at the ones that affect your organization. In my case, it's the Electricity Act. I have to understand what it says word for word. Otherwise, I will not be able to align to it in managing my project. And in the middle of my project, I may find that I did not do something correctly. So, for me to be an apt project manager, I need to align myself to the statutory instruments and to the regulations and legal instruments that affect my organization. You also have to understand the communication channels. On that one, I don't think there's any need for me to delve deeper into it. If you don't understand communication channels, you know what will happen. You'll come to me and I'll tell you, no, you have come to the wrong person. Can you talk to this one? Can you talk to that one? Can you, and it goes on and on. Sometimes you have actually wasted a lot of time, and that will not make you a successful apt project manager. How am I doing on time?
Tim, you're still doing very well.
Okay. Now, I think we've covered at least the project manager. That what you have to do for you to be apt is to ensure that you stand on 3 legs of the talent triangle. And the 2, we said we are already comfortable with them. Looking at the technical and the leadership, we've already been through that. But we have to perhaps up our game on the strategic arm of the talent triangle. Let's go on to what senior management have to do in order for the gap to be bridged. Number 1 is projectize, projectize, projectize. I'm sure all of us here will agree with me that the other departments, if they also are considered projects and they are projectized, who will make it? Because the bigger percentage of why our projects are delayed is because of people issues, where the other departments don't play ball. Yeah, they just do what they have to do, especially the procurement guys. Especially those ones who relates with me here. Especially the procurement guys. if project managers, you don't read that PRAS document, you are doomed. You are doomed. Because they'll come and tell you a section this and that, section this. But meanwhile, the project is delayed. You have already communicated to the client with the timelines, right? You communicate already to the client. Yesterday you said a project manager doesn't lie. Why? Because you lie to a client who has committed his life on things, and you come, you give them dates, you come, you give them budgets, you give them this and that, and they bet on that, they go to the bank, they borrow money and so on. Then tomorrow you come, you are starting to say, we aid, we made. That is not acceptable in our profession. So, if senior managers projectize everything, and also set key performance indicators for all the departments under them, and appraise them accordingly, I think we will get there. If procurement are also given their guidelines, their timelines, and their budgets, a driver who is taking consignment from here to Beitbridge, that's a project. There is no process in an organization that is not a project. I like the lady yesterday who said, I've been a project manager all my life, but I actually started in earnest to be a project manager about, I don't know the period she said. That is true. At home, we have to manage projects. At my house, I do it diplomatically, though, ladies. Because I don't want my husband to think I'm taking my work and going home to charge him. I do it diplomatically, but it's so easy for me if I manage everything I do. We are going to the rural areas in December at Christmas, and the project is started. It ends on 24 December. Yeah. Then, definitely I know that we'll be on time to go there. The vehicle will not break on the road. We will have enough money. We will all be, no one will say, I need this, I need this, I need this on the last day. We are comfortable. We all manage projects on a day-to-day basis. So why not organizations? Why should we leave other key departments to run as processes? Why? The messenger in my workplace is a project manager. He manages a project because he's a predecessor to me, sitting on my desk every morning to do my work. So organizations need to projectize everything. There is nothing that does not need to be projectized and should be left to run on pilot. And other people to go up and down, going to the procurement office and back, following up and back, wasting time. It should not be the case. Each person must know that they are running a project and they are measured by it at the end of the day. And then we should also move away from the strategic planning routine that we do every day. When we go to a strategic planning workshop, we start by, what is our mission? What is our vision? Every year. That I agree it should be done once. If we are starting a company, yes, let's start with our mission, vision, and everything. But when we meet for next year's strategy, let's start with performance. Let's not waste our time with pest leg. We waste it from morning to midday doing pest leg. When I left to come here, we were doing this SR Holdings strategic planning workshop. We spent 5 hours doing the pest leg. And then I said to them, do you know what these people have said? They put us in groups to do the pest leg. And then the people said, let's just take the one for last year. And let's just, it hasn't changed, it hasn't changed. That's what the people did. And it took us half the day to do the pest leg. But we shouldn't do it like that now. We should say, head of department, engineer coffee, stand in front there. Last year, you were supposed to deliver this amount of things. You didn't deliver them. Can you explain to us what happened? Then he is going to tell you the new things in pest leg. He is going to tell you what how to craft your pest leg for this year. Because he is going to say, I failed because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you'll find that if there are things that are there that are identified with pest leg, then you note them because they are still applicable to your organization. If he has managed to counter some of the things, you remove them. Look at a situation whereby we complain all the time, but other companies are on the stock exchange in the same country. What is happening? Other players are making it in the same pest-like situation. So I suggest that as organization, we move away from traditional strategic planning routine. Spend more time. If our strategic planning workshop is a week, let's spend 3 days in looking at why we failed in the first place. Because it's the feedback that we require from the, it's the feedback. If I go to this slide, this one is taking my time. Okay, if I go to this slide, this is really the status quo. You sit in a strategy, you now go and do the projects, and you depend on the feedback in order for you to craft the way for this year. You cannot ignore the feedback from last year. But normally, what do you find? You just find the departmental heads just presenting, and then you go through the cycle again. What is our mission? Does it still stand? What is our vision? Are our values still stand? No, let's do it the other way. Let the failures of the past year teach us how to craft this year's strategy. And if need be, if our goals are too bad, we'll see it from the performance for last year. If the mission is wrong, we'll see it from the performance for last year. If we do it like that year after year and year after year, I'm so sure that we'll get somewhere. And then, let's do the decide, do, agile, test, and learn methodology. Yeah? That's the one I'm talking about. Let's learn from what happened last year in order to plan for today and tomorrow. Because we are also in turbulent climate that right now where things are changing every day. So we need to know what happened last year so that we can craft our tomorrow. And then let's equip all departments with the basic project management knowledge. If we say projectize every department, then everybody is going to understand the basics for project management. In these days, especially the agile. And then ensure strategies understood by all in the organization. That's a very critical. If you go to an organization, ask the cleaner, even when we live here, ask these girls who work here, what is your job here? And hear what they have to say. This is an example. This lady was asked what she does, what a job is. And she said, my job is managing my is assisting my managers here to ensure that we totally electrify the rural areas. That should be your cleaner at rear. That's what she should be saying. She should not say my job here is to clean, or my job here is to drive, or my job here is to deliver letters. Her job is to assist you to totally electrify the rural areas. That's a good sign to show that you are communicating your strategy through to everyone in the organization. And here's an example of when strategy is not everyone's job. The person who designed this road, yes, they made an error. They designed the road that passed, that went through a way for that line. But when the engineer who came, the construction engineer who came to construct that road, they should have alerted the design engineer that, look, when I'm surveying the route where we are going to construct the road, I saw this. But they said, no, it's not my job description. My job description is construction, I don't do design. Look at the disaster there. So it is very important for senior executives to ensure that strategy is communicated to all in the organization. Can we go back a bit? Back?
Back.
Mm-hmm. Back. Back.
Back again.
Yeah, back. Back.
Back again.
Right. And then we should also include key project managers in strategic sessions for input. if we are going abroad for a strategic planning workshop, let's not just take the bigger people and go with them. We need the key issues. In our strategy at ZESA Holdings, I was asking that one of our key issues last year was to collect revenue. Yes, the MD is here, but he was not responsible for collecting revenue. We want to hear from the one who was supposed to collect revenue to give us feedback. Because if they don't give us the feedback, how do we move from there? So it is very important that in strategic planning workshops, you include the key project managers in the strategic areas that you have. You need your IT people, you need your HR people, you need all those people. And why? For them to give us feedback in the areas that they were tasked to do and they failed to do them. Then, lastly, that's a nice try. It doesn't work with us in parastatals and government, but I'm sure in consultants, they should find a way to do this. Pay us more. Pay us more. Because when we manage projects, project management is key. Who is refuting that when the PMI is looked at organizations in the developing world, the highest, Africa, we are not even there. The biggest, it's the cream. And they've seen that project management is key. So who are we to dispute that? We should pay more for project managers who have a broader vision for managing projects. Reward high flyers. So no one should be disgruntled because we said everyone is a project manager. Even our MC here is a project manager. Everyone is a project manager. Right, in conclusion, Steve Jobs once said, my model for business is the Beatles. There were 4 guys that kept each other's negative tendencies in check. They balanced each other. And the total was greater than the sum of the parts. Meaning to say, senior management is not good enough for you just to dream of big projects that we have. And you just send people to say, can you do this for me? You have to be involved. And if you adopt the agile mindset, it's not strategy this year, then we meet again next year. You might decide to break it into quarterly events where you sit down, review what has happened for you to learn the way forward. And for project managers, you've got some work to do as well. Let's be apt. Let's develop ourselves. Let's read more. My newspapers, they are very important. Yeah. Let's read our papers. Let's read the equity public. Anything that comes talking about your country, talking about your industry, talking about all those outside your work. Let's read about those because they are very important. Yeah. At the end of the day, the project manager has to come from the bottom and rise to a certain level. Yeah, right. Same applies the senior managers, the senior executives. They have to drop a level from the clouds where they are right now and come to a manageable, feasible, workable level. That's only to ensure that our organizations are successful. Thank you.
A round of applause for Dr. Shelley.
These are the paths to enhance your experience, build your network, and leverage all that PMI can offer to help you meet your goals. For individuals, the project economy means that you need the right skills and mindset to turn ideas into reality, no matter what type of initiative you are working on. For organizations, it means that decision makers need to understand how to staff teams with the right skills to deliver value and drive strategic outcomes. At PMI, we view the world through this new future-focused lens, and we want your PMI membership to be a significant part of empowering you to make your projects a success and your ideas a reality. Get started, and we will see you around the community. And remember, if you have a question, you can contact us via phone, chat or email and we will be happy to help. Or you can use PMI Customer Care via Alexa. Visit pmi.org and click on the contact button for more details.
Save big on your motor vehicle insurance with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your motor vehicle insurance that lets you pay the premiums you deserve according to your driving behavior, such as speed, acceleration, mileage, and braking. Here are some of the benefits you'll enjoy with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your premiums are based on your driving behavior. Should you be involved in an accident, the vehicle tracking device will immediately send a signal to Mover, and a Mars ambulance and a tow vehicle will be sent for help. If you're not hospitalized, Mover will get you free via instantly to take you home. In case your car is stolen, the data collection device installed in your car also works as a tracker. And what's more, the tracker comes for free without any monthly subscriptions. Register for Mover Pay As You Drive insurance today and get the premiums you deserve. Simply email underwriting@casavasmarttech.co.zw or contact your broker. For more information, visit www.mover.co.zw. Mover, your cover on the go. Whenever I need to pay for something, chat, or connect with a group of people, socialize, watch or listen to great content, access global and country services, connect on Wi-Fi, or travel without any hassle,
Smart Tech. We are a diversified Smart Tech group, which is basically we believe that life is digital. We have got several brands that we have out there in the market. We drive our solutions via technology. Basically, our solutions drive socio-economic development that improves the quality of life for all Africans here present. For instance, you may not be aware, the mainstream brand, which is EcoCash, is here in Zimbabwe. We also have the same solution in Burundi, the same solutions in Lesotho. So we are pan-African in nature. We are on a transformational mission where we envision a future that will touch every life. I'm sure anyone here would have received some EcoCash. There is a new word which we called, I think, 2011. You understand that I want to give you money. So it's a new buzzword that we have, particularly to Africans or those that are in Africa. The brands that we have are basically FinTech, which comprises EcoCash and StewardBank. That's the financial technology for driving financial inclusion. Like I said, we want a brand that touches every life. We want you at some point to be able to send money to your go-go in the rural area, or to send money to a friend, or to be able to pay your bills digitally. We also have InsurTech, which is comprised of Mover, which is the insurance, motor insurance. We also have EcoSure, which basically is the life insurance. So I believe that all of you here have got a car of some sort, or at least you have got a life. So you can actually insure your life via our EcoSure product. You can insure your car using our Mover solutions. We also drive health tech, where we use technology to drive health. You know, or you have heard of Mars. Some of you know Mars. Mars is also one of our brands. We also have Maisha Health Fund, right, which is basically your medical insurance. We also have e-commerce solution, ONAI, right? We also are in EduTech, where we're driving education using technology. So you can see we're living our mission, where we believe that our technology should touch everyone. If you have not yet been touched, maybe on the other brands, you should see me after this break. At least I'll give you a t-shirt. Thank you very much, guys. There are several other initiatives that we are doing, but very soon we will be rebranding to EcoCash Holdings, which is our leading brand. There will be a lot of communication on that. Thank you very much, team. There are also some videos that we want to play. Over to you, Chair.
Oh, okay. Look, I don't know the time, but you want to think aside someone.
Whenever I need to pay for something, chat, or connect with a group of people, socialize, watch or listen to great content, access global and country services, connect on Wi-Fi, or travel without any hassle, I bank on Sasai, the all-in-one app that does it all. Sasai. Pay, chat, explore.
To come to speak to us. I'm sure we all enjoyed the insights that you gave us there from a strategy perspective. So as PMI Zimbabwe chapter, we just want to give a small gift. Please come through Dr. Konde.
Never pinch of it. No, thank you so much for that. And once again, Dr. Konde, thanks for the wonderful presentation. We've learned a lot. Mr. President, thank you so much as well for that. All right, guys, so tea is going to be served, tea is going to be served in the dining area, not the normal one. Is it the lounge? The lounge, sure. So can we go there and let's try to be back by 1:45 so that we go into the next presentation and everything is ready. So let's continue networking.
Save big on your motor vehicle insurance with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your motor vehicle insurance that lets you pay the premiums you deserve according to your driving behavior, such as speed, acceleration, mileage, and braking. Here are some of the benefits you'll enjoy with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your premiums are based on your driving behavior. Should you be involved in an accident, the vehicle tracking device will immediately send a signal to Mover, and a Mars ambulance and a tow vehicle will be sent for help. If you're not hospitalized, Mover will get you free via instantly to take you home. In case your car is stolen, the data collection device installed in your car also works as a tracker. And what's more, the tracker comes for free without any monthly subscriptions. Register for Mover Pay As You Drive insurance today and get the premiums you deserve. Simply email underwriting@kasavasmarttech.co.zw or contact your broker. For more information, visit www.mover.co.zw. Mover, your cover on the go. They say I'm picky, but that's just me. I like my things in a certain way. A way that mirrors who I am. If it's not just about right, I don't want it. If it doesn't suit my lifestyle, I don't want it either. Some may call it finicky, but I call it knowing exactly what I want. That's why I have EcoSure Insurance that does everything just the way I like it. EcoSure, uphenyu wakarongeka, impilo ehlelekileyo.
I am Flavius Kofi, the president of Project Management Institute Zimbabwe chapter. We are here as project managers at Troutbeck Resort in Nyanga for the 2021 Annual Project Management Conference. The theme of the conference is embracing an agile mindset, delivering value in uncertain times. So we have close to 80 project managers who are here from various sectors of the Zimbabwean economy. We've got people from IT, from engineering, from banking and insurance, from social services, all the sectors. They are all gathered here. And we are looking forward to an interesting conference. In fact, we actually started yesterday, the 4th, when we got here with some team building sessions and other various activities. This morning, we had also a wellness session, because a project manager should be well, not just in mind, but also physically. Yes, we are living in turbulent times. The times are changing, and this is the time for project managers to step up. This is the time for project managers to have an agile mindset, to be able to adapt, to be able to cope with the situation, to be able to make the necessary changes quick enough to deliver results. Today, the 5th of November is for us a Project Managers Day. All the sessions here are focusing on professional learning for project managers. We look forward to learning, we look forward to professional networking, and also to having fun. We'll have another day tomorrow. We will also be focusing on all other stakeholders, members of the public, anyone who may be interested in project management, to learn the value of project management and how it can help for our Zimbabwean economy to grow and to develop. Feel free to join us. You can connect to us virtually. You can watch live streaming on the Newsday Facebook page, on PMI Zimbabwe YouTube page. You can also find us on LinkedIn. Follow us and enjoy us wherever you are. You can enjoy the conference. Thank you. Yes, so projects by their nature, these are the vehicles which organizations use to deliver value. This is a project management which bridges the gap between a strategy and a delivery. So in these uncertain times, you really need projects. You really need project managers to turn all the ideas into reality. You need project managers to execute projects that are actually in line with the organization's vision and objectives. And that's why we're saying project managers should have an agile mindset. They should always keep their eye on the ball, always be aware of the vision, but always make necessary adjustments according to the changing times.
These are the paths to enhance your experience, build your network, and leverage all that PMI can offer to help you meet your goals. For individuals, the project economy means that you need the right skills and mindset to turn ideas into reality, no matter what type of initiative you are working on. For organizations, it means that decision makers need to understand how to staff teams with the right skills to deliver value and drive strategic outcomes. At PMI, we view the world through this new future-focused lens, and we want your PMI membership to be a significant part of empowering you to make your projects a success and your ideas a reality. Get started and we will see you around the community. And remember, if you have a question, you can contact us via phone, chat or email and we will be happy to help. Or you can use PMI customer care via Alexa. Visit pmi.org and click on the contact button for more details.
Save big on your motor vehicle insurance with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your motor vehicle insurance that lets you pay the premiums you deserve according to your driving behavior, such as speed, acceleration, mileage, and braking. Here are some of the benefits you'll enjoy with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your premiums are based on your driving behavior. Should you be involved in an accident, the vehicle tracking device will immediately send a signal to Mover, and a Mars ambulance and a tow vehicle will be sent for help. If you're not hospitalized, Mover will get you free via instantly to take you home. In case your car is stolen, the data collection device installed in your car also works as a tracker. And what's save big on your motor vehicle insurance with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your motor vehicle insurance that lets you pay the premiums you deserve according to your driving behavior, such as speed, acceleration, mileage, and braking. Here are some of the benefits you'll enjoy with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your premiums are based on your driving behavior. Should you be involved in an accident, the vehicle tracking device will immediately send a signal to Mover, and a Mars ambulance and a tow vehicle will be sent for help. If you're not hospitalized, Mover will get you free via instantly to take you home. In case your car is stolen, the data collection device installed in your car also works as a tracker. And what's more, the tracker comes for free without any monthly subscriptions. Register for Mover Pay As You Drive insurance today and get the premiums you deserve. Simply email underwriting@kasavasmarttech.co.zw or contact your broker. For more information, visit www.mover.co.zw. Mover, your cover on the go. Whenever I need to pay for something, chat, or connect with a group of people, socialize, watch or listen to great content, access global and country services, connect on Wi-Fi, or travel without any hassle, I bank on Sasai, the all-in-one app that does it all. Sasai. Pay, chat, explore. They say I'm picky, but that's just me. I like my things in a certain way. A way that mirrors who I am. If it's not just about right, I don't want it. If it doesn't suit my lifestyle, I don't want it either. Some may call it finicky, but I call it knowing exactly what I want. That's why I have EcoSure Insurance that does everything just the way I like it. EcoSure, uphenyi wakarongeka, impilo ehlelekileyo.
Are you looking forward to successfully managing your projects across all sectors, from mining, agriculture, IT, financial services, and a whole lot more? Ideal Solutions is the right place for you. We help you attain internationally recognized project management certification training in Project Management Professional, Agile Certification, Business Analysis, or PRINCE2. All this is to enable you to demonstrate your competitiveness through the application of proper project management methods tailored to suit your business environment, which is essential for organizational success. At Ideal, we take you through application process, training, bootcamp, and final exams. To enroll, email us on info@idealsolutions.co.zw or simply visit our website www.idealsolutions.co.zw. Ideal Solutions, the right place for you.
These are the paths to enhance your experience, build your network, and leverage all that PMI can offer to help you meet your goals. For individuals, the project economy means that you need the right skills and mindset to turn ideas into reality, no matter what type of initiative you are working on. For organisations, it means that decision makers need to understand how to staff teams with the right skills to deliver value and drive strategic outcomes. At PMI, we view the world through this new, future-focused lens, and we want your PMI membership to be a significant part of empowering you to make your projects a success and your ideas a reality. Get started, and we will see you around the community. And remember, if you have a question, you can contact us via phone, chat or email, and we will be happy to help. Or you can use PMI Customer Care via Alexa. Visit pmi.org and click on the contact button for more details.
Save big on your motor vehicle insurance with Mover Pay As You Drive, your motor vehicle insurance that lets you pay the premiums you deserve according to your driving behavior, such as speed, acceleration, mileage, and braking. Here are some of the benefits you'll enjoy with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your premiums are based on your driving behavior. Should you be involved in an accident, the vehicle tracking device will immediately send a signal to Mover, and a Mars ambulance and a tow vehicle will be sent for help. If you're not hospitalized, Mover will get you free via instantly to take you home. In case your car is stolen, the data collection device installed in your car also works as a tracker. And what's more, the tracker comes for free without any monthly subscriptions. Register for Mover Pay As You Drive insurance today and get the premiums you deserve. Simply email underwriting@cassavasmarttech.co.zw or contact your broker. For more information, visit www.mover.co.zw. Mover, your cover on the go. Whenever I need to pay for something, chat or connect with a group of people, socialize, watch or listen to great content, access global and country services, connect on Wi-Fi, or travel without any hassle, I bank on Sasai, the all-in-one app that does it all. Sasai. Pay, chat, explore. They say I'm picky, but that's just me. I like my things in a certain way. A way that mirrors who I am. If it's not just about right, I don't want it. If it doesn't suit my lifestyle, I don't want it either. Some may call it finicky, but I call it knowing exactly what I want. That's why I have EcoSure Insurance that does everything just the way I like it.
EcoSure, uphenyu wakarongeka, impilo ehlelekileyo.
Are you looking forward to successfully managing your projects across all sectors, from mining, agriculture, IT, financial services, and a whole lot more? Ideal Solutions is the right place for you. We help you attain internationally recognized project management certification training in Project Management Professional, IJO certification, Business Analysis, or PRINCE2. All this is to enable you to demonstrate your competitiveness through the application of proper project management methods tailored to suit your business environment, which is essential for organizational success. At Ideal, we take you through application process, training, bootcamp, and final exams. To enroll, email us on info@idealsolutions.co.zw, or simply visit our website www.idealsolutions.co.zw. Ideal Solutions, the right place for you.
These are the paths to enhance your experience, build your network, and leverage all that PMI can offer to help you meet your goals. For individuals, the project economy means that you need the right skills and mindset to turn ideas into reality, no matter what type of initiative you are working on. For organisations, it means that decision makers need to understand how to staff teams with the right skills to deliver value and drive strategic outcomes. At PMI, we view the world through this new, future-focused lens, and we want your PMI membership to be a significant part of empowering you to make your projects a success and your ideas a reality. Get started, and we will see you around the community. And remember, if you have a question, you can contact us via phone, chat, or email, and we will be happy to help. Or you can use PMI Customer Care via Alexa. Visit pmi.org and click on the contact button for more details.
Save big on your motor vehicle insurance with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your motor vehicle insurance that lets you pay the premiums you deserve according to your driving behavior, such as speed, acceleration, mileage, and braking. Here are some of the benefits you'll enjoy with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your premiums are based on your driving behavior. Should you be involved in an accident, the vehicle tracking device will immediately send a signal to Mover, and a Mars ambulance and a tow vehicle will be sent for help. If you're not hospitalized, Mover will get you free via instantly to take you home. In case your car is stolen, the data collection device installed in your car also works as a tracker. And what's more, the tracker comes for free without any monthly subscriptions. Register for Mover Pay As You Drive insurance today and get the premiums you deserve. Simply email underwriting@casavasmarttech.co.zw or contact your broker. For more information, visit www.mover.co.zw. Mover, your cover on the go. Whenever I need to pay for something, chat, or connect with a group of people, socialize, watch or listen to great content, access global and country services, connect on Wi-Fi, or travel without any hassle, I bank on Sasai, the all-in-one app that does it all. Sasai. Pay, chat, explore.
They say I'm picky, but that's just me. I like my things in a certain way. A way that mirrors who I am. If it's not just about right, I don't want it. If it doesn't suit my lifestyle, I don't want it either. Some may call it finicky, but I call it knowing exactly what I want. That's why I have EcoSure Insurance that does everything just the way I like it.
EcoSure, uphenyu wakarongeka, impilo ehlelekileyo.
Are you looking forward to successfully managing your projects across all sectors, from mining, agriculture, IT, financial services, and a whole lot more? Ideal Solutions is the right place for you. We help you attain internationally recognized project management certification training in Project Management Professional, IGEL certification, Business Analysis, or PRINCE2. All this is to enable you to demonstrate your competitiveness through the application of proper project management methods tailored to suit your business environment, which is essential for organizational success. At Ideal, we take you through application process, training, bootcamp, and final exams. To enroll, email us on info@idealsolutions.co.zw or simply visit our website www.idealsolutions.co.zw. Ideal Solutions, the right place for you.
These are the paths to enhance your experience, build your network, and leverage all that PMI can offer.
I am Flavius Kofi, the president of Project Management Institute Zimbabwe chapter. We are here as project managers at Troutbeck Resort in Nyanga for the 2021 Annual Project Management Conference. The theme of the conference is embracing an agile mindset, delivering value in uncertain times. So we have close to 80 project managers who are here from various sectors of the Zimbabwean economy. We've got people from IT, from engineering, from banking and insurance, from social services, all the sectors. They are all gathered here. And we are looking forward to an interesting conference. In fact, we actually started yesterday, the 4th, when we got here with some team building sessions and other various activities. This morning we had also a wellness session, because a project manager should be well, not just in mind, but also physically. Yes, we are living in turbulent times. The times are changing, and this is the time for project managers to step up. This is the time for project managers to have an agile mindset, to be able to adapt, to be able to cope with the situation, to be able to make the necessary changes quick enough to deliver results. Today, the 5th of November, is for us a Project Managers Day. All the sessions here are focusing on professional learning for project managers. We look forward to learning, we look forward to professional networking, and also to having fun. We'll have another day tomorrow. We will also be focusing on all other stakeholders, members of the public, anyone who may be interested in project management, to learn the value of project management and how it can help for our Zimbabwean economy to grow and to develop. Feel free to join us. You can connect to us virtually. You can watch live streaming on the Newsday Facebook page, on PMI Zimbabwe YouTube page. You can also find us on LinkedIn. Follow us and enjoy us wherever you are. You can enjoy the conference. Thank you. Yes, so projects by their nature, these are the vehicles which organizations use to deliver value. This is a project management which bridges the gap between a strategy and a delivery. So in these uncertain times, you really need projects. You really need project managers to turn all the ideas into reality. You need project managers to execute projects that are actually in line with the organization's vision and the objective.
We're now moving on to the next item of our program, and if you are holding a copy of the program, you'll see that we want to move on to the next part of the presentation, which is a keynote address by Ashwin. How do you pronounce his name? Ashwini Bakshi. Wow, I've learned a lot. So, just a bit of a profile about the gentleman who's going to be speaking next. He's a managing director, PMI managing director for Europe and Sub-Saharan Africa. Ashwin Bakshi is the managing director of PMI's Europe and Sub-Saharan Africa regions. He leads PMI's growth and organizational development in the combined region. He is responsible for PMI operations, which includes 66 chapters across 2 continents. Bringing PMI closer to customer needs, he plays a crucial role in developing enhanced local experience for our stakeholders across Europe and Sub-Saharan Africa. He's a versatile professional with over 25 years in solutions, business development, managed mergers, acquisition like Nokia, Ericsson. He excels in creating value through resolving customers' needs through agile teamwork and aim to build trusted win-win relationship. More recently, he served as the managing director for Catherine Mobile Communications for Asia Pacific region. He set up and led company's R&D, supply chain, operations, sales and systems integration partnerships in the region. And he has a Bachelor of Science from Delhi University and MBA from Indian Institute Management in India. He's also a squash enthusiast and a qualified yoga instructor for yoga fans. And he loves to read, trade ideas, and enjoys music. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can turn our eyes to the screen there. The presentation is virtual, and I'll be back in the next few minutes after the presentation.
Hello, my name is Ashwini Bakshi, and I head up the PMI regions, Sub-Saharan Africa and Europe. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today in the Zimbabwe chapter on your special day. And your theme, Embracing an Agile Mindset, could not be more topical. Let's take some time to address the theme and look at some PMI perspectives on it.
We might have to restart.
Before I share the slides, I do want to say that
And now, is it better?
we continue to live in challenging times. I also do apologize that I could not be with you today live, but we will take another opportunity to have much more of a real-time dialogue. I wish you a very good session, a very productive day ahead. Stay safe. Now, if you give me a moment, I will bring my slides up so that we can get going with the session.
Technology, guys. That's part of being agile.
Now,
so we won't
will get it on screen sharing mode, and here we are. Hopefully you can see me and hear me okay, powering the project economy. First of all, Africa.
Now everyone has been registered.
Already 1.2 billion people.
3/4
of the population is under 25, and this is...
for this conference, not in general. Alright. I was not this guy, why am I taking a while there? I was just asking for this conference. Guys, don't worry about download. Today we need internet speed. Was the yes downloading? I don't remember about media. I was about to download when I got the one, you go to Z, you go to 2, you was restarting. Then, what's the code of 1? Or about us outside 1? Yeah. So all these days I was presenting, laptop and we are talking about upgrading. No, you have to upgrade here. 1 out of 100. Yeah, that's 2 out of 100. I don't know why it's a presentation by a computer by. She don't also say that, she don't impress the one. Then I actually realized you are the one who is not impressed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So now I realize from going for a presentation, looking at a restart with R. Was there a restart to just get refresh? You also grow on updates. Chumcha young of the week, I wouldn't have on it. Eh, about every farmer. Upon my very gross, Professor Areba no, is very conversant, very agile, very philanthropic, very inspirational, very efficient, very dynamic, all those things. Yeah. So, but I think this one is moving faster. Already, out of 40 megabytes, it's already 27. Yeah. It is I saw what anything Chunjo was shut up with so, but the album made one Jogomina. Microphone chance every time, room is not moving. It's just so fun, but no problem, no nothing. Panos Ungaran must start one day, yeah, that's life. But we remain agile nevertheless. Are you with me? Yes. So already managing something here. That one's in a joke, I'm also a project manager. Who manage a program, are you with me? Yeah. So one of my goals for next year, now that was certified. I heard it's 450, is it? Because that's 450. Hey, not of budget, I'm what's the certification in Robert was not it. Guys, if you want to make money, it's easy. Read, charge someone for that information, period. Anyone don't tell me that man. So, don't worry, I don't claim, and I don't talk about the Jumuja. Hey, I think what the Masha sounds, go and teach, I will some more director also. Gantt iyoyo imagine ikasimuka nelo degree unodora zve Gantt chart not kuwana one maybe so yeah, I think maybe they'll see not come as also.
Hello, my name is Ashwini Bakshi and I had a...
I told you now, guys. Yes, this is powerful. All right, so let's now pay attention to the presentation. It's going to be for a few minutes, but I think we're going to really enjoy and learn a lot. I'll be back after this presentation.
And Europe, it's a great pleasure to be here with you today.
My name is Ashwini Bakshi and I head up the PMI region, Sub-Saharan Africa.
Your team, Embracing an Agile Mindset,
to be
could not be more
here
topical.
with you today.
Let's take some time to address the theme
your
and
special
look
day
at
and
some
your
PMI
theme,
perspectives
Embracing
on
an
it.
Agile Mindset.
Before I share
could
the
not be more
slides, I
topical.
do want to say
Let's
that I
take
hope
some
you're all
time
well.
to
We
address the theme
continue to live in
and
challenging
look at
times.
some PMI
I also
perspectives
do
on it.
apologize that I could not
Before
be
I share the
with you
slides,
today
I do
live,
want to say
but we will take another
we
opportunity
continue
to
to
have
live in
much more
challenging
of
times.
real-time
I also do
dialogue,
apologize that I
let's
could
say.
not
Meanwhile,
be
I
with you
wish
today
you a
live,
very good session, a
but
very
we will take
productive
another
day ahead.
opportunity to
Stay
have much
safe.
more of a
Now, if you
real-time
give me a
dialogue.
moment, I will bring my
Meanwhile,
slides
I
up
wish you
so
a
that
very
we
good
can
session,
get
a very
going
productive
with
day ahead.
the
Stay
session.
safe. Now,
Okay.
if you give me a moment, I will
Now
bring
we will
my
get it
slides
on
up
screen sharing
so
mode,
that we
and
can
here we are.
go in
Hopefully
with,
you can see me
session.
and hear me okay, powering the
Okay.
project economy.
Now we will
First of
get
all,
it on
Africa.
screen sharing mode and
Already
here we are.
1.2 billion
Hopefully
people,
you can see me and
3/4 of the
hear me okay,
population is under
powering the
25, and
project
this
economy.
is incredible.
First of
Quite
all,
frankly,
Africa.
this is probably Africa's
Already
biggest
1.2
asset.
billion
The
people,
future will
3/4
be
of the population is under
determined
25.
by
This
and
is
run by the youth,
incredible,
and
quite frankly. This is
extremely
probably Africa's
pleasing to
biggest
see that a
asset.
lot
The
of
future
those youth are
will be
in fact in Africa.
determined by and
Total
run by
population in
the youth.
Africa is set to double by 2050.
Extremely
Almost half
pleasing
of the
to
global
see that a
population
lot
growth
of those
will happen
are
here.
in fact in
And
Africa.
rather naturally, there will be a
Total
projected
population in
demand
Africa
for
is set to
millions
double by
of new
2050.
homes, schools,
Almost half
hospitals,
of
and
the global
more.
population
Above
growth
all,
will happen
digital
here.
infrastructure.
And rather naturally,
Africa
there will
has
be
shown the way
projected
already
demand for
with many
millions
digital
of
innovations, and this
schools,
will be the
hospitals, and
key
more.
in the
Above
future
all,
as well
digital
to Africa's
infrastructure.
continued development
Africa has shown the way
and
already.
prosperity.
Many
It
digital
is therefore a
innovations,
privilege
and this
to
will
be in this
the key
role
in the
where
future
I
as
can
well
and
to
PMI
Africa's
can help to contribute to
development
Africa's day in the sun.
prosperity. It is therefore a privilege
So a little bit
to be
about
in this
PMI, you
role
know this already,
where
but
I can,
one of the things that
PMI
we
can
all
help
together do
contribute
well
to
is capability
Africa's
development
development.
at scale. Close to 2 million
So a little bit
certifications
about PMI,
worldwide,
you know this already,
14,000
but one of the
volunteers,
things that we
over
all together do
600,000
well
passionate
is
members,
capability development at
present
scale.
globally in over 200
Close to 2 million
countries,
certifications
308 local communities,
14,000
chapters of which
volunteers,
we are so proud.
over
And we
600,000
work
passionate
with some of the
members,
top organizations
present globally in
globally
over 200
through our Global
countries,
Executive Council
308
mechanisms,
local communities,
but also
chapters
now
of which we are
much
so
more
proud.
directly
And
as
we
we
work with
pursue
some of the top
an
organizations
organizational
globally
engagement.
through our Global Executive Council mechanisms.
One of the
but
big
also
challenges
now
that we all
much more
face is
directly
that there
as we
probably
pursue
is not
an
any
organizational
going back
engagement.
to any sort of normal. Peter Hinson, the famous
One of the big challenges
entrepreneur
that we all
and
face
futurist,
is
calls it
that there
a never normal.
probably is not
Even
any
before
going
the
back to
pandemic,
any sort
things
of
were moving at quite a
Peter
rapid pace.
Hinson,
The
the
world
famous
was already
entrepreneur and
a
futurist,
volatile
calls it
and
the
uncertain
never
place,
normal.
and after the pandemic,
Even
even more
before the
so.
pandemic, things were
Climate
moving
change,
at quite
the
a
rise
rapid
of
pace.
AI,
The
shifting
world was already
demographics,
a
social
volatile
and civil
uncertain place,
movements,
and after the pandemic,
the
even
changing
more so.
perspectives towards
Climate
globalization
change,
are all
the rise of
placing
AI, shifting
enormous demands
demographics,
upon
social
organizations,
and civil
institutions, and
movement,
individuals.
the
And
changing
therefore, it is
perspectives
up to
towards
us, a
globalization
community
are all
of
placing
project and program
enormous
leaders,
demands upon
to
organizations,
step up
institutions,
and figure out
individuals.
practical,
And
inspiring
therefore, it
ways
is
to
up to
deal
us,
with this
community
change.
of project and program leaders,
Some of these changes
to
you
step
already
up
know about,
and
but just
figure out
to list
practical,
digital
inspiring ways to
transformation,
deal
affecting
with this
business
change.
strategies, clearly a
Some of these
premium on
changes
organizations
you
and
already know
individuals
about,
adapting
just
to change,
list
innovation and
digital
operational
transformation,
efficiency, effective
Diversity,
business
equity, and
strategies.
inclusion initiatives,
Clearly,
climbing
a big
rapidly up
amount
the
of
ladder is
organizations and
important.
individuals
And then, of
adapting
course,
to
the
change.
importance of people,
Innovation and
whether it is
operational
culture, whether it is
efficiency,
talent management.
diversity, equity, and
We are
inclusion
obviously pleased to see
initiatives,
that
climbing
project
rapidly
management
up the ladder
maturity is
and
up there as
importance.
well.
And then, of course, the
This
importance
is,
of
in
people.
fact, not even
Whether
a
it is
complete list
culture
of
or
all the
whether it is talent
changes
management.
that are
We're obviously
happening.
pleased
So,
to
for
see that project
example,
management maturity is up
ESG is
there as
missing
well.
from this one, which is a massive
This
trend
is, in
in our
fact, not even a
times.
complete list
Things
of all
like
the
psychological
changes
safety,
that
employee
are
well-being are not on the
happening.
list
So,
either,
for
but we
example,
know that these
ESG
issues
is
are
missing from
also
this
ones
one, which
that
is
we
a
will need
massive
to
trend. In
deal
our
with.
times, things like psychological safety,
How do
employee
we
well-being are not on the
deal
list
with
either,
these
but we
changes? And
know
PMI
that
is
these issues are also
increasingly,
ones that we will need
while
to
maintaining
deal
the
with.
importance of and addressing the project
How do
management
we
core,
deal with these changes? And
talking
PMI
about
is
change makers.
increasingly,
And change makers
while
are
maintaining
students,
the importance
volunteers,
of and
entrepreneurs,
addressing the project
specialists,
management
academics, business
core,
leaders of any age and any
talking
background.
about change
What they
makers.
all have in
And change
common
makers
is a
are
vision and a
students,
drive to
volunteers,
create
entrepreneurs,
positive change. We'll speak a little bit
specialists,
more
academics,
about
business leaders
what
of
are
any
some
age
of
and
the
any
skill sets that
background.
go into
What
change,
they all
but
have in
think about
common
this a
is
little
the
bit
vision
and
and the
think
drive
also
to
about the
create
role that you
positive
can
change.
play
We'll speak a
in
little bit more
becoming
about
such a change maker.
what are some of the skill sets that go into change. But
Last year
think about
and
this a
early
little
this
bit
year,
and
when we
think
looked
also
at
about the
how the
role that you
pandemic
can
was
play in
affecting
becoming such a
organizations
change maker.
and how well they were doing or not,
Last
we went
year
out and
and
spoke
early
to
this
close to
year,
5,000
when we looked
people.
at how the
And
pandemic was affecting organizations and how well they were doing or not, we went out and spoke to close to 5,000 people. And the results and the analysis make for interesting reading. It emerged that there were clearly two kinds of organizations, the traditional enterprise and the gymnastic enterprise. And the traditional enterprise was characterized by using tools and methodologies and ways of working which they had inherited from the past, and they were continuing to use those. And they said, we will only consider methods that have proven effective in the past. But of course, the future is not dependent upon the past. And certainly the past is not a predictor of the future. And we were suddenly hit with massive change. Gymnastic enterprises, on the other hand, said that they would consider all possible methods available to them to solve the problem at hand. And that's something that is interesting. So these organizations were more adaptive, they were more resilient, they looked at what the environment and their context demanded and they adjusted accordingly. These were the gymnastic organizations. And as we see, some of the further detail that emerged said that organizational agility, your theme for the day, that was more likely to be seen at gymnastic organizations compared to traditional enterprises by a pretty massive factor, 48% versus 27%. Less clearly, or in a less binary way, gymnastic enterprises were more likely than traditional enterprises to use systematic risk management practices. So organizational agility and systematic risk management translate to project success. And that's a very interesting finding. And what it essentially says is that during times of rapid change, you need to demonstrate agility while continuing to manage risks in the environment, internally, and across the value chain. And that seems to predict project success significantly. And this is one example of, and Peter Hinson calls such organizations Phoenix organizations. And again, very similar sort of finding there, this one in Harvard Business Review. So Airbnb as an example, and when the pandemic hit, Airbnb saw over $1 billion in bookings pretty much evaporate, but they reacted well, they responded well, and a year later, they had launched a successful IPO, and they looked at these sort of 3 A's of nimbleness and agility. First of all, they attempted to avoid the worst impacts, and that happens when you're scanning the environment, when you're conscious of the industry or the field that you play in, and you're able to read or form a sense of the changes that are unfolding so that you avoid the worst impacts. You're looking ahead. But sometimes you cannot, in fact, avoid the impact. So even when they were hit, they were robust enough to absorb a lot of the damage. And that too is as a function of your strength, of the buffers that you have, of the systems and processes and the people who are able to then absorb a certain amount of impact. And then they were resilient enough to accelerate faster. Going towards that vision. And these are some of the behaviors that Airbnb exhibited. And of course, it is worth pointing out that we talk about Airbnb as an organization, but in reality, an organization is an aggregate of its people. So the qualities that we see here are rather obviously qualities that the people themselves exhibited as well. How do you create change makers? And PMI's perspective, our vision for the community is that you do that by a holistic approach to skills development. And you see here the famous talent triangle, ways of working, and that's where you have agility and waterfall and hybrid and so on and so forth. The technical skills of getting work done, extremely important, and PMI score. The second one, business acumen. Whatever your notion of value, if you're an organization, if you're a for-profit company, then it's shareholder returns. If you're an NGO, then it's your purpose. If you're a university, it's the well-being and education of your students. If you're a government, then it's development of the nation, and so on and so forth. Whatever your notion of value, you need to explicitly handle it. And that's what this business acumen is all about. And then on the right-hand side, perhaps the most critical of all, power skills. They are also known as soft skills, but at PMI, we call them power skills because they are so powerful. And this is the ability to work with and for and through other people. This recognizes that we're all connected to each other, that we are all part of a community, and whatever we have to do on the planet, we are unlikely to be able to do it alone. So that fundamental interdependence is what power skills will deliver for you. So take a few seconds to absorb this picture and ask yourself, where do you stand on this triangle? Do you have the power skills, business acumen, ways of working? Do you know these in a well-balanced way? Or are you stronger in one or two, but not on the third? And then the question being, what can you do to create a much more balanced set of capabilities in this model? This is a little bit more detail. I won't spend too much time on this. You will have access to this material as well. But I will point out that there is a reason why the right-hand side of the picture, the power skills triangle, is larger than the others. And that's simply because it is so important. If you look at the world today, if you look at solving even average problems, leave alone the more difficult ones, you are going to need communication skills, negotiation, the ability to work in teams, be adaptable, learn how to solve problems systematically, listen and empathize. And of course, from time to time, crisis and conflict management as well. Also, a variety of different leadership styles that each one of us will have to step up with, not just the C-suite or you know, the top 5% or 1% in the organization. It's everybody's job to exhibit leadership behaviors, and that's the point I would like to make here. A little bit further detail about gymnastic organizations, because of course gymnastic organizations, as we said, are essentially teams of people. And one thing that gymnastic organizations do well is they augment talent through technology. So technology is augmenting talent, not replacing talent. So these organizations equip their people with complex problem-solving tools and techniques. They make available artificial intelligence driven tools who do a lot of the analysis and recommendations, on-demand micro-learning tools and apps, what you need to know, the tools you need to have to get the job done in the next 3, 6, 9 months. And then of course, formal career assessment, performance management tools as well, so that everybody's on track. Excuse me, not just in terms of their capabilities, but also in terms of creating outputs on the basis of learning. One more time, power skills. Gymnastic organizations address them explicitly. Collaborative leadership, adaptability, innovation, and empathy. And you see, and you look at different organizations, perhaps your own organization, and you will see similar lists. And you will see, again, that some of these skills are about you as an individual, but many are about other people that you work with as well. So again, this notion that whatever we do, whatever we have to get through or achieve or problem solve on, we are going to have to do it with other people. In fact, there is no other way. And this is the point that gymnastic organizations truly get, a definition of value. I like to talk to this picture a little bit, and this comes from one of our partner organizations. It talks about 21 more jobs, the road to 2029. Now, these are some of the jobs that are likely to exist in the next few years, and I put a box around some of the more interesting ones. But first of all, to explain the picture, the vertical axis is the technology centricity of the job. So the higher you are on this axis, the more tech-centric the job. And almost by implication, the lower you are, the more human-oriented the job is. And then there is a timeline along which these jobs will emerge. Now look at jobs like virtual identity defender or flying car developer. Now that's a cool job. Machine risk officer as well, a pretty interesting one. And then in the more human-oriented roles, head of business behavior or joy adjutant, a job certainly I would like to try one day. Chief purpose planner, and we will in fact see many of these roles emerging faster than the timeline you see here. Now, the important thing to note about this picture is that none of this will happen without you as project leaders. Approach to agility and adaptation to, first of all, introduce these new roles and jobs and ways of working, and then second of all, to make sure that they sustain, that we don't just learn, but also produce outcomes and results and impact that we want to create. So think about this. And think about how it connects to the theme of the day, which is embracing agility. To do this, there is no other way. We will have to embrace agility and learn as we go along and invent and explore as well. And so the conclusion that we like to talk about, and if you remember nothing else from the presentation, then please remember this. It is our view that every change maker professional now must be capable of, number one, problem solving. So we run projects. Projects are an answer to a problem. So first of all, you start with problem solving. And these days, most problems are complex problems. And PMI equips you with wicked problem solving type tools, more like this in the future, to be able to address complex problems systematically and collaboratively, an extremely important element of skill that we all need to have. Number two, getting things done. This is the PMI core. This is classical project management. You have budgets, and you have risks, and you have costs and deliverables, and you figure out ways of delivering those. Now, whether you do that in a waterfall way or a hybrid or agility is secondary, perhaps. The important thing is, are we creating an impact? Are we getting the job done? Remains a very, very strong core for all of us. The number three and number four have to do with change. We all need to be transformation ready. We need to be able to change jobs. We need to be able to work in different places, in different modes, for different employers, with different teams. We have to be nimble. We have to be adaptive. And that's what this transformation pillar talks about. And a number of offerings there from PMI, whether it is Citizen Developer, which is about democratizing software knowledge, or organizational transformation, which is aimed at making everybody in the organization transformation ready in a people-centric way, and not just a few people. Digital learning apps and platforms that we spoke about earlier. So a lot of tools coming through, a very rich knowledge base on PMI.org to be able to support you with your transformation readiness. And then, of course, you'll be glad to see agility there. And this is, I would say, not necessarily a particular flavor of agility, although we do have a very strong offering in Discipline Agile, which is more a way of thinking, a philosophy really, than a prescriptive list. And this is really about developing agility at the organizational level. So individuals, teams, function, businesses must learn to unlock value faster. And that's this whole notion of leading and iterating, experimenting, and not necessarily spending too much time in analysis paralysis. So this is absolutely vital. These four taken together define the contemporary professional. And as you go through your careers, another interesting point to note, and I'm very sure that many of you have noticed this already, is that career paths are no longer linear. If you're lucky, you will have a linear career path. But the chances are that you're likely to be a node in a network. You will perform in a network of teams or be a team member. And you must learn to navigate the node, must learn to work with different kinds of people, different demographics, different countries, time zones, skill sets, and so on. That is also a learnable skill and needs to be learned And again, it is a little bit about open-mindedness and empathy and adaptability. Extremely important, particularly when everybody is now more or less agreed that the future of work will be project-based. We talk about the project economy, and that message and that realization has seeped through across the board by now. The paths to project management excellence. So we sat down recently and looked at what the path looks like. And of course, it's not a simple path. You start with the fundamentals, which is the talent triangle. You assess your current state, whether you're an organization or whether you're an individual professional, or whether it is your processes. You need to know where you are before you can make a change or determine whether you need to change or not. From there, you start to take training, multiple methodologies. You study and prepare for any credentials or tests that you need to take. You take the exam, and then you get into this wheel of productivity, as I like to call it. So you learn, and you're delivering outcomes and results. You're part of a community where you can exchange notes, be part of a network, and PMI offers some fairly unique opportunities, both globally, more digital, and locally, face-to-face, with chapters. Very powerful mechanism to stay fresh and to stay relevant by exchanging ideas and thoughts and plans with other like-minded professionals. You're all aware of the thought leadership that PMI delivers, and I would draw your attention just as one example to some of the work that has gone on the artificial intelligence side in projects, an excellent piece of work done with NASSCOM in India, or the work that is emerging on the ESG side and sustainable project management as a result of our collaboration with several universities. We spoke about power skills earlier, and on the right-hand side, something we are quite excited about, and we are introducing this idea in response to a question that we have from many of our organizational partners, and they are keen to understand what does a development path for a very senior project manager look like. And the answer is not that you get them to sit on a 2-hour e-learning course. I think we are all up to here with e-learning. So there is a hunger for human contact. There's a desire to exchange knowledge and experiences with other experts, and that's what the PMI masterclasses offer. More on that in the coming weeks and months as we formalize some of this, but it has become clear also to us that we need to be able to connect with people more directly than just through screens and electronic media for most effective learning outcomes. I like to present this slide a little bit. This comes out of a McKinsey research. You can find it on the web. And McKinsey here talks about building adaptive, resilient, agile mindsets. The to-be list as different from a to-do list that all of us use. And I will just pick out a couple of these. Growth. You've all heard about growth mindset, and the mindset says you can do anything that you want. Challenges and mistakes are opportunities to create an impact, but also for learning and development. I really like that. And I really like agent. Within reason, I believe in my ability to learn with my team new things, overcome challenges, and accomplish anything that I want to do. So really seeing yourself not as the victim of headquarters, of the business, of the CEO, or the environment, or whatever, but really believing that within a certain domain, within a certain sized circle of influence, you can have an impact. Several others as well, and I certainly encourage you to read this report and think about some of these values. And again, ask yourself, am I exhibiting, where am I on this spectrum or continuum? Do I have a status quo oriented mindset, or do I have an adaptable learning growth mindset? And important, maybe over a cup of coffee, something to think about and maybe make a few notes on. So, in conclusion, I'm not going to give you conclusions. I'm going to give you a few questions to think about, because, of course, this journey is very personal as well. The first question, how inspired am I? Please ask yourself, how inspired am I? PMI's definition of a change maker starts by saying that change makers are people who are personally inspired, who consider themselves equipped to make change. So tapping into your internal motivation and drive will provide fuel for your journey, particularly when the going gets tough. So we like to say, show up, say something, show passion, right? Be engaged. Ask yourself, how are you measuring on this? Maybe put it on a 10-point scale, on a scale of 1 to 10. How inspired and energetic are you feeling now? And if you're anything less than a 9 or a 10, you ask yourself why. What can you do to get up to that 9 or 10? Question number 2, ability is agility. Ask yourself, how capable am I? Keep an eye on your skill sets, face reality, test your skills, get feedback, play with the A-team, get better. Again, our research found that change makers are people who take personal responsibility, feel themselves personally inspired and equipped, but who take action to develop their skills holistically. They are constantly aiming to get better. Ask yourself, what have I learned recently? What is my plan to learn something new in the next 1 month, 2 months, 3 months? Ability is agility. And finally, yes, it's a leader's world. It's a project leader's world. Ask yourself, am I stepping up? Am I embracing the challenging projects? Am I starting my dialogues with the why rather than with what am I?
I hope this video is going to be available for sharing. How many people want to watch this video again? Great, absolutely loaded. Is the PowerPoint slide as well available for this particular presentation? Or is it just video? Yeah, so I'll tweet a long road video. All right, guys, how many on Twitter? How many on Twitter? Lovely. How many of their mobile devices close to them right away? All right, can we do a simple exercise? I want us to go on Twitter, and I want us to go to the Newsday Zimbabwe page, and also PMIZ Twitter. I want us to tweet about this particular event, the nuggets that we've been getting, and I want us to comment with the following hashtags: PMIZ Annual Conference, hashtag PMIZ Annual Conference, hashtag Agile Mindset, hashtag the Project Economy, hashtag Delivering Values. I think many of us were learning a lot of things. I'm also learning quite a number of things. That's why I'm taking pics of each and every slide. So thanks so much once again to our wonderful sponsors. We have made this event really, really possible. At this stage, before going into the next item on our program, I want to invite one of our sponsors, Ideal Solutions. Do we have someone from Ideal Solutions? All right, I understand you wanted to do some broadcast, some connection from Harare. It's no longer the case. That's fine. So let's give a round of applause to Ideal Solutions is coming through.
Are you looking forward to successfully managing your projects across all sectors?
Good day to you all. And I would like to extend my greetings to those who have joined this conference virtually. So my name is Kane Moran from Ideal Solutions. And Ideal Solutions is a consultancy firm. We do project management trainings as well as software solutions. So we've been in business since 2015. However, we started training. We've been in business since 2014. We started training in 2015 with PMP. And since 2015, our average pass rate is 92%. And we've also attained the ATP status from PMI, Authorized Training Partner. So the benefits that we get from PMI for being part of the ATP partners is we get our trainers to be trained by PMI. We also get simulated exam questions from PMI. We also provide you with customized training, and this mostly applies to corporates and businesses. If you've got a group of people that you want to be trained in any of the courses that I will mention in this presentation, please, you can contact us and we can help you with that training. So our assistance in terms of trainings starts from the point when you want to apply. So as you know, for you to be able to write any certification from PMI, you first need to make an application. And we start by assisting you to make application, then we train you. After training, we do exam preparations. After exam preparations, we also assist you to make the payment for the exam. After the payment, we also assist you with the venue for the exam, and it's all on us. After certification, assuming, well, which is the obvious case with Ideal Solutions, you always attain your certificates your first time with us. So after attaining your certificate, we assist you in maintaining your certificate. That is issues to do with PDUs and all that. So the courses that we offer quite a number of courses, and these are not in any order. So we begin with PMP, Project Management Professional, which is what most people come for. So we actually train PMP. The exam is 180 questions now. Some of you wrote what it was 200 questions, 4 hours. Now it's 3 hours, 50 minutes. We also do ACP, Agile Certified Practitioner. We also do Professional in Business Analysis. We also do Risk Management. We also do Certified Associate in Project Management, CAPM. We also do Professional Scrum Master, Prince2 Foundation, and Prince2 Practitioner. And we also do Agile PM. As you've heard, we do quite a number of courses. And we are glad in this room, and those who have joined us virtually. Some of you are our clients, and some of you are going to be our clients as well. So for those who do not know what to do in terms of certification, we also assist you in choosing the right certification for your career path. So we look at what you do on a daily basis in terms of your work, and then we recommend to you what suits your profession. So for all our certification programs, we've got an early bird package, which is a discount that can go up to $100. That is if you want to join. So at the moment, we're actually open for the next year intake, which is starting January, and the last classes for this year are already underway. So if you want to get more information, if you want to contact or inquire on any of the courses or on anything that we do as Ideal Solutions, you can come through to our offices, 13083 Madokero Estates, or you can send us an email on info@idealsolutions.co.zw, or you can visit our website, idealsolutions.co.zw. Or the last option, you can call us on 071-926-9034. With this, I think over to you, E.T.
Round of applause for Ideal Solutions. I will provide them a venue, they will convince you, and because if you don't know what you want, we also guide you. So which I think are guidance. I think I also need to sit with you. You know, I was going to put discount. It was changed over lunch. I'm going to do business instead of pure design or pure bill. So thank you so much for Ideal Solutions, and we hope that many people are going to take advantage of the offerings that you're also giving. So we want to move on to the next item on our program before we go to lunch. I want us to call a gentleman. I think many of you saw him yesterday. Did you bring your saxophone, sir?
Yes.
Right now?
Tonight.
Oh, tonight? I don't know what's wrong. I'm talking about the more points. Hey, this is a date area now. So the man I'm about to invite many of you guys here, the opportunity of hearing him when he was introducing himself. And for those who didn't introduce themselves yesterday, so we want to Just to read a bit about the man who's coming. This is Chester Nziradze Muka, CEO of BizSource Consultancy, and he's a co-founder and CEO of BizSource Consultancy, bringing more than 30 years of executive banking, digital payments, remittance, and strategy experience gained from leading banks in the SADC and East African region. He holds an MBA in banking and finance from how do you pronounce it? Bango. Yes, what from Wales. A member of Chartered Institute of Bankers Scotland, Retail Banking Academy, Project Management Institute, Rotarian at Massasa's Club. His focus areas are consulting in various industries, training, that is certification, centered in project management, digital transformation tools, and delivering app and web center solutions. He has led in various high-level digital payment partnership engagements, regulators, public sector, private sector, such as banks, insurance, and microfinance institutions. Our speaker is coming to speak to us on agile transformation in banking and insurance, and he's going to be focusing on a mindset shift. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to give it up for Mr. Chester Nziradze. He's coming to take over.
Well, I'm the man standing between my presentation and your lunch. So at least I have room to take you further. But thank you very much, Edie, for those kind words in the introduction. And thank you to all the delegates and other speakers before me. Really insightful points that have been brought about. And I believe from the delegates, these interventions should be able to place us in a better state. So, my experience in banking, really, I think for us, we have used the traditional waterfall. For all I know, in all my projects that I've participated in. And you will find, I think, Agile is a concept bankers are also trying to adopt, insurance firms are also trying to adopt. And our firm, BizSource Consultancy, is a very young outfit. We are new on the ground, new in the field, in the territory. We only started operating in July 2020, but we've got several clients that we have done work for. And we have seen quite a couple of challenges that some institutions face when you start talking about Agile, Scrum, because I'm a Scrum product owner certified. And you enter some of these institutions, I think the mindset is on the Gantt, like what E.D. was saying, we learned something about Gantt. Every MD is always will ask you, can I see the Gantt chart? And then can I see the value and the benefits? That's all he cares about. How you execute and use all the tools that are necessary is something else. But Agile is, there are so many methods around Agile. There are large scrums, there are small scrums. It's really a mess. So it makes it difficult to choose and decide when a project or a problem that you need to solve confronts you. But again, I think the important thing is, how do you solve the problem? So we've heard about hybrid models, things like that. So again, it's a role of a project manager, because you know all these methods. You can advise leadership on a method that you feel works best. And it's been a challenge. I think the biggest challenge for executives is these are new techniques, and you've got to find a way of at least giving them high-level information before you just stand up in the boardroom and say, we are going to use Agile Scrum approach, and they don't know what you're talking about. And in banks, they are saying, so where is the documented plan of implementation? Which leans more to your waterfall methodology. where you really document everything before you even start the project. And there are so many complex change processes that happen if you change the scope. So I think it's an area as project managers who are adopting the agile methodology, and the mindset is you need to train the executives, because they really also are sort of in the dark and they don't have time to certify for these things. So it's about packaging. Maybe it's a challenge to PMI Institute. So rather than ask executives to certify for agile discipline, they don't have time for it, is maybe to create forums or opportunities to enter into these institutions and instill some of these new methods. So that when you as PM come with this good, brilliant approach and methodology, they are with you and they will support you 100%. If we move to the next slide. So I think there have been many definitions around agile. So it's really ways of planning and doing work which is understood, that making decisions as they are needed in an important part of the job. So I think where do financial organizations start? I did mention on the 25th of May, when we had the symposium, having a good understanding of a business case to be solved, a problem to be solved, and you articulate it in a business case and you state what are the benefits, what's the value to be realized, is the only way to get your project to be approved. Because if you cannot answer benefits, if you cannot answer what the value is, no executive is going to approve the project or you to spend the money. That authority won't happen. So within BISOS, we've identified a tool. We've used it with a couple of our clients, BIHL in Botswana. We have used it with Cell Insurance here in Zimbabwe. It's called strategizing. So what this tool forces you to do is, customer, you are solving a problem for a customer, right? Because they are the ones who give you money in a bank or in an insurance. So your focus is really on a customer value proposition canvas. We do the training, so we can come into your organization and help you train, and you purchase the tool on your own, but we'll help you instill a shared language within your organization. So it starts from the executives right down to the people who are involved in crafting the business case, or your innovation committee, whatever it is, so that your innovation council full of executives and your people who are in an innovation committee are using a common tool that's understood by these both levels in the organization, and you bridge and close the gap of not understanding each other. So you identify the specific segment where you want to resolve your problem. What's the value? What are customers trying to get done in their life? If you answer those questions properly, customers will always, you will be top of mind, right? Because then you are solving their pain points, you understand the gains that they want to achieve by whatever you are providing for them, or the problem you are trying to solve. If you cannot answer those three things, you are just pushing a product to people, and you will be shocked that why isn't our product being purchased? Why aren't they buying? But it appears that one is actually being bought. That competitive advantage, when you look at it, it's one tool that you can use. And also the business model canvas. It's a tool that allows you to look at the blue ocean, that blue ocean thinking, or how do you play in the red oceans. So it's full of everyone is doing the same thing in the red oceans, but how do you differentiate yourself? So you need a tool that actually helps you unpack and find that differentiator. If you want to go into a blue ocean where you play alone, and then others will be shocked that that guy is swimming on his own and he's making the money. again, you have to sit down as a team and come up with those things. I liked what the doctor said, is when you are crafting all of these things, sometimes it's good to rope in the PMs, so that they are with you in the same boat. They understand how the business case was crafted. But if you leave them behind, and then you bring the template of implementing the project, you start explaining what the value and the benefits are to them again. So we find that that's a very important tool, even in financial service sector, is really understanding the customer, your business model that you want to model. And again, I think what was mentioned by the previous speaker, every business has processes and systems that are documented. When audit comes, they ask for the manual. So how does the teller complete a cash withdrawal? If you cannot produce that document, then it's an audit issue, right? You produce the document, but what the teller is doing is not what's in the document. That's an audit issue. And the auditors start smiling, especially when money goes missing or there are shortages being declared. You know, we used at Standard Chartered Bank, my life at Standard Chartered Bank in the 90s, we had an auditor who was a chain smoker. When he's doing his work, he doesn't smoke. The moment he finds an issue, he starts smiling and he walks out and starts smoking cigarette after cigarette. Then he comes to you and says, so what is this? Can you explain? You know, for him, he has achieved his objective. His objective is to find issues. Because as an auditor, you can't just go in and come out with nothing. You've got to bring out something out. So business process mapping for us, I think it's a very important issue. If you can quickly go back. We again have a tool. We are an Intex partner in the UK. These guys service 50% of the Fortune 500 companies. So they have a process mapping tool that allows collaboration among employees. So rather than have a documented process that is put in a filing cabinet, this is put up on a cloud service. And you force your employees every time to sit around this tool, because it's almost like a tool like you would have with your web, single sign-on. People can sit around and say, let's look at the teller process. Why is it taking 15 minutes for a teller to serve a client? Then everyone starts looking at the boxes and address the issues of time, because this tool allows you to record every task you put the time. If you want to be smarter, you put the cost of that teller on top of that. You multiply time by cost. You know the entire process, how much that process costs you in real time. And it's a tool that can be seen by your CEO. It can be seen by someone in risk. It can be seen by someone in compliance. So anyone can log in and check on a process and see how it's done. Who is recommended what changes. So come performance appraisal, someone is not making any suggestions of improvements. So why should they get paid a bonus ahead of someone who made changes that actually brought operational improvement? You pay the guy who is looking at your processes, right? Because that's the core of the business. It's the processes. How do you improve processes? How do you identify areas of improvement or areas of automation, for example? Why do we have 5 people doing this manual piece of work? If we were to automate this part here, we would have 2 people left. I was notorious also in a department I was given once to 95 people. And we implemented various Excel tools and trimmed that department over 12 months to 15 people. Because they were entering things on a calculator, you know, that one that prints paper, doing reconciliation. You use Excel, you punch the figures in Excel, it adds sum from A to Z, and you get the answer. If it's not balancing, you quickly work out where the problem is. You know, so you have 3 people working on one account to reconcile. So that's how you identify some of the problems which become projects really in an organization. So if you play this little video, it just demonstrates the importance of understanding the 9 building blocks of business model.
An organization's business model can be described with 9 basic building blocks: your customer segments, your value proposition for each segment, the channels to reach customers, customer relationships you establish, the revenue streams you generate, the key resources and key activities you require to create value, the key partners, and the cost structure of the business model. But it's not sufficient to just enumerate the 9 building blocks. What you really want to do is to map them out on a pre-structured canvas. This is what we call the business model canvas, a tool that helps you map, discuss, design, and invent new business models. Let's briefly go through the 9 building blocks, starting with the customer segments. These are all the people or organizations for which you're creating value. This includes simple users and paying customers. For each segment, you have a specific value proposition. These are the bundles of products and services that create value for your customers. Channels describe through which touchpoints you're interacting with customers and delivering value. Customer relationships outline the type of relationship you're establishing with your customers. The revenue streams make clear how and through which pricing mechanisms your business model is capturing value. Then you need to describe the infrastructure to create, deliver, and capture value. The key resources show which assets are indispensable in your business model. Key activities show which things you really need to be able to perform well. Partners show who can help you leverage your business model, since you won't own all key resources yourself, nor will you perform all key activities. Then once you understand your business model's infrastructure, you'll also have an idea of its cost structure. So with the business model canvas, you can map out your entire business model in one image. This works for startup entrepreneurs just as well as for the most senior executives.
So thank you. So again, when we get into an organization, we really focus on these 9 building blocks in our discussions with clients to understand how their business model actually works. And then as consultants, obviously we are not telling you something new, but because you are busy with business as usual, you need us consultants to then at least identify the growth drivers that you may be missing because you are so engrossed in certain areas of your business, and also areas of operational improvement, which then can now start tackling. So I'll only mention 2 of those which are so critical to getting that model to work. Is you need to understand your customer segments. If you don't understand them, then it means you can't create a value proposition that addresses their needs, right? And then it's difficult to even think about a channel that you communicate to those customers to deliver that value. So there's got to be that connection. So that canvas just helps people sit in a room and say, here's the way we are currently doing things. So if you're an existing business, you're a going concern, you look at that model and say, we've got this product, it doesn't seem to be performing. And you use a tool like this. It helps you unpack. And it's something that in our recent client has helped the discussion with the executives, the discussion with their now innovation committee to say, let's use this tool. Because once you have identified all of these, it actually has an Excel sheet behind it You say, what's the estimation of customers in this segment? You put the number. What value proposition are we going to deliver to these people? What revenues are we going to charge for delivering this? How much is that channel going to cost us? So it forces people to think by asking questions. So it's actually a real collaborative tool. Again, it's a cloud-based tool. But then at the end of it, it brings you an opportunity Excel sheet that says, these are the revenues, these are the costs. When you present to your executives to say, our existing product, we can make more money than we are making, here is the output of our exercise. If it's a new product that you want to launch, again, it forces you to answer all those questions of those 9 building blocks and come out with an opportunity sizing worksheet, which you then can use to present to executives and get approval to now proceed to the next step. Next slide. So agility is moving fast. Nimbleness, I think that was mentioned, is flexibility, willingness to do things differently and do different things. Again, why is agility important in financial service sector? We are all dealing with customers. Bankers are the least trusted. Doctors are the most trusted because they can make you undress for them. A banker cannot do that. Everyone trusts their doctor, right? Is that not true?
Of course.
You remove your clothes, everything, for him to inspect your body because you want to survive, you want to live. But you can a banker, you don't have to undress. Is there money or not? Am I getting the loan or not? Are you offering the best proposition, yes or no? If not, I'll go next door. So, really, I think the rate of change has never been this fast. And the way technology is being adopted is way, way faster. Now vehicles are installed with computers. And payment systems, I mean the Tesla, if you look at the Tesla vehicle, is the only car that appreciates, every other car depreciates, right? Because Tesla, each night you park it, it connects to their satellite to upload every behavior that has been going on in the vehicle when you are driving it. And it updates the suspension system overnight based on the way you were driving. So the following day, you still drive comfortably because it has made adjustments on its own. So things are really, really moving exceptionally fast. Competition, I think in the banking sector, financial service sector, it's something that we are forced to continuously look at. Again, everyone can offer a loan. So some are becoming very innovative. You offer this based loan pricing. I like the way Cassava Smart Tech operates. They are really trying to get into every sector. You know, they want to know your health condition. Because then it's easy to give you a loan. If you are not sick and there's potential for you to be alive, they can extend a bit more and at a lower interest rate. You know, that's the kind of thinking also customers are looking for. To say, I'm a healthy guy, I exercise. So why can't I get a cheaper loan? Why can't you price my loan cheaper than someone who is obese like me, who is not exercising, he's eating donuts every other day? So my interest rate should be higher. You know, it has to become that granular. You know, and it addresses specific clients. Again, context is very, very important because, again, the world is really getting digital so fast, and banks are really complaining that regulators are not protecting them. For you to get a commercial banking license, it's so onerous to eventually be told you are now licensed. Whereas an MNO is probably a 15-page document of compliance, a bank has a 100-page document to comply. and they are feeling that they are being hard done by. But I mean, it's a competitive space, and customers are the ones demanding some of these services, where Amazon literally can understand how you shop, your behavior. Why can't they put a payment system of their own behind it? Your Apple Pay, Google Pay, Visa, MasterCard are now complaining that these guys are playing in their space. You know, they're eating their lunch, but that's how life is. Someone is going to eat your lunch. The next slide. Again, I think in terms of the agile mentality and the mindset to changing, because we are saying everyone is going digital, we have applied this model and this tool in a few of our engagements. There is even another complex model which is 12 parameters, what we call the digital capability model. So it really helps organizations develop what we call strategic alignment. So you go out and you do your strategy, your business strategy. And then you talk about you want to digitally transform. How do you align that in terms of then moving from the current state which the doctor mentioned? Because that's basically a strategy. Where are we now and where do we see ourselves going? Now that we are in this digital era, how do you transform your business strategy and align it with a digital capability model? So we look at 4 parameters on this simplified model. How do you engage your customers? So you look at all the digital possibilities around what the customers are doing with these new digital tools that they've adopted, right? And also possibly what from research and development, what are the tech guys even looking at in the future? So not only what's happening now, but in the future. I liked my discussion with one of the directors of microfinance. We're supposed to develop a customer app for them. But his team felt, no, the type of customer they are dealing with are not ready for that type of app because they don't have smartphones and data. But his thinking was, look, they're thinking of the situation now. What happens in the next 2 years or 5 years, there is 5G, right? Yep. So now everyone is pushing 5G. And 4G will still be around. And it's going to become cheaper in the next year. So everyone can afford a smartphone. Data to drive a small demanding app can still be accommodated by 4G or LTE. So they were thinking short term. You also need to think what possible changes will happen in the future or in the near future so that you do not miss the development that you can start pushing your customers towards. Again, empower your employees. You know, it's good to talk about digital and then the customers, but you forget about the internal customer. The doctor said they must pay PLs more money. But again, a question that sometimes arises, which your executives are obviously battling with every other time because of the pace of change. Do we have the right skills within our team to take on these solutions that we want to give to our customers? You know, there could be gaps. Then they end up saying, we don't have anyone within our team, let's hire from outside. And the internal people start complaining. Why are we being missed out? But you also need to ensure that the company itself makes deliberate actions of making sure there is talent management that is strong towards that digital development. What are you providing within your HR as support? You know, like Ideal Solutions is a good trainer for project management. If there are no deliberate steps within the organization itself to provide those tools to employees, then it becomes difficult when you talk about Scrum methodology or you want to implement Kanban, but you don't want to pay for those courses as an institution for your staff, internal staff. Then you end up going to hire these resources as consultants. We are not shy to charge. If you call us, we will charge you.
Proper money.
Proper money, you know. But sometimes it's important for sustainability. You need to train your internal people. Consultants, we are there to do a short run, and we are out because we've got other clients to look for. Optimize your operations. Again, there are quite a number of elements that you also need to plan, because you can't offer a digital solution and not have capacity operationally to support it. And transform your products. That's what we were talking about with the Strategizer tool. It helps with your innovative thinking. Next slide. Again, there's got to be intent versus capability. You know, you intend to do something when you come up with your strategy. You are intending to do something, but do you also have capabilities? Because that's a discussion that must also strategically happen within an organization. To say, are we prepared and ready to be an agile organization? Do we have the necessary technology modernization? Do we even understand the data of our existing customers? Are we doing the right analysis? Are we using the right tools? So you find a bank resisting to train people to use Microsoft BI, for example. That's almost like the simpler analytic tool. Your Tableau, those are other tools that should be effectively used, because that's how you can become agile, is if you understand your data. It's easy to model or rechange the business model. You're not paying a research company. You use your internal resources and provide the necessary tools. You have to manage the leadership and talent. Again, ecosystem configuration. You know, you get a new team that comes in, new IT team. They say, right, this core banking system is no longer agile. It's not working. We need a new one, and it's going to cost $2 million. You know, in the boardroom, the shareholders, the board members will be thinking, so these guys want us to throw away this system. What else can be done? You know, so sometimes it's about saying, maybe we can stretch this old horse a little bit more, but you use things like APIs, web services, attach other systems around it that continue to either extract the information and you analyze the data outside, or you push the stuff inside. So I think those sometimes are difficult conversations that happen in the board meetings when the executives come up with a huge system change requirements and requests. Yeah, because sometimes those discussions means you need to throw out an IPO to fund the new system. If we move to the next slide. So under capabilities, how do you improve on agility? I mean, COVID-19 has been really the father of invention. And especially in the financial service sector. Because you go into an EXCO meeting, people prolong discussions. You say you want to migrate to cloud and lower costs, and people take their time. The head of risk starts telling you all the reasons why you can't go onto cloud. The compliance officer comes up and tells you, tries to bring out a regulation on why you can't go to cloud. But again, it then forces those who are experts in the area not to even come up with the necessary solutions that are required to go cloud. And COVID has forced some banks to straight away start making these conversations, speed up these conversations, and go cloud. I did a research on the digital bank in South Africa, which has completely developed its system in the cloud. And the big four banks are really at pains understanding how they can compete with these guys, because they are not burdened with legacy systems. They are not buying a T24 system or a Flex Cube. They don't have that problem. So again, I think banks really, or financial institutions, need to think seriously about cloud, and regulators do not stop you from doing anything. A regulator wants to know how you are managing the risk and your mitigants around it. Once you explain it clearly, they give a letter of no objection, right? So it shouldn't be something that blocks decisions of transformation within institutions. Again, post-pandemic, some people are feeling they need to relax a bit. Our advice is don't do it. Continue to fire on with that agile mindset and continue to push. And it's always important to measure the metrics because the rewards, they matter. You have closely aligned KPIs across the entire organization, so you see if you are making progress or not, and involve your senior management, which is the challenge I gave to PMI, is of all these agile tools that are out there and these new methodologies, we need to come up with a way in which they are packaged for easily getting our senior management in these institutions abreast. Again, always challenge your processes to make good decisions on what to innovate, what is it that you want to automate, go back to the basic, which is the process. Next slide. So data analytics, I won't go much around this, but again, it enables you to roll out successful digital transformation efforts. It reduces your cost and time of acquiring external data, because this data in most institutions, you already have it. But what we find is data is an afterthought in most institutions, because they are just busy with the major issues and the compliance issues, and they really forget about data, because if they could consume data like Amazon, how they analyze that data, I think banks would, financial institutions are placed much, much better, because we offer so much to them for nothing. You know, your salary goes in there. You are paying everything from there. You send money to EcoCash from your salary account, right? Except a few who get paid directly into EcoCash or One Money or whichever other mobile money solution. But for most of you in this room, your salary
Are you looking forward to successfully managing your projects across all sectors, from mining, agriculture?
Next slide. So leadership and talent, again, agility, top-down initiatives, explicit strategic objectives, thinking long-term, and having thorough lenses of customers. Next slide. Yeah, I think this just reinforces the fact that ultimately, once we have looked at our processes, we have looked at our customers and what they want, technology really is an enabler, and there is no shortage of technological solutions out there. There are so many solutions for any of the things, but it's those things at the beginning, your customer, understanding your internal customer as well, understanding your product and how you want to innovate. Technology can be modernized easily. You just send out an RFP in the market and people will respond. And you choose the one that's addressing your requirement. Simple as that. So this is one tool that we use. This is from Mintex, where we are a partner. And again, as you can see, it's 1, 2, and 3. And we focus our efforts on number 1 first when we talk about Mintex, is we want you to look at how are you mapping your processes? How are you managing those processes? Because almost your problems can be identified from number 1. Before you think about automating anything, understand the process first, then you'll know how to automate, because the tools are there. You can use workflow automation, you can use document management systems, e-signature systems, robotic process automation. Those are just tools, but you need to identify number 1 first. And then you go to your number 3, which is you need to constantly, where we are saying don't relax, you need to constantly look at how you continuously optimize your operations via operational analysis. And again, we are always emphasizing that even when we do digital transformation strategy facilitation, yes, you have legacy systems, but don't throw them away, because they can be connected using APIs, web apps, web solutions. So try and sweat out the things that cost you big money. Because if you pay 2 million for a new core banking system, when are you going to give the shareholders back value? You may promise 5 years in your business case, but I don't think it will happen. I've had experiences where that does not happen that fast. And some people, senior executives, have lost their jobs, or because they recommended something that really cost a lot of money, and then it took 3 years to implement, to even get it to work. So avoid getting fired if you're an executive in a financial institution. Try and get to sweat what is there, unless it no longer works completely. It's broken and everyone agrees. Next slide. So this tool is what we usually recommend as a starting point, as a building block for collaborative effort, and really get your institution to work around processes. If you can play this small clip.
Process management is a core business practice, and successful companies know that good process management contributes to the bottom line. Still, 3/4 of enterprises don't feel that process management is well understood or addressed in their organizations. That's where Mintex ProMap comes in. Mintex ProMap helps organizations establish total visibility and control over their enterprise processes with a solution that engages teams and empowers digital transformation. How does it work? We engage business teams, the people that understand their processes best, to capture and manage them with easy-to-use tools while removing technical barriers. The simple, clear process maps ensure that everyone can find and follow the processes they need with full information, from documents to videos and images embedded right there on the page. Real-time feedback and personalized dashboards keep everyone informed of the changes that impact them and invite real collaboration for continuous improvement. Every process has a full change log and clear accountability, building effective process governance and audit control into every level of your organization. Eliminate inefficiencies with variation control, custom tagging, and process change agreements. Use our reporting API to gather the information you need to increase performance and improve your processes. Ready to automate? Mintax ProMap integrates with our best-in-field workflow tools to make it easy to generate customized automation solutions that fit your processes quickly and accurately. Unlock your digital transformation and effectively manage your processes with the tool that teams love to use. Mintax ProMap.
So really, this is where we start from. There is one client in Botswana who has taken this solution up. They are 9 months into it. There is one here in Zimbabwe that has also embedded this in their business because they were trying to solve two problems. They are ISO 9000 2015 certified. So every time the Standards Association comes or notifies them they are coming to check their processes, it becomes, business as usual is disrupted at that company. Because everyone now is looking for those documented processes hidden in cupboards. What has changed, this and that, so that everything is ready when these auditors come. What this tool now will allow them to do is they will send a link to Standards Association. They can go into this platform, check there was a change on this process, there was change on this process. So when they come, they're just going to attack 5 processes that changed. And they spend less time at your institution, they disrupt your organization less by then interrupting people, why was this changed? So whatever you changed, is it what's now working? Right? The second is external auditors. Again, it disrupts their business. When external auditors come, it's an event, right, at the company. You can't just disappear. When an auditor comes, you must give them what they want. So someone fails to find a certain document, it's an issue, they write it down and they note it. Whereas with this tool, you send the auditors the link, they know who owns this process, so they know when they come, they're going to talk to this head of department and their name. There were these changes in the processes you are responsible for. And they address those issues. So those were the 2 pain points this client had. But in addition, what it allows your risk people to do is, because it has a heat map, which processes have not been looked at, they go red. Processes that have had someone look at them or open the process and try and just looking at it, they go orange. Processes where there have been activity on them, they are green. So with even internally, your risk assurance teams are able now to inspect the various departments, go to the red ones and say, no one is looking at this process, are they still relevant? And you have good discussions and dialogue. You have a framework, you have a platform on which to discuss. You know, it's not about, now there is a theft in the department, someone has stolen money. Everyone now, this department wants to understand which process has been breached. Because someone needs to be accountable. And someone must write an incident report that makes sense. You see, so we are in a digital world, and we really need to, the last one, so we really need to use tools that are out there. So it was Agile that figured out how to generate high performance teams on a consistent basis. If there was a Nobel Prize for management, which there isn't, and if there was any justice in the world, which there isn't, the creators of Agile would be awarded a Nobel Prize for management. So beyond agility amidst such massive change, Pulse of Profession research reveals the emergence of what we call gymnastic enterprises. Those that have learned to flex and pivot whenever needed, whilst maintaining structure, form, and governance. Thank you.
Once again, a round of applause. That's been a very interesting presentation. Thank you so much for that. At this particular stage, allow me to invite the President once again You see, as PMI, we are very generous. We don't just let you go back empty-handed. It's going to come through, and we are going to give him time to end of our talking of our appreciation. Yes, no more.
Yes, there you are. I was looking for you. Chester. Yes. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Please come up so that I can hand you a small token of appreciation from Project Management Institute, Zimbabwe chapter. Did you get a chance to have a look at the gift last time? Okay. So you notice that the gifts are in the shape of a... Yes, because they are speaking on one aspect of the talent triangle.
Nanzvachitaura iye wakuoneka sabhanzi uda kutanga wazva chichiitika miri wako kana waonata usingarwara siperi kwokukakati revehani mindful of the story. I said, I message I show her that we told you 2 million Alright, guys. Before we go to our lunch, I think we have had some very interesting conversations. And definitely, I know that many people would be having some questions that they would want to ask our presenters. I think we might need to take advantage of this so that we also get to confer and just get to give clarity on some other aspects that you might not have understood. I think we've got a second microphone. Do you know what I'm talking Pane bukura chaku winisai, achavunza mvunzo. Wakanaka kuti unza tinguwa ika anozo. So pane mabhuku atapiwa na Mr. Oni there, very beautiful books. So I'm supposed to ensure that my books are anoenda. Hey, adosunza mabo. All right. Where's the other microphone? All right. Turn out to rock. Hey, ladies, no more. Hey, try to take a balance. Then was your police so shape of triangle. What is it? I've got to go to conference. I repeat. And to our virtual audience, we hope you're also having a great time. And thank you so much for participating. And thanks to our media partners. Newsday, and let's keep tweeting the hashtag. We talked about them, agile mindset, project economy, quite a number of those things, and let's make the rounds. I'm seeing quite a number of hashtags on Twitter. Thank you so much for that. All right, Tashika.
Yeah, thank you, Chester, for a very wonderful presentation and also some challenges. I can see you are challenging banks, which you were part of the family.
All right, go on.
Yeah, first question, Chester, is on cloud computing. We hear that the regulator is against cloud computing for banks. We are not sure whether we are getting the good advice. So maybe as a consultant, you can enlighten us whether there is that regulation. Because that is what we hear. We've been challenging our IT guys for cloud computing because of the heavy equipment, hardware costs, but we get that explanation. I'm not challenging James, but that is what we get. You might need to comment on that. Then the second one is on agile versus the traditional method in as far as banks are concerned. Yeah, I think we are having some challenge in terms of managing the transition because also of the governance issues. You are aware of a lot of governance issues and that transition and, to marry the two. I'm not sure whether you've had some study or some specific recommendations so that there can be a smooth transition which does not conflict the two issues. Thank you.
All right. I think we can give Chester the opportunity to respond to the questions that's come under. All right. That is a microphone. Don't worry. Answer in which determine whether we're going to eat or we're going to eat later. I'm sure. Yeah. So the power is in your hands. Are you with me? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew, for those two questions. So I think from a regulatory perspective, I think the insistence that data needs to reside in country has been something that has always been an issue with Zimbabwean banks in particular. Whereas you go to a country like Botswana, they really don't care where the data sits. Because most of the banks, the data is sitting in South Africa or it's in Mauritius somewhere. I think in South Africa, only recently also sort of relaxed, but for what we have found is it's how you go and present your case to a regulator, because they are saying now they are a regulator who has a listening ear. So it's as long as you address the what they term risk issues, and you can address those risk issues, and how are you managing those risk issues, I think they say they will deal on a case by case. Yeah.
So tell me, what's the reason why they are against cloud computing?
It's where the data is residing.
Okay, they're saying it can
It
be...
needs to reside here, in country.
Okay.
Yeah, we had that situation for my previous bank, because everything was in South Africa, except the core system had to be split and the servers were physically in the country. In cloud computing, the servers can be anywhere, really.
Okay.
Yeah, so James maybe one could actually give some input there, because he is a man of serious experience in the IT field. So I would also want him to sort of give his opinion on that as well. Then in terms of the second question on the traditional methods versus agile methods, I think, yeah, to your point, it's really about now convincing the executives and training them what this agile means, and providing the documentation is still required, because you can't launch a product in a bank without full documentation, because you still need to go and present it to the central bank that we are about to launch this product, or we have made this change to this product, for them to give you a no objection letter to approve your product to go to market.
Then tell me, the central bank, has it received this type of training itself? Because you can be going with some very amazing presentation to people who have not been exposed to this kind of information.
Yeah, again, I think it all hinges on you packaging a solid presentation for them. They want to listen to you.
Okay.
How are you going to address these issues?
All right, interesting. Yeah. Guys, I come from a legal background. I'm quite a curious person. Because Drogotika can help you a tweet. President, I'm not going to which is why I think we also now need to start extending all these programs to some of these regulatory bodies, so they get to also appreciate where the future is going. And once they appreciate where the future is going, they need to realize that we are not here to threaten anyone, we are here to go forward. Guess what? The future is here, whether or not we like it. The future is no longer something that we say is coming, it's already here. All right, thanks so much.
Yeah, maybe just to add to what Chester was saying, the banking sector is highly regulated for sure, and the issue of the cloud pertains mostly to do with the customer information just sitting somewhere where probably as a country and entities who might at some point not have control. But the other way to look at it is our banks, financial institutions, they don't really do all their entire business on the banking system alone. They've got other supporting systems, finance and the likes. And probably the journey into the cloud can start with the other not so regulated areas, non-core banking services. And probably with time then we can all open our eyes and relax certain things, but it's a conversation that is ongoing, and the Central Bank says it does listen, especially if we do propose, risk mitigates, and maybe as a community, that is where we should also put in our efforts to say how best can we mitigate the risk. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for that. A round of applause. Mr. Winnie, who do you want to give the book? Was it nice to want to be popular with me? Yeah. Was got who wants no bias. And then, who do we give?
Well, but then it comes from my same workplace, so it gets disqualified from that.
All right, so who gets the book? Oh, is that Andrew?
Yes.
All right. So you get an autographed book from Patrick. I think you can link up with him soon after. Sorry? President, sure. Excellency. You can hand over the book. All right, so she will hand over in the moment. No one. Yeah, one. Guys. Hey, therefore, more hand over, take over a book. I will put that. That's fine. No, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect.
You can play past, I'll go to sit.
All right. Is it inspired by the book or inspired by the questions? All right. That's fine. I should have been better to get the book as well. Where's the microphone? All right, perfect. So we're almost nearing our lunchtime, but we thought it was very important to have this particular session so that we get to gain more clarity.
Thank you very much. Mine is a follow-up question to the topic that we've just been discussing on cloud computing. I've heard the responses, but coming from Dande Mtande point of view, and maybe some of the operators that are also in here, I know when we talk about cloud computing, all the times we are talking beyond the borders, which is unfortunate in my point of view, because as Dande Mtande, we offer cloud computing services. My understanding of what we are looking for is computing, is storage, and processing resources. And these are some of the resources that we offer as a business, as Dande Mtande, and I'm sure also Liquid do offer the same services, and Tel1. So when we are looking at cloud computing, I'm looking at having the banking, guys from the banking side. I think the concern which was raised is we are having to put in more money as we invest in infrastructure to support the core platforms and the systems that you are running. But I think the objective is then to minimize costs by investing in with a partner who has got the infrastructure, and you can then scale up as you go, which is exactly what Dande Mtande and the other operators in this country can offer you. So I don't think it's all about going beyond the borders. We offer the cloud service in Zimbabwe. Yeah, thank you. I think Zimnat, if they're around, I'm sure they can attest to that. They've all migrated their system, they're all running on the cloud. That's and Daniel was saying, you know what, I don't have to keep on investing in servers every time and again. But we have done that. It's a matter of speccing what you want. You come to us, then we provide you with what you're looking for.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So that's what my conference is. Round of applause for that. All right. June, I've seen your hand raised at one point in time. Still want to proceed?
Yes.
Oh, sure. Can you pass on the mic?
So, Mr. Chester, you had mentioned robotics process automation. How is the uptake of robotics process automation in the finance sector? Because some of the things that still happen with our banks, for instance, if you send money to a wrong account, it takes ages to get back. How is the market responding to this technology?
Yeah, so
if the transaction that fails, to reverse it takes
yeah, I think for us, really, we are, like I indicated, we are really at the starting phase of our business and our building our clients. And like I mentioned on that diagram, we are starting with the process first. So how can we understand the organization's processes better by instilling that Nintex ProMap? That's the only way we can identify, do we need to automate, which tasks can we put on where we can apply bots. However, I must say there is one particular microfinance. I won't mention their name at the moment because we've got another solution we're developing, but we put up a bot for them, which for them has cut out quite a number of issues where customers would walk or travel to their branch, and these are low-income earning people. So for them to visit a branch, it's a pain. For one, you have depleted the client's money, whereas they could come on WhatsApp and check their last 5 transactions. They can apply for a loan instantly. Because they're an existing customer, the data is inside there already. We just put an API behind the bot. We interrogate their system. Yes, he qualifies for $200 as a loan. The agent there, near that person, issues the loan from immediately. So this customer now no longer travels. And they can raise a query on the same bot if they have an issue. And a call center agent will call them and address their issue. But from a bigger financial sector perspective, I believe most banks, by the time they come to people like us, hey, it's a challenge, eh? For solutions, because some of the things can be addressed. They are more operational within the organization, and they do have manpower and capability to think around the solutions. But again, to your point, these are pain points coming from you. You are speaking from an external customer perspective. So it's a challenge to banks, really, either to build the skill internally, have a proper development team inside the bank, or they can put out an RFP so we respond to it and address those challenges. But so far, I must say the bank in Botswana has taken the first step, and we've put, and there is Nintex ProMap that has started for us to identify areas of automation.
Thank you so much for that. Hey, cool. I don't know. All right. Wow. All right. Where do we start? I think ladies now. And one Zan's not to be a married by this our reverse and so forth. Well, I was to that Ola by Evogish. Don't I want for the others? Do what I want. After I realized how I'm going for my one. Yes.
But I should say on EcoCash there is auto reversals. You can actually.
That's what I see.
But we'll go into detail about that later on. All right. Well, Dr. Shelley is no longer here, but Chester, you're speaking about agile in financial sector, and it's quite difficult for that transition from traditional to agile. What exactly are you doing to improve the agile maturity within organizations? Because basically there is the superficial, let's talk to the executives, but there is a lot more that goes into it. Oh, sorry. I'm just going to sorry. I was saying, what exactly are you doing? Are you doing the consultancy to improve or to grow the agile maturity of organizations? And if so, how do we go about maybe having you go to most institutions? Because I believe it's not only in finance, but most organizations, they still want to stick to the basic reporting and all that, but whereas we really do need to be agile.
All right, you want to respond to that? Yeah. Oh, okay. Chester, if someone wants to respond. Ed? Oh, okay. I love this conversation. How did you? Ed. All right. Yeah, I can Ed.
Okay, thank you, Arthur. Yeah, my question was along the same line as she raised, that the two presenters who have presented have highlighted that it is critical for the executive or maybe government at large to have a buy-in into this transformation into Agile. So my question was coming to PMI. As a project management professional board, what initiatives do we have or are we having to engage at this level so that there is buy-in? Because organizations and government can lose a lot of opportunities if we continue in the traditional, because change is here. Like one presenter said, this is the new normal. So if we drag our feet in terms of making decisions and to adopt Agile, we might lose opportunities. So what are we doing as a professional board to engage at that level so that we can move into Agile as quickly as possible?
Yeah, two good questions. I won't respond to the second one.
Second, dear President.
Yeah, dear President, yeah. But for this one, as consultants, we will not offer unsolicited information and advice to banks unless they engage us, because we need to invoice first. So I'll give an example of an insurer that we have taken through a digital transformation a project and implementation, assisted them in the implementation. So our first task was really to say we proposed Scrum Agile for implementing the areas, the 22 things that they wanted to digitize in their institution. And we started with the executives to give basic fundamentals of Scrum and how it works, that it is less documentation or is documentation that's built on the fly as you build. And there are also iterations that happen within the process of implementing these solutions. So we are not going to go through the waterfall process, and that was understood clearly at the top. However, because we are human beings, you always default to what you are comfortable with. So there was always this fight between the operatives now, us taking them through Scrum Agile, and the information relaying back to them. There was some discomfort there. But we then went through a process of certifying the operatives. So we put them through this Scrum Master certification and Product Owner certification, so that they are actually certified practitioners in the institution for sustainability. And then they can also better continuously engage their executives and speak the same shared language. Because as consultants who come in, once the money runs out for the period, we cannot continue entering the building until we are paid again. So, but we embed sustainable processes of certifying the existing staff so they are better equipped, so they don't come back to us because the invoices are not nice.
The invoice is not cheap.
Nice.
Nice one. There's a microphone there. I think it was raised. Then you want to answer the one on buy-in, is it? Yes. Guys, it's almost 2 o'clock, but Chikaba Nabas mentioned only Beijing. Trade alone.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. What's the name again?
Last
Basa. Yes, thank you, Last. Yes. So your question was what initiatives are we taking as a chapter to ensure that we get that buy-in, and you mentioned especially from government, is it? Okay, so I got the question right. Good. So yes, that's our vision. We mentioned about the vision, our vision earlier on, to promote the profession, for the profession to be recognized for all those agile aspects of managing projects to be deployed so that projects can be successful and the nation, the country can move forward. So we have to admit that is a long-term project. It's not an impossible project, but it is a long-term project. So because we have an agile mindset as a chapter, we have broken this into phases. This long-term project, we have broken it into smaller projects, smaller phases, so that we, as we go, we deliver value as we go. So we've started, for example, with membership. We're focused on a project to increase our membership, because the more we are, the bigger our voice. And you have seen the trajectory that in the past year or two, our numbers have actually been going up, and they will keep going up. So we are delivering that part of the project very well. We are being successful. We are also moving on to now into organizations. Also making sure that we engage organizations, being major stakeholders as well. And you'll see that events like this one, we've attracted quite a number of organizations who are here. Most of them are actually here for the first time. So we're traveling that road where we need the practitioner, we need their organizations, so that we can also work with them to promote the profession. We are also going, especially next year, my colleague Robert is also working on that. We are also going into tertiary institutions, where we are also going to engage universities, colleges, and so forth, because these are also stakeholders on this matter of attaining our ultimate vision. After that, now, we, together with all these, together with our members, with the support of the organizations, with the support of the institutions, when we knock on the government's door, we think that it will be opened. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Excellency. All right. Maoba Salamangani was supposed to be back here by 12 o'clock latest for the next presentation. But I want you to, is anyone else with the question? Those land are cool surprise. Anyone else with the question? Perfect. So I've got 1, 2. Sure.
Okay, thanks. Mine is not really a question, ED. Mine is trying to help with the conversation on the floor. Especially unless I'm hearing it a bit wrongly, but you don't want to think that when we are talking about agility and adopting an agile mindset, we are necessarily transitioning from the traditional or waterfall approaches, leaving them totally as we go towards the agility, the agile mindset. Because it's not all projects that will necessarily work within an agile framework. Some projects remain well suited for the waterfall predictive approaches. So, for example, if you're doing construction projects, they're largely still in the domain of predictive waterfall approach. When you're talking of the technical sort of projects you find in IAT, in banking and so on, whether they be marketing or technical projects, yes, product developments and so on, that sits very nicely within the agile mindset. So when you're thinking agile, there's certain things that make your approach or the specific management of a specific project agile. For example, when you really look at the way you plan. So the way you initiate the project is mostly the same, whether you're in a predictive or agile process.
You will still need to do most of the initiation, sort of the business cases, the chartering and so on. That will need to be done. When you're now planning, assuming you have a complex project, you only know a certain bit and you're going now to break up your project, iteratively, and it begins to be different. And the way you then go on to execute and deliver, whereas we are saying that with the predictive one, you are looking at delivering one working product or service at the end of the line, here you are doing it in bite-sized chunks and continuously delivering value over the different sprints, over the over a long period of time, working products to the. So I think it's safer to really keep it at the back of our minds that we will continue to mostly have these approaches living side by side, and at times working as a hybrid, rather than to think as if we are, like trying to wean ourselves off the traditional approaches. So when we're adopting that agile mindset, are we, bringing value to the customers quicker and more often, like how, for example, products like EcoCash were done, where you don't wait for it to all work and then put it out there. Begin to give it out and get feedback from the market. We call that empirical process control. You're getting feedback to improve your product, and you keep going like that. So there are certain aspects that make what you're doing an agile approach. And I think as practitioners, we don't want to be arbitrary in our understanding. Let's really know what we are saying, and so that we can advise people out there properly. Because at times, especially the issue of documentation that I think Andrew did raise. So it doesn't mean you're throwing away all documentation, but the onerous, especially the onerous planning that is required upfront, and then that happens in the traditional approach. I think for me that's the big difference between the two approaches, and obviously the continuous value delivery that you then begin to see, and other. There are about 4 or 5 key principles that make agile. And I think maybe we'll get to hear about that throughout the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Very powerful. And the traditional concepts on yeah, thanks so much for that contribution. I think that will be the last contribution before we can break for lunch. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Edith. My question is maybe directed to the President and maybe the chapter as a whole in general. Thinking of probably the issues that have been raised by some of the speakers, that when it comes to executing strategies, we do have a challenge. Strategies need to be projectized, which I totally agree and believe in. Should this not be a point as a chapter that we should now be thinking about playing an active role in assisting and assessing the project maturity of organizations, local organizations, so that as PMs we don't move ahead of the rest of the pack, and we tend to be misunderstood when we come up with some of these concepts like agile and so forth. And we let's move with the industry, let's move with the entire organization, and probably let's play the role of certification or assessment as a chapter. Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Already I like the idea that almost most of the people here are showing very good support, very good ambition for things that we should do as a chapter for the profession. Yes, that's exactly what we want to do. We are dedicated to doing that. I totally agree with what you have mentioned
that we should have a role to play as a chapter in assessing the project maturity of organizations and so forth. That is very true, and that is what we want. But like I said, it's a long road. The good thing is that we are already on the journey. We have begun the journey, and the journey starts with even organizations knowing who we are. We are still in that stage where some organizations, we are still introducing ourselves to some companies to say we are PMI Zimbabwe chapter, we are like this, and so forth. So that's the road that we are taking, that we engage stakeholders, we engage organizations, they get to know us. Then once we are past that, we can now start talking about what else can we offer you. Already we are offering professional development for the project managers in the organizations. What else can we offer? And things like we have mentioned, those are some of things that in the medium to long term we should be able to offer organizations and even the government itself.
Guys, no more Birao, please. Say it. Yeah, we need to run our business, and thanks so much for that contribution. And I think each and every one of us is brand ambassadors for PMI.
Yes.
So wherever we go, let's speak about it. Wherever we go, let's talk about it. Wherever we go, let's talk about the benefits. And that's how we also get to have that impact. And so let's keep the conversation rolling, and let's take more pics and tag each other on Twitter and also make the noise. I don't know if it was really deliberate, because we did behave by so much like our president. I'm not going to tell me that you're not agile. So guys, let's go for lunch, and we're supposed to leave early. In order for us to remain in control of our time, I want us to come back at 2 p.m. so that we continue the conversation. We're starting a conversation on leadership, and I think each and every one of us needs to know. And you youth,
looking forward to successfully managing your projects across all sectors, from mining, agriculture, IT, financial services, and a whole lot more? Ideal Solutions is the right place for you. We help you attain internationally recognized project management certification training in Project Management Professional, IGEL certification, business analysis, or PRINCE2. All this is to enable you to demonstrate your competitiveness through the application of proper project management methods tailored to suit your business environment, which is essential for organizational success. At Ideal, we take you through application process, training, bootcamp, and final exams. To enroll, email us on info@idealsolutions.co.zw or simply visit our website www.idealsolutions.co.zw. Ideal Solutions, the right place for you.
These are the paths to enhance your experience, build your network, and leverage all that PMI can offer to help you meet your goals. For individuals, the project economy means that you need the right skills and mindset to turn ideas into reality, no matter what type of initiative you are working on. For organizations, it means that decision makers need to understand how to staff teams with the right skills to deliver value and drive strategic outcomes. At PMI, we view the world through this new, future-focused lens, and we want your PMI membership to be a significant part of empowering you to make your projects a success and your ideas a reality. Get started, and we will see you around the community. And remember, if you have a question, you can contact us via phone, chat, or email, and we will be happy to help. Or you can use PMI Customer Care via Alexa. Visit pmi.org and click on the contact button for more details.
Installed in your car also works as a tracker. And what's more, the tracker comes for free without any monthly subscriptions. Register for Mover Pay As You Drive insurance today and get the premiums you deserve. Simply email underwriting@kasavasmarttech.co.zw or contact your broker. For more information, visit www.mover.co.zw. Mover, your cover on the go. Whenever I need to pay for something, chat, or connect with a group of people, socialize, watch or listen to great content, access global and country services, connect on Wi-Fi, or travel without any hassle, I bank on Sasai, the all-in-one app that does it all. Sasai. Pay, chat, explore. They say I'm picky, but that's just me. I like my things in a certain way. A way that mirrors who I am. If it's not just about right, I don't want it. If it doesn't suit my lifestyle, I don't want it either. Some may call it finicky, but I call it knowing exactly what I want. That's why I have EcoSure Insurance that does everything just the way I like it.
EcoSure, uphenyu wakarongeka, impilo ehlelekileyo.
Welcome to PMI, the world's leading project management organization. Congratulations on becoming a PMI member, a choice that puts you in the best possible position to meet your goals and be successful in the world of project management. In today's constantly changing environment, the job outlook for skilled project, program and portfolio management professionals has never been better. In recent years, primarily due to advances in technology, the way we work has changed. Organizations and people are increasingly centered around a portfolio of projects. Consequently, at PMI, we're broadening our focus from project management to a world in which people and organizations take on various roles and approaches to deliver products, projects, and value streams. We call this new way of working the project economy. In fact, 79% of executives agree that the future of work will be based more on specific projects than roles. An organization's future is in the hands of those who bring projects to life. As a result, research suggests that 22 million new jobs are expected to be created in the project management labor force by 2027. So how can becoming a PMI member help you? First of all, it says something about you. It signifies that you are serious about your project management career and your professional development. It highlights dedication, but beyond the enhanced credibility, it will also really get you moving. Because as the world leader in project management practices, advocacy, education and research, PMI provides the most extensive and valuable range of knowledge and career resources available anywhere in the world. As a PMI member, you now have access to all of these resources. as well as access to local and global communities, opportunities to grow and give back to the profession, and money-saving discounts, rewards and perks. The chance to excel in your work and continuing career has never been greater. And it's not just you that stands to benefit. Your membership also benefits the organisation you work for, as they too are rewarded by your development of core skills, increased efficiency, access to time-saving resources, increased global connectivity, and the application of standards and knowledge that have consistently been proven to increase the chances of project success. Now we want to ensure that you know how to access all of your tools and resources, so you can get involved, get inspired, and get exactly what you need when you need it. First, it's important to take some time to complete your PMI profile. By doing this, you'll enjoy a much more personal experience and be able to easily access all the benefits that PMI membership offers. It's simple. Visit pmi.org and log in with your username and password. Once you're logged in, click on My PMI, where you can access your dashboard and complete your profile. Questions along the way? PMI has representatives ready to help you at all times, via phone, email, or online chat. Alternatively, you could do this. Alexa, open PMI Customer Care. PMI Customer Care via Alexa can be accessed by enabling the PMI Customer Care Alexa skill through any Amazon Alexa-enabled device, giving you access to many helpful services, such as FAQs. Once your profile is complete, we can provide you with information tailored to your preferences. My PMI becomes your go-to page for details on upcoming events, webinars, the status of your PMI certifications, the PDUs you've earned in your current certification cycle, and for knowledge resources on up to 14 different topics that support your informational needs and expand your knowledge. From the My PMI dashboard, you'll also be able to learn more about certification and find the certifications that best suit your professional development. The career-enhancing value of PMI certification is something we will look at shortly. But for now, it's worth mentioning that if you've applied for a certification, your My PMI dashboard will let you know your application status. One of the most impactful benefits of becoming a PMI member is that you are now connected to the knowledge, experience, and ideas of more than 600,000 other members just like yourself. The door is now open to you to engage with your fellow members in a myriad of ways, both locally and globally. One of the best ways to start networking and building contacts is to locate, join, and become involved with your local chapter. PMI has over 300 chapters globally, and there are many opportunities for you and your professional development when you become involved. Attend chapter meetups where you'll be able to connect with your peers, make new contacts, take advantage of PDU opportunities, and receive guidance from other certified, experienced project managers who can offer knowledge and advice to new members. Engage with other like-minded project managers who understand local considerations and can help you find solutions to issues you may be facing. By building a local network and gaining insider connections at companies in your area, you will have access to the inside track on any relevant opportunities that may be coming up. Become part of an inner circle of local project managers and make connections with people in your area who are driving the field of project management forward. From those just starting out to those at the top of their careers. Enjoy exclusive local chapter events and seminars, such as special guest talks, where you can learn how to approach new challenges from people who have faced similar obstacles in the past. To find your local chapter, visit the membership section of pmi.org and navigate to the local chapters page. Once logged in, you'll see a suggested nearby chapter to join, which will be recommended based on your current IP address. It's a move that could have far-reaching positive benefits in both your professional and personal life.
Day in and day out, the world's technology is rapidly changing, and how business is done changes too. The help of a reliable ICT solutions partner makes it possible for you to stay geared. Lande Mutande is a partner that powers you virtually anywhere, a partner that opens new possibilities. With over 20 years of experience, Lande Mutande has a team of experts that are ready to provide you with high-speed connectivity, customized cloud solutions, cybersecurity solutions, and smart solutions through the Internet of Things. Lande Mutande is your one-stop shop for hardware, software, and ICT training. When you think Lande Mutande, you are guaranteed of reliability. We always adapt and innovate to provide you with services that enable you to always put your best foot forward. Lande Mutande, your reliable ICT solutions partner.
A data center is a physical facility that organizations use to house and data. At Lande Mutande, we term this an essential infrastructure. As drivers of ICT innovation, organizations' assets are safe. Our state-of-the-art data center has multi-layer metric entry coupled by smart CCTV systems which remotely monitor every movement within the facility. System to mitigate the risk of fires through early detection and automated chemical extinguishers. As our data center is a Tier 3 facility, we guarantee 100% uptime through redundant power, cooling, and connectivity. Your data is also backed up and replicated across our 3 data centers in Harare and our new data center in Bulawayo. To suit your global needs, we have presence at Terraco in Johannesburg, South Africa. The first tier for power runs a dual setup which is generated from 2 separate power feeds. Both power feeds have 2 separate generators and 2 fully redundant uninterrupted power supply systems. The second tier for cooling is accommodated in a cold, hot, cold aisle setup which ensures high performance. The third tier, which is hinged on connectivity and network availability, gives you assurance of redundant connectivity through diverse, multiple failover options for connectivity. One thing we pride ourselves in is the ability to be provider agnostic. Hence, we have the privilege of hosting all fiber providers in Zimbabwe, work you prefer. As part of our suite of data center services, we offer co-location services which house your IT infrastructure. We understand the high levels of investment you have put in, therefore, we want to expand with you by offering you opportunity to safeguard your critical data in our high-powered facility. Our co-location centers allow you to house your actual physical infrastructure or utilize customized rack space. We also take the load on your shoulders with regards to increased demand for cloud services. Lande Mutande offers cloud services which allow you to set up what is essentially a virtual office to give you the flexibility of connecting to your business anywhere, anytime. You can reduce the cost of system upgrades, software, and any IT infrastructure in the cloud. Using our cloud services will free up your time so you can get on with running your business. Ensuring that your data and systems are backed up and protected in the cloud are an important part of your business continuity planning. Whether you experience a natural disaster, power failure, or other crises, our backup and disaster recovery service will ensure that your business legacy is safe. We also offer all year-round support services with our remote and smart hand services, which allow you to enjoy on-demand technical support delivered per your instructions via phone or email. We give you the peace of mind to take a sip of coffee and sit back while we take care of your critical data without forcing you to be there physically.
Hello? Hello, Terry. Where are you? Hello? The meeting started 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm actually trying to log in right now. You know we have a client. Yes, I'm sorry, my internet is bad. Can you give me 5 minutes? Just 5 minutes.
I had it first. It's mine. I had it first. It's mine. I had it first. It's mine.
Hey kids, keep quiet!
Terisha, can you please disconnect for a bit? My internet is so slow. I need to download my modules. But my assignments are due today. chiona manje ndakambozvitaura izvi titsvagirwe intaneti inonyatsoshanda kwete zvenyu zvisingashande izvi.
Sandimiri zhonga iyoyo nenyaya yekushandisa zvimaitaneti zvemanga-manga. But it doesn't have to be like that. With packages starting from very low prices and ranging from capped to uncapped packages, it's such a breeze to work remotely, attend virtual meetings, move along with your e-learning classes, binge on your favorite sport or TV show, and keep your kids and guests entertained. Once our tech team gets on the ground, installation is quick and our support team is available on our call center or WhatsApp chat. Switch over to Utande LTE, our fast, reliable internet service.
Sign up today. Visit www.utande.co.zw or call us on 086 88 000 004. Terms and conditions apply. Utande, more than just broadband.
Are you looking forward to successfully managing your projects across all sectors, from mining, agriculture, IT, financial services, and a whole lot more? Ideal Solutions is the right place for you. We help you attain internationally recognized project management certification training in Project Management Professional, IJO certification, Business Analysis, or PRINCE2. All this is to enable you to demonstrate your competitiveness through the application of proper project management methods tailored to suit your business environment, which is essential for organizational success. At Ideal, we take you through application process, training, bootcamp, and final exams. To enroll, email us on info@idealsolutions.co.zw or simply visit our website www.idealsolutions.co.zw. Ideal Solutions, the right place for you.
These are the paths to enhance your experience, build your network, and leverage all that PMI can offer to help you meet your goals. For individuals, the project economy means that you need the right skills and mindset to turn ideas into reality, no matter what type of initiative you are working on. For organizations, it means that decision makers need to understand how to staff teams with the right skills to deliver value and drive strategic outcomes. At PMI, we view the world through this new future-focused lens, and we want your PMI membership to be a significant part of empowering you to make your projects a success and your ideas a reality. Get started and we will see you around the community. And remember, if you have a question, you can contact us via phone, chat or email and we will be happy to help. Or you can use PMI customer care via Alexa. Visit pmi.org and click on the contact button for more details.
Save big on your motor vehicle insurance with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your motor vehicle insurance that lets you pay the premiums you deserve according to your driving behavior, such as speed, acceleration, mileage, and braking. Here are some of the benefits you'll enjoy with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your premiums are based on your driving behavior. Should you be involved in an accident, the vehicle tracking device will immediately send a signal to Mover, and a Mars ambulance and a tow vehicle will be sent for help. If you're not hospitalized, Mover will get you free via instantly to take you home. In case your car is stolen, the data collection device installed in your car also works as a tracker. And what's more, the tracker comes for free without any monthly subscriptions. Register for Mover Pay As You Drive insurance today and get the premiums you deserve. Simply email underwriting@cassavasmarttech.co.zw or contact your broker. For more information, visit www.mover.co.zw. Mover, your cover on the go. Whenever I need to pay for something, chat, or connect with a group of people, socialize, watch or listen to great content, access global and country services, connect on Wi-Fi, or travel without any hassle, I bank on Sasai, the all-in-one app that does it all. Sasai. Pay, chat, explore. They say I'm picky, but that's just me. I like my things in a certain way. A way that mirrors who I am. If it's not just about right, I don't want it. If it doesn't suit my lifestyle, I don't want it either. Some may call it finicky, but I call it knowing exactly what I want. That's why I have EcoSure Insurance that does everything just the way I like it.
EcoSure, uphenyu wakarongeka, impilo ehlelekileyo.
Welcome to PMI, the world's leading project management organisation. Congratulations on becoming a PMI member, a choice that puts you in the best possible position to meet your goals and be successful in the world of project management. In today's constantly changing environment, the job outlook for skilled project, programme and portfolio management professionals has never been better. In recent years, primarily due to advances in technology, the way we work has changed. Organisations and people are increasingly centred around a portfolio of projects. Consequently, at PMI, we're broadening our focus from project management to a world in which people and organisations take on various roles and approaches to deliver products, projects and value streams. We call this new way of working the project economy. In fact, 79% of executives agree that the future of work will be based more on specific projects than roles. An organisation's future is in the hands of those who bring projects to life. As a result, research suggests that 22 million new jobs are expected to be created in the project management labour force by 2027. So how can becoming a PMI member help you? First of all, it says something about you. It signifies that you are serious about your project management career and your professional development. It highlights dedication, but beyond the enhanced credibility, it will also really get you moving. Because as the world leader in project management practices, advocacy, education and research, PMI provides the most extensive and valuable range of knowledge and career resources available anywhere in the world. As a PMI member, you now have access to all of these resources, as well as access to local and global communities, opportunities to grow and give back to the profession, and money-saving discounts, rewards and perks. The chance to excel in your work and continuing career has never been greater. And it's not just you that stands to benefit. Your membership also benefits the organisation you work for, as they too are rewarded by your development of core skills, increased efficiency, access to time-saving resources, increased global connectivity, and the application of standards and knowledge that have consistently been proven to increase the chances of project success. Now we want to ensure that you know how to access all of your tools and resources, so you can get involved, get inspired, and get exactly what you need when you need it. First, it's important to take some time to complete your PMI profile. By doing this, you'll enjoy a much more personal experience and be able to easily access all the benefits that PMI membership offers. It's simple. Visit pmi.org and log in with your username and password. Once you're logged in, click on My PMI, where you can access your dashboard and complete your profile. Questions along the way? PMI has representatives ready to help you at all times, via phone, email, or online chat. Alternatively, you could do this. Alexa, open PMI Customer Care. PMI Customer Care via Alexa can be accessed by enabling the PMI Customer Care Alexa skill through any Amazon Alexa-enabled device, giving you access to many helpful services, such as FAQs. Once your profile is complete, we can provide you with information tailored to your preferences. My PMI becomes your go-to page for details on upcoming events, webinars, the status of your PMI certifications, the PDUs you've earned in your current certification cycle, and for knowledge resources on up to 14 different topics that support your informational needs and expand your knowledge. From the My PMI dashboard, you'll also be able to learn more about certification and find the certifications that best suit your professional development. The career-enhancing value of PMI certification is something we will look at shortly. But for now, it's worth mentioning that if you've applied for a certification, your My PMI dashboard will let you know your application status. One of the most impactful benefits of becoming a PMI member is that you are now connected to the knowledge, experience, and ideas of more than 600,000 other members just like yourself. The door is now open to you to engage with your fellow members in a myriad of ways, both locally and globally. One of the best ways to start networking and building contacts is to locate, join, and become involved with your local chapter. PMI has over 300 chapters globally, and there are many opportunities for you and your professional development when you become involved. Attend chapter meetups where you'll be able to connect with your peers, make new contacts, take advantage of PDU opportunities, and receive guidance from other certified, experienced project managers who can offer knowledge and advice to new members. Engage with other like-minded project managers who understand local considerations and can help you find solutions to issues you may be facing. By building a local network and gaining insider connections at companies in your area, you will have access to the inside track on any relevant opportunities that may be coming up. Become part of an inner circle of local project managers and make connections with people in your area who are driving the field of project management forward, from those just starting out to those at the top of their careers. Enjoy exclusive local chapter events and seminars, such as special guest talks, where you can learn how to approach new challenges from people who have faced similar obstacles in the past. To find your local chapter, visit the membership section of pmi.org and navigate to the local chapters page. Once logged in, you'll see a suggested nearby chapter to join, which will be recommended based on your current IP address. It's a move that could have far-reaching positive benefits in both your professional and personal life.
And day out, the world's technology is rapidly changing, and how business is done changes too. The help of a reliable ICT solutions partner makes it possible for you to stay geared. Dande Mutande is a partner that powers you virtually anywhere, a partner that opens new possibilities. With over 20 years of experience, Lande Mutande has a team of experts that are ready to provide you with high-speed connectivity, customized cloud solutions, cybersecurity solutions, and smart solutions through the Internet of Things. Lande Mutande is your one-stop shop for hardware, software, and ICT training. When you think Lande Mutande, you are guaranteed of reliability. We always adapt and innovate to provide you with services that enable you to always put your best foot forward. Lande Mutande, your reliable ICT solutions partner.
A data center is a physical facility that organizations use to house their critical applications and data. At Lande Mutande, we term this an essential infrastructure. As drivers of ICT innovation, Lande Mutande runs the largest independent Tier 3 data center in Zimbabwe. To ensure that your organization's assets are safe, our state-of-the-art data center has multi-layered, impenetrable layers of security. This is backed up by biometric entry coupled by smart CCTV systems which remotely monitor every movement within the facility. The data center, which is operational 24/7, 365, has been uniquely built with a fire and gas suppression system to mitigate the risk of fires through early detection and automated chemical extinguishers. As our data center is a Tier 3 facility, we guarantee 100% uptime through redundant power, cooling, and connectivity. Your data is also backed up and replicated across our 3 data centers in Harare and our new data center in Bulawayo. To suit your global needs, we have presence at Terraco in Johannesburg, South Africa. The first tier for power runs a dual setup which is generated from 2 separate power feeds. Both power feeds have 2 separate generators and 2 fully redundant uninterrupted power supply systems. The second tier for cooling is accommodated in a cold-hot-cold aisle setup which ensures high performance. The third tier, which is hinged on connectivity and network availability, gives you assurance of redundant connectivity through diverse, multiple failover options for connectivity. One thing we pride ourselves in is the ability to be provider agnostic. Hence, we have the privilege of using all fiber providers in Zimbabwe. This gives you the leeway to choose which network you prefer. And the high levels of investment you have put in, therefore, we want to expand with you by offering you an opportunity to safeguard your critical data in our high-powered facility. Our co-location centers allow you to house your actual physical infrastructure or utilize customized rack space. We also take the load off your shoulders with regards to upgrading and maintaining your data. The growing need to be virtual and work remotely has increased demand for cloud services. Lande Mutande offers cloud services which allow you to set up what is essentially a virtual office to give you the flexibility of connecting to your business anywhere, anytime. You can reduce the cost of system upgrades, new hardware and software by storing your business systems, emails, data, software, and any IT infrastructure in the cloud. Using our cloud services will free up your time so you can get on with running your business. Ensuring that your data and systems are backed up and protected in the cloud are an important part of your business continuity planning. Whether you experience a natural disaster, power failure, or other crises, our backup and disaster recovery service will ensure that your business legacy is safe. We also offer all year-round support services with our remote and smart hand services, which allow you to enjoy on-demand technical support delivered per your instructions via phone or email. We give you the peace of mind to take a sip of coffee and sit back while we take care of your critical data without forcing you to be there physically.
Hello?
Hello, Terry. Where are
Hello?
you? The meeting
Yes,
is
sir.
done 10
Yes, sir.
minutes ago and we
Yeah,
still
I'm actually
haven't
trying
seen
to
you
log in
online.
right now.
You know we have a client
Yes, I'm sorry, my internet is bad. Can you give me 5 minutes? Just 5 minutes.
I had it first. It's mine. I had it first. It's mine. I had it first. It's mine.
Hey kids, keep quiet!
Terisha, can you please disconnect for a bit? My internet is so slow. I need to download my modules. But my assignments are due today. Chiona manje ndakambozvitaura izvi titsvagirwa internet inonyatsoshanda kuti zvenyu zvisingashande izvi.
Sandimiri zhonga iyoyo nenyaya yekushandisa zvima-internet zvemanga-manga. But it doesn't have to be like that. With packages starting from very low prices and ranging from capped to uncapped packages, it's such a breeze to work remotely, attend virtual meetings, move along with your e-learning classes, binge on your favorite sport or TV show, and keep your kids and guests entertained. Once our tech team gets on the ground, installation is quick and our support team is available on our call center or WhatsApp chat. Switch over to Utande LTE, our fast, reliable internet service.
Sign up today. Visit www.utande.co.zw or call us on 086 88 000 004. Terms and conditions apply. Utande, more than just broadband.
Are you looking forward to successfully managing your projects across all sectors, from mining, agriculture, IT, financial services, and a whole lot more? Ideal Solutions is the right place for you. We help you attain internationally recognized project management certification training in Project Management Professional, IJO certification, Business Analysis, or PRINCE2. All this is to enable you to demonstrate your competitiveness through the application of proper project management methods tailored to suit your business environment, which is essential for organizational success. At Ideal, we take you through application process, training, bootcamp, and final exams. To enroll, email us on info@idealsolutions.co.zw or simply visit our website www.idealsolutions.co.zw. Ideal Solutions, the right place for you.
These are the paths to enhance your experience, build your network, and leverage all that PMI can offer to help you meet your goals. For individuals, the project economy means that you need the right skills and mindset to turn ideas into reality, no matter what type of initiative you are working on. For organizations, it means that decision makers need to understand how to staff teams with the right skills to deliver value and drive strategic outcomes. At PMI, we view the world through this new, future-focused lens, and we want your PMI membership to be a significant part of empowering you to make your projects a success and your ideas a reality. Get started, and we will see you around the community. And remember, if you have a question, you can contact us via phone, chat, or email, and we will be happy to help. Or you can use PMI Customer Care via Alexa. Visit pmi.org and click on the contact button for more details.
Save big on your motor vehicle insurance with Mover Pay As You Drive, your motor vehicle insurance that lets you pay the premiums you deserve according to your driving behavior, such as speed, acceleration, mileage, and braking. Here are some of the benefits you'll enjoy with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your premiums are based on your driving behavior. Should you be involved in an accident, the vehicle tracking device will immediately send a signal to Mover, and a Mars ambulance and a tow vehicle will be sent for help. If you're not hospitalized, Mover will get you free via instantly to take you home. In case your car is stolen, the data collection device installed in your car also works as a tracker. And what's more, the tracker comes for free without any monthly subscriptions. Register for Mover Pay As You Drive insurance today and get the premiums you deserve. Simply email underwriting@cassavasmarttech.co.zw or contact your broker. For more information, visit www.mover.co.zw. Mover, your cover on the go. Whenever I need to pay for something, chat, or connect with a group of people, socialize, watch or listen to great content, access global and country services, connect on Wi-Fi, or travel without any hassle, I bank on Sasai, the all-in-one app that does it all. Sasai. Pay, chat, explore. They say I'm picky, but that's just me. I like my things in a certain way. A way that mirrors who I am. If it's not just about right, I don't want it. If it doesn't suit my lifestyle, I don't want it either. Some may call it finicky, but I call it knowing exactly what I want. That's why I have EcoSure Insurance that does everything just the way I like it.
EcoSure, uphenyu wakarongeka, impilo ehlelekileyo.
Welcome to PMI, the world's leading project management organization. Congratulations on becoming a PMI member.
I am Flavius Kofi, the president of Project Management Institute Zimbabwe chapter. We are here as project managers at Troutbeck Resort in Nyanga for the 2021 Annual Project Management Conference. The theme of the conference is Embracing an Agile Mindset, Delivering Value in Uncertain Times. So we have close to 80 project managers who are here from various sectors of the Zimbabwean economy. We've got people from IT, from engineering, from banking and insurance, from social services, all the sectors. They are all gathered here. And we are looking forward to an interesting conference. In fact, we actually started yesterday, the 4th, when we got here, with some team building sessions and other various activities. This morning we had also a wellness session, because a project manager should be well, not just in mind, but also physically. Yes, we are living in turbulent times. The times are changing, and this is the time for project managers to step up. This is the time for project managers to have an agile mindset, to be able to adapt, to be able to cope with the situation, to be able to make the necessary changes quick enough to deliver results. Today, the 5th of November, is for us a Project Managers Day. All the sessions here are focusing on professional learning for project managers. We look forward to learning, we look forward to professional networking, and also to having fun. We'll have another day tomorrow. We will also be focusing on all other stakeholders, members of the public, anyone who may be interested in project management to learn the value of project management and how it can help for our Zimbabwean economy to grow and to develop. Feel free to join us. You can connect to us virtually. You can watch live streaming on the Newsday Facebook page, on PMI Zimbabwe YouTube page. You can also find us on LinkedIn. Follow us and enjoy us wherever you are. You can enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Save big on your motor vehicle insurance with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your motor vehicle insurance that lets you pay the premiums you deserve according to your driving behavior, such as speed, acceleration.
Are you looking forward to successfully managing your projects across all sectors, from mining, agriculture, IT, financial services, and a whole lot more? Ideal Solutions is the right place for you. We help you attain internationally recognized project management certification training in Project Management Professional, IJO certification, Business Analysis, or PRINCE2. All this is to enable you to demonstrate your competitiveness through the application of proper project management methods tailored to suit your business environment, which is essential for organizational success. At Ideal, we take you through application process, training, bootcamp, and final exams. To enroll, email us on info@idealsolutions.co.zw or simply visit our website www.idealsolutions.co.zw. Ideal Solutions, the right place for you.
These are the paths to enhance your experience, build your network, and leverage all that PMI can offer to help you meet your goals. For individuals, the project economy means that you need the right skills and mindset to turn ideas into reality, no matter what type of initiative you are working on. For organisations, it means that decision makers need to understand how to staff teams with the right skills to deliver value and drive strategic outcomes. At PMI, we view the world through this new future-focused lens, and we want your PMI membership to be a significant part of empowering you to make your projects a success and your ideas a reality. Get started and we will see you around the community. And remember, if you have a question, you can contact us via phone, chat or email and we will be happy to help. Or you can use PMI Customer Care via Alexa. Visit pmi.org and click on the contact button for more details.
Save big on your motor vehicle insurance with Mover Pay As You Drive, your motor vehicle insurance that lets you pay the premiums you deserve according to your driving behavior, such as speed, acceleration, mileage, and braking. Here are some of the benefits you'll enjoy with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your premiums are based on your driving behavior. Should you be involved in an accident, the vehicle tracking device will immediately send a signal to Mover, and a Mars ambulance and a tow vehicle will be sent for help. If you're not hospitalized, Mover will get you free via instantly to take you home. In case your car is stolen, the data collection device installed in your car also works as a tracker. And what's more, the tracker comes for free without any monthly subscriptions. Register for Mover Pay As You Drive insurance today and get the premiums you deserve. Simply email underwriting@cassavasmarttech.co.zw or contact your broker. For more information, visit www.mover.co.zw. Mover, your cover on the go. Whenever I need to pay for something, chat, or connect with a group of people, socialize, watch or listen to great content, access global and country services, connect on Wi-Fi, or travel without any hassle, I bank on Sasai, the all-in-one app that does it all. Sasai. Pay, chat, explore. They say I'm picky, but that's just me. I like my things in a certain way. A way that mirrors who I am. If it's not just about right, I don't want it. If it doesn't suit my lifestyle, I don't want it either.
Some may call it finicky, but I call it knowing exactly what I want. That's why I have EcoSure Insurance that does everything just the way I like it.
EcoSure, uphenyu wakarongeka, impilo ehlelekileyo.
Welcome to PMI, the world's leading project management organisation. Congratulations on becoming a PMI member, a choice that puts you in the best possible position to meet your goals and be successful in the world of project management. In today's constantly changing environment, the job outlook for skilled project, programme and portfolio management professionals has never been better. In recent years, primarily due to advances in technology, the way we work has changed. Organisations and people are increasingly centred around a portfolio of projects. Consequently, at PMI, we're broadening our focus from project management to a world in which people and organisations take on various roles and approaches to deliver products, projects and value streams. We call this new way of working the project economy. In fact, 79% of executives agree that the future of work will be based more on specific projects than roles. An organisation's future is in the hands of those who bring projects to life. As a result, research suggests that 22 million new jobs are expected to be created in the project management labour force by 2027. So how can becoming a PMI member help you? First of all, it says something about you. It signifies that you are serious about your project management career and your professional development. It highlights dedication, but beyond the enhanced credibility, it will also really get you moving. Because as the world leader in project management practices, advocacy, education and research, PMI provides the most extensive and valuable range of knowledge and career resources available anywhere in the world. As a PMI member, you now have access to all of these resources, as well as access to local and global communities, opportunities to grow and give back to the profession, and money-saving discounts, rewards and perks. The chance to excel in your work and continuing career has never been greater. And it's not just you that stands to benefit. Your membership also benefits the organisation you work for, as they too are rewarded by your development of core skills, increased efficiency, access to time-saving resources, increased global connectivity, and the application of standards and knowledge that have consistently been proven to increase the chances of project success. Now we want to ensure that you know how to access all of your tools and resources, so you can get involved, get inspired, and get exactly what you need when you need it. First, it's important to take some time to complete your PMI profile. By doing this, you'll enjoy a much more personal experience and be able to easily access all the benefits that PMI membership offers. It's simple. Visit pmi.org and log in with your username and password. Once you're logged in, click on My PMI, where you can access your dashboard and complete your profile. Questions along the way? PMI has representatives ready to help you at all times, via phone, email, or online chat. Alternatively, you could do this. Alexa, open PMI Customer Care. PMI Customer Care via Alexa can be accessed by enabling the PMI Customer Care Alexa skill through any Amazon Alexa-enabled device, giving you access to many helpful services, such as FAQs. Once your profile is complete, we can provide you with information tailored to your preferences. My PMI becomes your go-to page for details on upcoming events, webinars, the status of your PMI certifications, the PDUs you've earned in your current certification cycle, and for knowledge resources on up to 14 different topics that support your informational needs and expand your knowledge. From the My PMI dashboard, you'll also be able to learn more about certification and find the certifications that best suit your professional development. The career-enhancing value of PMI certification is something we will look at shortly. But for now, it's worth mentioning that if you've applied for a certification, your My PMI dashboard will let you know your application status. One of the most impactful benefits of becoming a PMI member is that you are now connected to the knowledge, experience, and ideas of more than 600,000 other members just like yourself. The door is now open to you to engage with your fellow members in a myriad of ways, both locally and globally. One of the best ways to start networking and building contacts is to locate, join, and become involved with your local chapter. PMI has over 300 chapters globally, and there are many opportunities for you and your professional development when you become involved. Attend chapter meetups where you'll be able to connect with your peers, make new contacts, take advantage of PDU opportunities, and receive guidance from other certified, experienced project managers who can offer knowledge and advice to new members. Engage with other like-minded project managers who understand local considerations and can help you find solutions to issues you may be facing. By building a local network and gaining insider connections at companies in your area, you will have access to the inside track on any relevant opportunities that may be coming up. Become part of an inner circle of local project managers and make connections with people in your area who are driving the field of project management forward, from those just starting out to those at the top of their careers. Enjoy exclusive local chapter events and seminars, such as special guest talks, where you can learn how to approach new challenges from people who have faced similar obstacles in the past. To find your local chapter, visit the membership section of pmi.org and navigate to the local chapters page. Once logged in, you'll see a suggested nearby chapter to join, which will be recommended based on your current IP address. It's a move that could have far-reaching positive benefits in both your professional and personal life.
Day out, the world's technology is rapidly changing, and how business is done changes too. The help of a reliable ICT solutions partner makes it possible for you to stay geared. Lande Mutande is a partner that powers you virtually anywhere, a partner that opens new possibilities. With over 20 years of experience, Lande Mutande has a team of experts that are ready to provide you with high-speed connectivity, customized cloud solutions, cybersecurity solutions, and smart solutions through the Internet of Things. Lande Mutande is your one-stop shop for hardware, software, and ICT training. When you think Lande Mutande, you are guaranteed of reliability. We always adapt and innovate to provide you with services that enable you to always put your best foot forward. Lande Mutande, your reliable ICT solutions partner.
A data center is a physical facility that organizations use to house their critical applications and data. At Lande Mutande, we term this an essential infrastructure. As drivers of ICT innovation,
who is going to be presenting to us is quite a very influential figure. And without much further ado, let me leave this time to our wonderful speaker, Mr. Chaluka. Over to you. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Arthur. So, Arthur, can I request for a favor from you? This is the hardest session because people get a bit of starch and people will be sleeping. There's a box of goodies there. So, when I ask questions, people will participate. Can you please give away the goodies so that we get more participation? Thank you.
All right, so guys, for those who are going to concentrate, there's something good in this box. Are you with me? Yeah.
All right, so we are pressed of time. I understand the next speaker is going to speak to us virtually and we need to be on time. I'm going to take you through the leadership pillar of the Talent Triangle, and I'm going to focus on driving project management through transformational leadership. So, I was hoping the technology would not let me down here. So can you please move the slides for me? All right, so I'll start. So the P in PM is more about people. It's much about people as much as it is about project management. So you realize that if you say PM, we are referring to you as project managers, but you're also people managers. That's a quote by Cornelius Fitchner. And what we need to do is to look at the leadership pillar and the competencies which guide the leadership pillar. And we'll talk through the various competencies from brainstorming through to team building. In the interest of time, I won't go through that list now, but through looking at the 3 pillars of the talent triangle, there has been a recent shift towards digital transformation. And I know Chester spoke about digital transformation a bit, but it's about organizations investing in technologies and serving their customers in a digital fashion. So it speaks to, can I please go back to the previous slide? So it speaks to overhauling of processes, overhauling of operations, relationships and customers, but above all, digital transformation is about a culture change. It's not really about technology. It's more of a culture change. All right, so by virtue of being a leader, a project manager has to influence the actions of others towards a common goal. And this speaks to communicating a vision, forgoing, can you please move the slides, forgoing self-interest, sometimes communicating news that is not always positive, and also measuring effectiveness. In terms of communicating news that's not always positive, I've had an experience where a project manager was communicating news about a project that was actually flopping, but they kept on their head high. And what is required is to make sure that the leader gives a sense of confidence to their team members, so that even if the project is not going according to plan, people put their heads together to make sure that they change or they turn the fortunes of the project. So in terms of the leadership talent, I'll talk about gaps in projects. Unfortunately, unlike the other 2 pillars, the leadership trait is not a leader, it's not a trait that you can easily learn about. It's a trait that you can be born with. It's a trait that you can learn over time with much commitment. As you are aware, some are born leaders, some have leadership thrust upon them. So in terms of toxic leadership, those traits usually result in project failure, employee turnover, a demotivated workforce, distorted customer experience, and a lot of issues in applications or deliverables in terms of projects which are not technology-driven projects. I'll talk about employee turnover. There is a famous quote which states that people don't run away from a company, but they run away from toxic bosses. So if you see yourself losing staff, they are actually running away from you, not the organization. Then the toxic and transformative leadership triangles. On the toxic triangle, you realize that we get destructive leaders, susceptible followers, and a conducive environment. But what we want to do is to move from that triangle to a transformative triangle, which is a positive environment, capable followers who take the initiative, who take charge of the situation, and value-based leadership. Then when we move from that triangle, what we then realize is our projects will result in project success, a result-oriented team, performance-based rewards, exceptional customer experience, and a digitally transformative. organization. Speaking of digital transformation, who amongst us know how many or what percentage of digital transformation projects fail? Hands up, Arthur will give you a good. What percentage of digital transformation projects do fail? Going once? Yes, Daniel. It's 85, but you get it good for attempting.
Hey. It's okay.
So in terms of the actual triangle, I'll take you through the 10 traits. Then we will discuss at the end. All right, so I'll start with brainstorming, which is about gathering ideas. The brainstorming process is actually a structured process for capturing group ideas on a topic or issues. And the idea is, as a leader, you need to allow your team members to bring forward ideas. If you are a toxic leader, your team members will not bring any ideas. But what it does is it kills innovation within an organization. So even you need to give your team members time to actually think, to innovate. There is a popular speaker who once said, creative people actually need time to do nothing. Where you actually give your team members time to sit and bring those ideas. But when you then brainstorm, you actually need to congregate your team members for idea generation. You do idea grouping, you review your ideas, and once you have passed an idea, you actually take it through the project process to make sure that it's actually implemented. There are other idea generating processes, e.g., for example, the nominal group technique, and each process actually has its own drawbacks, but for now we'll focus on brainstorming. Then I'll talk about coaching, how coaching will make one a better leader. One thing that I needed to highlight was coaching is different from mentorship, because in coaching, you can actually be a coach in an area that you are not an expert in. You just need to know how to bring the best in your coaching. So coaching is not about training, it's not mentoring, it's not counseling, it's not teaching. So in terms of teaching, you are passing knowledge. In terms of training, you are also using a structured method to pass knowledge. In terms of mentoring, you are an expert in a certain field and you're actually bringing up a mentee in a certain profession. Then counseling, it's like you are lending an ear to someone to deal with an emotional challenges. So all those four are not coaching. Then I'll talk about using and applying the GROW model to coaching. The GROW model focuses on the goal. We need to know the goal of the organization or the project. We need to talk about reality, accepting the as-is situation. We need to look at options. What options do we have to move us from where we are to where we want to go? We also need to have the will, which is what will move us from where we are to where we want to go. So through that GROW model, you will then put in interventions, then you monitor those interventions, evaluate, and go through the process again. And in terms of core coaching skills for project managers, you need to establish rapport between the coach and the coachee. You need to have sometimes a moment of silence to foster generation of ideas. You need to listen, and you need to question. A good manager always asks why. A good leader always asks why. I would have asked if anyone has got experience in coaching, but it's okay, I think. Does anyone have experience in coaching? And if you can tell us a bit about your experience in a minute or so. Hands up, Arthur has got goodies.
Yeah.
Going once, going twice. Chero kubora, guys. Chero kubora. What's your experience with coaching?
Like the good dog said in the morning, that we are doing project management in our daily lives. So I believe I also do some coaching for my kids in various areas that they need coaching. Thank you.
Thank you. You get it. Let's move on to the next slide. So in terms of coaching, I mentioned listening as an important quality. So there are 7 key active listening skills, which speaks to number 1, being attentive. Number 2, asking open-minded questions. Number 3, asking probing questions. I mentioned before that a good leader always asks why. Trying to understand the process, trying to interrogate the process, understanding why someone is doing what they're doing. Then requesting for clarification, paraphrasing whatever the coachee has said, then being attuned to and reflecting feelings, as well as summarizing at the end what you would have heard from the coachee. Lao Tzu, who is a Chinese philosopher, said, a leader is best when people barely knows that they exist. When his work is done, his aim fulfilled, they will all say, we did it ourselves. I know there are toxic leaders who always want to take the props. They want to be seen and be known to have accomplished something. But when the project is done, it's not about you, it's about your project team. Then we'll talk about influencing. So influencing, leadership is about influencing others rather than demanding or coercing. The idea is to put a fire into your project team such that when you put the fire in them, they will excite themselves and deliver, even with minimal intervention from yourself. And there are 4 pillars to influencing. Number 1, organizational intelligence. You need to understand your organization's formal and informal structure, the networks within that organization or that project team, your stakeholders, will be of paramount importance for project success. You need to build trust and maintain the trust as you guide your team through risk and change. And you also need to promote your team to create more visibility into their works. In terms of mentoring a junior project manager, we need to talk about why people will come to you for mentoring. They'll come for career guidance. Some of the youngsters that we mentor, they are blinkered in terms of where they are going. They don't have a full visibility into what's happening in the market. For myself, where I work, I think the average age is about 26 years of age in my team. So you need to guide those youngsters. You need to, when you coach, when you mentor them, you build effective workplace relationships. You also navigate politics and complex interpersonal issues. Then you give access to advice and also give them a sympathetic ear. You realize that as you mentor someone, you are growing them in terms of their career, but you grow as well. So we need to move away from people who have the white syndrome, which is withholding information to enhance status. Let's share the information, let's share knowledge, so that our projects can be a success. Please help. White, withholding information to enhance status. What you can get from being a mentor, you get the ability to articulate professional knowledge, which is satisfying. You get an increase in workplace fulfillment and job satisfaction. You get to improve your communication skills. and your political news, and your leadership, teaching, and facilitation skills will also grow. Like I mentioned, it grows you as a person, and it's satisfying. Please have the next slide. Then, how mentoring is different from coaching. I mentioned how coaching is like that. You actually don't need to be a professional in an area where you are coaching someone. You just need to interrogate, ask why, understand what they are doing, and also guide them. Then it's also different from counseling, in that counseling is people-centered, and it tends to be more focused towards personal problems. Then mentoring a more junior project manager. There are 3 types of mentoring. Performance mentoring, which is aimed at improving the mentee's professional performance. There is developmental mentoring, which helps improve their technical skills. Then there is career mentoring, where you guide the mentee about how they can move forward in their career. Like I mentioned, as you mentor these youngsters, as you mentor the young project managers, it also frees you up to do other things. And when you, as the leader, are freed up to do other things, you then start to think strategically and not operationally. Then I'll talk about conflict management. So a conflict usually arises because of different views and different choices about what is important and how to speak so people listen. There is the issue to do with your posture. Sometimes when you are managing a project and there's conflict, you're in a meeting, your posture can actually show people that this person is irritated. Then your gestures can also show that this person is irritated, as well as your expressions. But what you need to do as a project manager is to manage those emotions and make sure that you don't fuel conflict. If there is conflict, it has to be healthy conflict, and it has to be professionally managed so that the project and the project team can move forward. So in terms of spotting signs of conflict escalation, so conflict usually goes from irritation to anger to abuse to violence. I know Carl was teaching us how to block and things like that, but we don't want things to escalate to that level. What we need to do is to manage conflict early on, such that it's quickly turned around to be a positive for the project. Now please have the next slide. Then in terms of conflict management, you need to observe whatever is happening. You need to listen. You need to encourage silence sometimes so that people pause. You also need to get people to pause, and your strategies can vary from stepping away, making concessions between the conflicting parties, playing to win, doing a give and take, or aiming towards a win-win situation. Then the mechanisms to resolving conflict: one-to-one chats, mediation, arbitration, even confrontation can actually be used to resolve conflict. Then sometimes you have to reprimand the conflicted parties and discipline them. Then you might also raise the conflict in a meeting if it's conducive for resolution. Confucius once said, he's another Chinese philosopher, he said, to become a leader, you must first become a human being. This speaks to empathy. So I spoke about empathy, but it's coming in as emotional intelligence. So there are 5 dimensions to emotional intelligence. We need to differentiate between emotional intelligence and the intelligence quotient, which is IQ. So emotional intelligence speaks about self-awareness, motivating yourself, having empathy, feeling for others, improving your social skills, how you interact with others, then self-regulation, so that when you regulate yourself, you avoid conflict or escalation of conflict. Then your interpersonal skills, which is a secret to being an excellent project manager, you need to understand yourself, self-introspect. Then once you understand your style and approach, how you react in certain circumstances, then the impact that you have on the feeling of others, you realize that that's the key to your interpersonal skills. And understanding your own behavior preferences, as well as flexing your approach to situations and the context, which is the two crucial requirements for project manager. You need to understand yourself. Then negotiation is the process of searching for an agreement which satisfies all parties involved. And I know a number of us who have done maybe an MBA, we go through a negotiation process which speaks to preparing for your negotiation, then opening the discussion, bargaining, putting whatever you want to put on the table, then closing. And once you close, the idea is to aim for a win-win situation to both parties under the negotiation table. In terms of building a great project team, you need to pay attention to each team member of your project as an individual. Understand them one by one. Address them on a one-to-one basis. Then create a plan that your project team will be confident in, which is ensuring that you as the leader command that respect. Not command as in you ask for it, but it just comes naturally. But your team members should actually trust you and be confident in the plan that you share with the team. Then you need to build a coherent project team, having cohesion, such that your team, when they are executing the project, they move in total. Then instill a culture of open and effective project communication. As you are aware, communication is key to any project, and you should be able to communicate both positive and negative news. And when the negative news is communicated, you need to manage your stakeholders to make sure that you quickly steer the project based on course. When you are creating a project team culture, the culture that you want your team to live by, you need to ensure that the environment is humane enough and there's a control mechanism. You need to make sure that you remove unwanted heat from your team as before they stifle enthusiasm and productivity. Then you need to practice what we call servant leadership, which is serving your team to make sure that everything that your project team requires for thriving is present. Can I please have the previous slide? You also need the endorsement of the team as well as the executive. Then you also need to strike brilliance across from your project team members. They need to understand and to have trust that you know what you're doing and you can steer the ship. In terms of persuasion and influence, to be influential as a project leader, there are three underpinning issues, which are: number one, your actions, how you carry yourself, your attitude. Are you always a positive-minded person? And your approach to issues. Do you always have a positive approach? Are you always mourning and groaning? Are you always looking at the brighter side of the project and making sure that you motivate the team to achieve the project goals? Then there are four methodologies to problem solving using this systematic approach. There is the 8 disciplines, which go from getting ready, getting your team together, finding the root causes through to celebrating implementation and celebrating your team's success. The DMAIC method, which is what is mostly popular, what we use mostly, which is defining, measuring, analyzing, improving, and control. It's like the plan, do, check, act. Then the simplex method, which talks about problem solving, fact finding, defining your project, finding ideas using the method that we spoke about, the brainstorming method. Then selecting your options out, selling the idea, and putting whatever idea into action. Then the TOSIPA method. It's up to you as a project leader to speak to your team and choose the best method which suits your environment to make sure that you solve whatever problems that you're facing. Can I please have the next slide? Your role as a project leader is to improve project success. We spoke about digital transformation projects and how 84% of them fail. So you need to lead courageously. Usually projects have a huge resource pool and they represent different organizations, different departments in the organization, and the resources might actually see their tasks to be a bit different, and they may seem not to be aligned to the project's goals, but it's up to you to make sure that you steer that and make sure that there is alignment. Influencing, we spoke about influencing, so you need to influence your project team. You need to ensure that you give them compelling reasons to generate ideas and suggestions. You as a project manager, you will thrive on ideas and suggestions. You are not a jack of all trades, you are not a master of all. Then acting with resilience is critical to project leadership to be flexible enough to negotiate solutions. But once the solution has been discussed and selected, you need to drive towards the goal for implementation and project success. Finally, I would say being positive in a negative situation is not naive. It's called leadership. Not all projects are a success, but you need to keep your head high and make sure that you put the fire in your team members to drive the project through to completion and through to success. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Eugene. So fortunately, I'm now in possession of the entire goodies. Oh, you need help? No, that's not one thing. I'm going to be kidding. True. One more big round, I shall play a so sometimes the girls not to one a picture, you know what I'm saying? No, but just a microphone. When Yorochi was speaking at the event. Don't boost that portfolio, please. Without doubt. So, a round of applause once again for Eugene for a very detailed presentation, which I really think has been thought-provoking. Carl, are we set for the next slot?
We can take a question.
A few questions, all right.
Just two.
Two questions. All right, so we're preparing for the next slot, but whilst we're doing the connections, we just wanted to take one or two questions. Already that's a hand. Can we have a mic going that side? Yes, as long as we're some zoro, I'm going to some zoro, chilo, some zoro, straight out. All right, microphone. Where's the mic?
Yeah, mic is probably.
I don't get I've been there when you guys so I have it.
Where's
go on?
iPad?
My iPad.
Thank you. This one might not be a question,
yes, sir,
but maybe a challenge to the institute going forward. Most of our readings and what we say comes from across the oceans. And I'm saying, do we or are we going to have to carry out some studies as to what makes Africans work? What makes Africans tick? What makes Zimbabweans tick and work?
All right.
I don't know whether you get the drift.
This one, will it be a question or you want to be a comment?
It's a comment.
It's a comment, okay.
Yeah, that's why I say it's a challenge.
For the president.
It's a challenge for the future, but not for now.
No, I think the president is hearing it.
And for the speakers, I also have got a challenge. I've always said it in most conferences. I've seen most of the courts again outside across the ocean.
Okay.
I don't have courts for the Zimbabweans, for the Africans. So I don't know whether we don't have enough brains to be able to be quoted. It's just a challenge.
All right, the challenge, why don't we do this conference also in local language, man? She knows the project. Just a challenge. All right, so guys, well, let's generate our own codes. Let's generate our own thoughts. I think it's a challenge for everyone. Yes.
I have a question. Maybe Eugene. Yes, maybe Eugene might get to answer it, and any other project managers. Eugene said, as a leader, you come across situations where the project actually doesn't work, or the project is not doesn't come to fruition. You're saying you didn't produce the deliverables that were required when you started off. And you then went on to say, you as the project leader, you must then not hang your head down, because the moment you hang your head down, it will permeate to the other team members, right? Yes. And so my question says now, how do we as project practitioners get to a place where we are sort of insulated from having our heads to fall down because of failure in maybe project execution?
All right, thank you. So I think the first thing is to keep your eyes on the prize, which is the project goals and project success. That's number one. Number two, being in a VUCA world, we know the innovation is encouraged, but it's not everything that you embark on that becomes a success. Sometimes the actual environment, the actual organization needs to foster failure. You know, in organizations like Tesla, they say failure is an option. I know, to my good brother there, you said we should put in quotes where you once had a governor who said failure is not an option. But in this agile environment, in this agile world, failure is an option. You can't be punished for failure. What you should be punished for is not asking for help on your way to failure. Thank you.
Yes, I don't know what's happening this side. Microphone here.
Okay, afternoon, esteemed delegates. I wanted to add on a little of what I came across when I was doing the PMP. They made mention of project exit criterion. There are times that we have very ambitious sponsors, to the extent that you actually convince yourself that the pieces that are in front of me do not make a picture. So you may as well communicate that yes, I hear the goals, I hear the objective, I hear your perception of value, but these are our odds. And then you agree going forward, knowing the reality of what you are facing. And trying to make him understand the nature of his expectations. If you are going to get bullied into affirming that something will go through, when you understand that it will not, you will be held accountable that you misinformed us. But you can reach a point in many of the projects that this objective would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things more. But in the event that you want us to continue in the absence, we can try, but it is as good as that it is a trial. So one of our biggest problems is what we communicate, because we will be expected to account for that in the event of an adversity. Thank you.
Well, thanks so much for the wonderful contribution. Yes, Doc, there's a microphone which was the other side. Let me give Doc an opportunity.
Thank you very much. It's just a small comment to the gentleman who says, who was asking whether we also have our own courts. We do have plenty in Sumane Madimikira.
That's true, that's true. But I love our African sumos, they're amazing stuff. It's really go great off. All right, I saw another head somewhere. All right, sir, that's the new target. Lovely. Yes, you have a microphone.
It's here.
Oh, Mike. All right, please. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is on mentorship.
Yes.
I wanted to ask, is this something that can be taken outside the organization? In the event that within my organization I do not find a mentor, and then maybe for the project management body, is it something that we can also offer to the wider pool of aspiring project managers? I'm also sure whether this can be directed to the chapter president or to Mr. Charu.
Would you want to?
First, it to the president.
The president. All right, so we'll be crossing over just now to Zoom. I'm just waiting for the tech team to finalize the connections. Are we waiting? Almost. Feel as an option, don't worry. Mr. President, there's a question which was addressed to you, and also I think my good brother is in there, on mentorship.
All right. I wanted Robert to answer this one, but he's busy at the moment, so I'll answer on his behalf. Is our VP Professional Development elect, and one of the things that we've talked about that is going to be working on is a mentorship program. So for all PMI Zimbabwe chapter members, expect a mentorship program to be launched early next year, where the seasoned project managers can also mentor the young upcoming project managers.
Oh, thank you so much. At this particular stage, I'm just going to interrupt the questions so that we can cross over to the next item. Our presenter is already there and waiting. And the presenter is Matthias Tolkien, and this topic is what is Kanban for work? I'm quite curious as well to hear about Kanban for work. And how can one use it for project management? But so that we may just give an appreciation of who is going to be addressing us. Matthias has over the years has consulted, trained, and acted as a speaker at events for many companies, organizations, and some universities around the world. Since October 2019, Jubilate has trained and coached more than 200 business leaders, including several from the Fortune 500 companies, from 6 continents and 20 plus countries distributed across 17 time zones in their acclaimed 7-week Kanban boot camps. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give it up for our next speaker, Mr. Matthias Token, as he's taking over from here. Matthias, over to you.
Yes, good afternoon. Let's see if this works. And I see I'm the guinea pig today for the streaming guys. I don't know if they can see me yet.
Yes, you can be seen.
You might need to switch them over as well.
You're coming on perfectly well, eh?
Can you guys see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. Yeah, because I see the streaming hasn't switched over to my Zoom yet. Maybe we should quickly switch that over as well, or is that a technology that will get running just now, because otherwise they can't see my slide deck just now.
All right, the tech guys are able to interpret that. But what we know right now is we can see you, we can see the video is coming on very well.
Okay, so I should get started and should assume that everybody sees me, because I see the streaming is still showing you or the audience, but is.
Oh, it's behind. There's just the time lapse. But please proceed. It's all in order. We can see you. Over to you now.
Okay, so you can take it over to me. Yeah, because I know that you've got quite a few people sitting and streaming, and I was sitting and streaming today, and it will be quite frustrating for them if they can't see, or they can't see the screen. There we go. Now we're getting there. Okay, because I will be making quite extensive use of slides and so on, but I just wanted to show my face first before I now go over to screen sharing. You'll see me very small over there just now. At least you've got a face to the name, because I think I'm the first one today that is not in person there as a speaker and is not a video. So let me get my screen sharing up. It'll come up any moment. See, is it up already? Yeah, there we go. Good. So there we go. Then, yeah, as you can see, it was said knowledge, Kanban for work. It is actually Kanban for knowledge work, but this bit of butchering of my title is actually something that I can live with, and I'll tell you just how why. But first of all, a quick background. I was introduced already, but I just wanted to set the scene because I know there's a lot of engineers in this room. I myself am an engineer, and the other people that I was told that are coming a lot are your IT people, and I for 21 years ran, together with my business partner Mark Ashke, a managed service provider and built that up to one of the biggest in South Africa. But actually the story for today starts in 2010 when I read this book, or we as a business read this book, and that was the goal, and when we really looked at the theory of constraints, and later on also went to Israel, and this is in front of the Goldberg House in Tel Aviv, to really learn about the advanced thinking processes, because we at that stage realized that business, the IT in the business is really transcending the IT department, and that we really need to start thinking about business agility, about digital transformation, and both those terms were not really coined in 2010. But in the end, it led to really us founding in 2015 Zuviate, really for the only cause of digital transformation, business agility, and we at that stage sold out of Space Age Technologies. Mark and myself worked on there. And then shortly afterwards we found Kanban, and you would see that Swiss Army knife at the bottom there. We are finding that Kanban is actually a Swiss Army knife for a business leader in any profession. But let me take a step back, and that is to say what is wrong with how work gets done today. And that sets the scene for how and why Kanban can help us here. And the first thing that we've got here is that in the last few decades, maybe even 100 years, we've really gotten good at producing physical goods. we have become, I mean, many of you who are engineers would know a lot about this. And the one thing with this is it is actually relatively easy in inverted commas because we can actually see the product from raw material until it's in the hand of the customer. But let's face it, most of our work is actually looking like this now. It sits in the heads of people, and this is what we call knowledge work. And the big question is, how can we handle this work? How can we manage it? We've gotten good at the physical part, but we now really need to say, okay, how do we do that with knowledge work? And the first thing we normally do is we put some task management in place. Task management, some task management programs, and this is an arbitrary one from the internet, and we put tasks in, but the big problem is they have got no relation to each other. We don't know really how people work, and then somebody invented the Gantt chart, and anybody doing project management will know Gantt charts. Gantt charts are actually a depiction of what we did in the physical world, and we bring it now into the knowledge world, and we say, good, now we can manage this like we manage any process. The one big assumption we have in there, however, is that we can actually estimate how much time we will need per work item. In a physical factory, we've got the so-called tuck time, and we can work along to that. But the question is, and I want to actually interrogate that and say, can we estimate how much time we need per work item? And let's say we've got one of these bars on the Gantt chart, and we need to look at that and we say, how long does that take? And if somebody looks at it and we say, don't know, but let's estimate 8 hours or whatever, so we do this yellow block and we say that. And then because we need to know, put it onto a Gantt chart, and we know we are going to be held to it, we are going to give you an estimate of either double or triple that time or whatever formula we put to it. That's how we normally do that in any knowledge work. But let's look at that. This was the real touch time. How long should this work take? But we've not done it before. So normally it takes 1.5 times what we thought, but that's what we've got the buffer for, you say. Correct. However, with this type of work, we often need the help of others in our team. And obviously they are not always available, so we'll have to wait for them a bit, and we have to engage with them, and then we've got that. But then often this is also needs external input. And those people are even more difficult to get hold of. They are not waiting for our work item to arrive. Then we've got multitasking, we're working on different ones. When it comes back from the other team, we are not yet ready, we are not there, we've gone on to do something else. And then there is more delayed continuation due to any other priorities, because that's not the only thing we are doing. So there might be other things. So what actually often takes is this. And this is where we really need to look at, and we need to rethink our assumption, and I've got actually a fact that in knowledge work, we are not able to estimate how much time we will need per work item. So this is where Kanban comes in, and where I said it is a Swiss Army knife. And I want to actually now get to the first part of my talk and the first part of the topic that I've got. So what is this Kanban for knowledge work? And it actually starts in physical manufacturing. At Toyota, Kanban just means it's a card or a signal. And it was in the early days of Lean that it was brought in, but this is where it was brought in. And then around 2010, or in the early 2000s, a guy called David Anderson, he took that and theory of constraints together and brought that and looked at it and said, that is something we can use for knowledge work. And by now we've got quite a few people that we've got there. These are by no means all the experts. That's a few, so we've got a huge body of knowledge in the last 10 years that we've built. And we are looking at taking that further. But many of you would have seen a Kanban board. It's the typical to-do doing done, and often on a whiteboard with sticky notes or on a flip chart with sticky notes. And these days with the pandemic, a lot of people go over to boards that are electronic, and then it looks like that. And again, we've got a to-do, doing, done that we put the task through. But if we're looking at this, this is really a personal Kanban board, because it's one person that we look over. We don't really have a process, and it's often also called a proto-Kanban board, where David Anderson really defined the Kanban method, that it is concerned with the design, management, and improvement of closed systems for knowledge work. And these are systems in which intangible work items move through different stages, eventually resulting in value to their customers. And I'll unpack that in the next few slides. But first of all, let's look at a typical Kanban board. This is actually a process board. In this case, we are looking at a request management, and we can see that we've got something that's requested, prioritized, goes through first line support, second line support, and so on. But if we're really looking at that and take David Anderson's quote at the bottom again, it is intangible work that goes through. So for example, a request that we need to take a user off the system, it moves through different stages and in the end results in value to the customer because we have done something. One extra thing that comes in there that we will see is that we've got so-called work in progress limits, but I won't go into that in detail now. The other thing that such a system has, it actually has defined system boundaries. The benefit of that, we get metrics, and they're actually very easy. Because what we've got is we've got a system that has got an entry and an exit. And before that, we've got a certain arrival rate. We've got a throughput or a departure rate, and that's actually our first variable that is critical to any system. We are looking at a certain cycle time. And we've got work in progress. And anybody that knows a bit about manufacturing systems and specifically about queuing theory will know of Little's law. And here again we have Little's law. But I don't want to go, as this is a very high level talk, I'll let it stand here as such. This is the real technicalities of it. But the big thing about Kanban is that it's not really about the technicalities, but Kanban is a way of thinking, or actually as a guy called Andy Carmichael about 2017, 2018 coined, it's a way of seeing. It's a way of seeing work. Because Kanban in itself is not only the board. It is something that he coined the Kanban lens, and it has got 4 filters. And the first thing is, and I'll just recap quickly, we wanted to ask, how do you manage what is in people's heads? And we often go to task management first. But the question often coming up is, what's the value of this work? Why are we doing this task? How does it fit into the bigger picture? And we often are stated with that. We are a team, we do certain tasks, but we've got no clue how that works. And he stipulated that like in a production line, we really need to see work as flow from a customer need, from the raw material in the real world, to a need that is met. And actually a guy called Mike Burrows has coined the phrase, done is somebody's need is met. And we need to start understanding for all our work, what is this need that is being met, because then we can start managing the work that is going around it. The second thing that we really need to look at is that, okay, we've got now this customer need, we've got this flow, but how does it look like? And the engineer in us will do this. We'll do a workflow. The big problem with a workflow that is looking like this is there's no way that anybody will remember it. And normally it lands in some QMS or ISO file and will only be pulled out the next time we get an audit. And what happens on the shop floor is anyway, not what is happening in this diagram. So we should really say again, yes, this is in theory nice, but because we can't see the work, it is not flowing that way. And we really need to look at it and say, what is this work and how do we get from the one side to the other? Because when we get this request, we have got some maximum uncertainty. If we are getting told as an engineer, you need to design a bridge, we've got maximum uncertainty. But now we go through a sequence of knowledge discovery steps. Maybe we do some first scoping, then we do some planning, then we do some designing, then we do some drawing. And in the end, we go to minimum uncertainty. And we have got certain barriers that we go over where we get really all the time extra value. The third thing that we are looking at is that, okay, now we've got these steps. That's very easy. Each of these steps has got a worker. And because everybody needs to be busy all the time, we do manage the workers individually, and we don't see it as a flow. But if we're going back to the physical world and to the production system again, we know that the tough time doesn't depend on who is the station. It depends on the flow of work. And the question is, in knowledge work, we're always talking about silos. And in the end, we've got complaining customers because stuff doesn't flow. So we really need to look at it and we need to say, this is a service. And we have got a need that flows through to get a service delivered. And for that, however, we need to start to know the customer. We need to know what is their need. We need to understand their need. But once we've got that, we've actually got one real benefit because we can now optimize for customer base, for speed of delivery, for quality of service, and so on, rather than managing the individual tasks. And the last filter that is zooming out even more and is looking at your entire organization. And if we're looking at this customer need, there is an activity that you might be doing in your team, but then the next activity might be done by another team, and they again have their internal service that is a board or whatever that flows. And then we've got another activity, and that might be an external service thing. I hear somebody speaking. Was that for me, or was that just feedback? That was feedback, sorry. Okay, great. I guess you are hearing these thoughts. Great. So, and then, as I said, you go through those valuable activities. So it is a network of services that we are talking about. This sounds like a mouthful, and as I said to you, the biggest thing you just need to realize out of that, Kanban is all about seeing work differently, seeing everything as a flow. And then you can look at that. And then the question is, how do you approach that if you really go into that? And I just want to touch on it. I really don't want to go into detail as we don't have that much time, and I also don't want to bore you. But there are 6 principles that Kanban looks at the how of it, and you would see that we've got certain guiding policies, and those are things that we talked about, like understanding customer needs or managing the work, and that the people self-organize around it. But Kanban has got a nice thing that is a very humane system, because it starts with what you do now. You map out what you do now. We are not going to do business process re-engineering, and I was trained in the era when that was big, when the McKinseys came in and when things were there, and when you put somebody for 6 months into a room or a team and they came back with that perfect process. No, you're actually starting with what you do now. You map that out, and then you incrementally change and go into a cycle of continuous improvement. What to do exactly? There are another 6 practices. The first one is the one that everybody knows about Kanban. If somebody saw that, they see, oh, it's cards that go onto a board, and these get moved around. But actually, if we are looking at it, there are 5 more. The biggest one, probably number 3, managing flow, that makes it all tick together, but there are other things that are coming in to that as we go along. But I want to actually dive deeper, and that's what you've probably all been waiting for, is really looking at how can we use this Kanban. Now that we've defined Kanban, how can we use that, or can we use that for project management? And that is something that is only evolving and is coming out. Just one warning, I will be making use of screenshots of a program called Kanbanize. This is by no means the only program that is out there. However, if you like it, I mean, I've managed to twist an arm and get every attendee here an extended 3-month trial code. There is a link at the bottom that shows the exact trial code, but I also created a interim page on our webpage where I put a lot of the resources that I'm talking about today, and that's zuviet.com. It's PMIZIM. So /PMIZIM. Zuviet.com, and that is the only one you need to remember. But let's go back to project management. So if we're looking at project management, or if we're looking at Kanban boards, let's first look at Kanban boards. Normally we, as I said, we are working on the task level with these Kanban boards. And most Kanban journeys actually start there. We're really working that process. But then we are looking at that, and often these tasks are grouped as projects. And if we put that into a basic Kanban board, we've got this blob, we've got these things, these projects that need to flow over, and whilst we are getting tasks done, we are not actually getting projects done. And that's a big problem. And that is where we really need to start looking at it. So can we do project management with Kanban? And let's first look at projects, and let's identify them and say, can we do this? And let's use the same things that we have. So first of all, we are dealing with knowledge work, so that's a tick already. That is what we said we will do with Kanban. The second thing is we do have some real issues that we need to solve. As we said, we are starting with what we do now, and then we incrementally improve. If we don't have anything to improve, why change anything from what we do? But I guess everybody will know things like missed due dates, long lead times, low completion rates, employee overload, and so on and so on. The third one is that each of our packages needs to create value. Remember the Kanban. I guess nobody will say that there is no creating value with projects, because that's, after all, what the projects are there for. And the last thing is that there's a definite start and end. So we can say we are going over into the doing and we are done. Again, a project should have that. So now if we look at these projects, we can actually take it apart and map out our standard waterfall management process that we've got and put some stages in. What benefits do we get from that? First of all, we get better visibility. We now get to see in which stage are we actually with each project. The second thing is we know actually what to finish next, because what we often say in Kanban is stop starting, start finishing, and something that's more to the right on a board is near closer to finishing, so that is what we should actually be working on so that we actually get value. Because if we work on the left-hand side and keep the right-hand side going, that is not really helping. So we are working right to left on this board. The third one is we've got a better chance to limit that work in progress, because we now actually see what is in progress and what is sitting in which phase. And it can help us to get continuous improvement going. With that big blob at the beginning, there was no way to get started. But as you can imagine, and for a lot of people, waterfall is really a swear word by now. They all want to get agile. You can use it as that, but I want to introduce a next thing, and that is a timeline view. So if we're looking at these big projects I just now said, they are big, they clog the system, they are sitting in there. So, and it's very difficult to get movement and get flow. Remember, Kanban is all about flow. So if we are looking at that, and we're looking at a project, I'll introduce a new part, and that is a timeline view. And here we can take any project and we can say, okay, this first phase is already done, because what I see here is, this is today's line, and this was a while ago, and this part is already done, it's parted. Then we've got 2 phases. We've got in doing, and we've got another 2 phases that we can still park. We don't even need to think about them yet because they are not ready yet. And then we take each phase and we break that down into tasks, and we get a completion rate of each project as we go along, which rolls up to the completion rate of the project in the end. So this is a nice visualization, and what do we get from that? Obviously, as I said, better visualization, and we are actually approaching a Gantt chart. We're getting this pretty visualization that the Gantt chart has, where we can see where we are at the moment without some of the negatives, because, and I don't want to go into the detail, but this is definitely not deterministic time or estimation, but we are going into probabilistic or statistical time estimation. But I won't go into that into this talk, but there's quite a bit of a body of knowledge behind that. You can also see that we can do a lot better prioritization and synchronization, because we can see what's in process, we can put phases together, we can shift them around as we go. We can also limit our work in progress based on available capacity. As you can see, we've got 2 projects here, and we are saying, for example, we've got 4 lanes and we can have only 4 projects at the same time running. That's what we do, 4 phases. And we also don't have to plan out the entire process in detail. We can keep the phases there, and we can do detailed planning whenever it is needed. As you can see, phase 4, which is next, has been planned out already, where phase 5 we are not doing anything as yet, because we don't even know what phase 1 and 2 and 3 will give us. That will change in project phase 5. So the Gantt chart at the end is anyway not worth anything. And I've got an anecdote of a client who told us that for a big project they employed another 2 people just to keep the Gantt chart up to date every day, because it was changing the whole time. And anybody working with Gantt chart will know that. And the last thing is we can reserve and manage capacity. So if we know that this comes next and we put it in here, we can actually previously say, okay, this is the next thing that is coming, so we can start reserving capacity. Again, very much the benefits that we've got in the Gantt chart and in management, but in a much more agile and probabilistic way. I, however, want to bring in one more concept, one last concept, and that is really looking at delivering value. Because if we're looking at any project, and you're looking at this project that we have just now, it has the 5 phases, when is the customer getting value? Is it after phase 1? Or is it when we are finished with these phases? Or is it only when we've got these last phases done? And most probably, the benefits are only realized when all the work is done. Because that's how we cut up projects. We don't get value before. And here I want to bring in a concept out of the startup world. And anybody who's in software development would by now probably also heard about that, and that is the minimum viable product. It was coined by a guy called Eric Ries in his Lean Startup. It is really goes about talking in small chunks that we can deliver directly. And a guy called Steve Fenlon has brought that in and has put that over to business in the known target audience and in our known work already, and has brought in things like a minimum business increment or a minimum viable release. And all of those together, he coined the phrase of a MOVE, a minimal outcome value effort. All that is the minimal effort that an organization can undertake in order to achieve a desirable outcome or produce a value. So again, it's the minimum effort we can do to achieve an outcome. We are not talking phases anymore. And some food for thought. Is the effort spent on such moves versus normal projects not maybe a good first estimation for how agile your organization is? So what are these moves? Let me show it to visual it, because people say a picture is worth 1,000 words. So instead of having these phases, we actually break those phases into valuable outcomes. And we deliver number one. And we get customer feedback. And then we deliver number 2 and number 3. And we do the same for 4 and 5. And 6 and 7. And we take the other phases as well. And we break them in. As you can clearly see, we are getting a lot of benefits. The first one is less multitasking, because we are doing it sequentially. And there is a continuous delivery of value. Remember, in a big project, normally the value is at the end of the project. We are really getting the value once we've implemented it and trained the users and. We get a lot better flow and better manageability. We get more frequent prioritization. If we, after number 2, decide that we have to change tack, we can do so, because we are not going to throw away all the work that is already started in the other phases, and we are not going to do all over everything. The other thing is, if we, after number 4, decide there is something else that has got more priority, we can actually shift out the others, and we've already delivered value. We can also cap it there and can throw away the rest. We still deliver value. So there is quite a bit of value. And also, who says that it must be in the sequence of 5, 6, 7? Maybe after 4, we find that 7 is the logical next one, and then 6, and then 5. With this comes obviously higher business agility. We can react, we can get feedback from our clients a lot quicker. And all this can be enabled by using Kanban. And these are also the key promises, or some of the key promises of Agile Project Management with Kanban, and you'll see there's a link again, and that one is also on the zuviat.com/PMISM page. I'll put that link on there as well. And then actually our never-ending projects now turn into initiatives, which all have small projects, and we can get an initiative to an end. Okay, let me introduce one last thing for this whole talk, and that is, we've now talked a lot inside teams, so inside a single project, or inside something, some boundary of it. But let's face it, we are not in isolation. So we need to often coordinate work across teams. And this picture is a so-called flight levels model coined by Klaus Leopold of Flight Levels Academy. I won't go into much detail, but we've got 3 levels: an operational level, a coordination level, and then strategy level. And up to now, we have really looked at level 1, the red boxes, each of them being one of these boards that a team has, or a project team, or whatsoever has. And I just want to introduce the level 2, where we can go coordination, we can also go to strategy. But if we're looking at the team model, as we said previously, we've got the team initiatives, we've got the current and planned moves or projects, and we've got our deliverables and tasks. But where does our work in this come from, especially if we are a team? If this is not a project team, but this is a other team, it can come definitely from the team initiatives. A lot of the work that we do comes from there. But it might well come from other teams directly. And more often than that, also some things come from a higher level coordination from some business initiative that says we need to look at it. And this is where the second level comes in, where we have got business projects or business initiatives that are worked on by many teams. And here we actually bring in, and this is a Kanbanized view again, we bring in a view of the timeline or of the initiative view or whatsoever of, you can see in the middle there between the orange and the green line, it says related boards. You might not be able to read that. We bring in just a view of the related boards. So we don't redo things. We just bring in a view of, for example, IT projects, the sales project, or product development. And if they work together, and if we've got a big business project, we might have certain groups that are sitting on each board. The nice thing is also, if I say, okay, we need to prioritize something, and we need IT for that, we can look now and can say IT is probably available here again. Or we can reprioritize, we can say, because we haven't started this one yet, we might actually be able to move this out and we can directly start. And we can now start reprioritizing. And we can work this on a bigger coordination level. But enough for now. As you can see, it's a huge body of knowledge. I don't want to bore you, I don't want to overwhelm you. I just wanted to show you, and I was asked to look at a bit of the technical part of the triangle. This is a bit of the technical, but I did dive quite a bit into the philosophy behind it, because you can't understand Kanban, and you can't do Kanban with it. It was said early on there are many agile methods. I personally like Kanban because it's applicable over everything, but it doesn't apply to everything. For example, in programming, often Scrum works better, or in others, and you've got certain projects which definitely need to be done waterfall. Absolutely, no problem. So it is a philosophy. I think it applies to a lot, and that's why we also have got the Swiss Army knife as a real icon for that. That's what we built in our company, because it is really that. Okay, let me just give you a few resources and links. As I said, all of those are on that website. Kanbanize has got, as I said, an agile area, an agile project management area. They've also got a free ebook, a project manager's guide to Kanban, which also gives you an introduction into metrics. Then if you go to our website, zuviet.com, you will find about 150 free videos. About 60 of them are 5 to 6 minute snippets, or 3 to 6 minute snippets, and about 80 of them are 1 hour interviews with experts in the industry. So in total it's probably just over 100 hours of free videos that are available. If you want to start anywhere, start at the Team Kanban and Services. That is probably where you go in there. There's about 40 snippets and a few of the longer videos that are in there. The other one is Portfolio Management, or Team Portfolio Management, Portfolio Kanban. That is another one you can go to. But as I said, all of those links are at this zuviet.com/PMISM. Also, as I said, there is a link to a 3-month trial of Kanbanize. I twisted their arm, I also twisted on our side the arm, and for you guys, anybody that is in here, you can get there, you can apply there for a 50% discount voucher for one person for a Kanban Essentials course, an online self-paced one that is going to be released by the end of the year or early next year, that we're working on, as well as a 20% discount voucher for up to 4 persons in your company for a 7-week Kanban bootcamp, if you really want to dive a lot deeper in there. You can also connect with me on LinkedIn if you've got any questions that are sitting outside this. You can, and the LinkedIn link is again on the zuviet.com/PMISM, so that is the one you need to remember. And I think that is good enough, and we are at questions, and I'll stop my screen share for now, and we can see if there are any questions. I think I've got about 5 minutes or 7 minutes left. So let's hear if there's any.
Thank you so much, Matthias, for the wonderful presentation. I think it deserves a round of applause. I've learned a new technology today, Kanban. I think I was talking about baby names. I think that will also be a good baby name, eh? Kanban Mali, Kanban Band. All right, guys. Are there any pressing questions? Any questions that are arising from the presentation that we've just heard? Matthias has just indicated that he's got a few minutes. It's also amenable to be taking questions. Any hands?
I lost your sound.
Oh, you lost the sound?
Let me see if I can get that back.
Okay. Now, whilst he's fixing his sound, do we have any hands, any comments, any queries, any feedback? Not complaints, definitely. Okay. Matthias, I think...
with my presentation.
Sorry?
Looks like I killed everybody.
You know, I think everyone has thoroughly understood you. So, because if there's no question, definitely it means everyone is understood. Is that your answer? Oh, okay. So, Matthias, right now there are no questions. I just want to take this time to thank you for sparing time for the wonderful presentation. And I'm sure people will be reaching out so that they can be part and parcel of your boot camps as well. And I think the material that we're sharing is really, really revolutionary and life transforming. So thank you so much for that. And we'll still be very happy if you will be joining us through the virtual platforms as we'll be continuing to the next item. And the tech team, thank you so much for facilitating this particular item.
Awesome, great. Enjoy the conference still, and hope to hear from a few of you, hope to see a few of you on LinkedIn, and other than that, yes, enjoy.
No, thank you so much. We'll be connecting on LinkedIn. Hey guys, what is Kanban? Anyone to summarize what is Kanban? There's a hand at the back. Microphone. No, I need to ensure that you've understood this concept thoroughly. Where's our microphone? Oh, there's actually a question for you if you're still there.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for Matthias. Matthias, my name is Patrick. I would like to perhaps have you help us summarize the key difference between Scrum and Kanban.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's a very, very good question because it comes up a lot. And I think the biggest question, the biggest thing between the two of them is that Scrum is working in sprints. So you've got those certain boundaries, you've got a sprint, and you work that one, and then you've got, for example, your boundary of 2 weeks, and you are at the beginning deciding what are we going to do, at the end you're seeing what have we done, and then you plan out the next 2 weeks. Whereas Kanban is running through. You never throw things out and you don't have these boundaries. You have what we call in Kanban cadences. You've got weekly replenishment meetings, you've got daily stand-up meetings, but they are all, everything is always about flow, and you're never stopping that flow. So it's the difference between sprints that have got these specific time bounds and going on, ongoing, and anything that is not yet in progress can be reprioritized on the fly.
Thank you so much for that. Okay. Are you answered, sir? All right. Kanban and Scrum. I love that. So I saw a hand at the back. Do you know I have a microphone?
Yes, I wanted to summarize what
all right. I wanted you to amplify the sound so that he can also hear you. I can send through the mic.
Yes, I wanted just to summarize what I
just hold on.
Afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to summarize what I understood as far as Kanban is concerned. What I picked is that Kanban is also part of an agile project management delivery methodology. And it uses a Kanban chart, a Kanban board, which contains a workflow. Some work packages, they are supposed to be placed on the to-do section, the doing section, and the done section. And then the Kanban, it has got a plethora of advantages. It limits work in progress. Therefore, it reduces team member attrition. Then there's less multitasking. When you use Kanban, I learned that there's less multitasking. Therefore, project risks are minimized. I also learned that there's more frequent prioritization as we execute the process flow of activities. I also learned that there is a continuous value delivery when you are using the Kanban approach. Value delivery to the customer. Yes, in summary, that's what I picked. Thank you.
Round of applause for him. So Kasava said I should give you a giveaway for that Kanban response. Yes. So I think I should also give this the gentleman so something called discretion. Okay. So one for you and one for. So I trust there are no more other questions. So now I need to invite Carl back to the podium. We're going to go into the next item. In fact, before Carl comes, Mr. President, I want to give you this time so that you can also just do the usual thank yous to our presenter and also end of our token of appreciation to Eugene. Let's give a round of applause to the President.
Yes, Eugene, it's your time in front of the cameras. Thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation, subject of leadership. I'm sure most of us got the nuggets there. Yes, the way you explained it, we really benefited. So I'd like to thank you so much. And on behalf of the PMI Zimbabwe chapter, we've got a token of appreciation for you.
I trust you'll be sending one for Matthias as well. Yes. So Matthias, your token of appreciation is coming through. I trust these guys have got your address. So in the next few days, please be looking in your mailbox. Something will be popping in. So right now I want to go through an item which is written on our program, and it's written tea break. Yes. And marketing slash. So what I want us to do, we're going to have tea. Let's do it quickly so that we come back. We want to be doing group assignments so that we get to have an understanding of what we've been covering. We want to really know that we've been able to understand these things. And there's a quote that I'm seeing here: learning is not the product of teaching, learning is the product of the activity of the learners. This is by John Holt. But before I release you, Carl, I think you can come and just set the parameters of what we're going to be doing in the next item.
Do not have me this morning, eh? Okay, for the group assignment, please take your brochures, have a look at it over tea, and then when you come back in, I'll explain how we're going to break it up and how we're going to attack it. It's also going to feed into tomorrow morning's session, so I need everyone to participate. And I'm sure I'll be able to get prizes for you for tomorrow per group. Thanks.
All right. Where's the tea being served? Someplace. All right, so guys, I know we're now very hungry. Yeah, that's a smart way of getting a no, I know it. So those who want tea, we can now go back to the very same place that our lunch was served, so that we can just get to have a cup of tea. So let's not take much time, eh? We are running behind time, so I want us to make the most of the limited time that we have. So tea has been given 15 minutes. Let's try to do it under 10 minutes. Bring your tea here so that we can also be moving with the program.
Are you looking forward to successfully managing your projects across all sectors, from mining, agriculture, IT, financial services, and a whole lot more? Ideal Solutions is the right place for you. We help you attain internationally recognized project management certification training in Project Management Professional, IGEL certification, Business Analysis, or PRINCE2. All this is to enable you to demonstrate your competitiveness through the application of proper project management methods tailored to suit your business environment, which is essential for organizational success. At IGEL, we take you through application process, training, bootcamp, and final exams. To enroll, email us on info@igeelsolutions.co.zw or simply visit our website www.igeelsolutions.co.zw. IGEL Solutions, the right place for you.
These are the paths to enhance your experience, build your network, and leverage all that PMI can offer to help you meet your goals. For individuals, the project economy means that you need the right skills and mindset to turn ideas into reality, no matter what type of initiative you are working on. For organizations, it means that decision makers need to understand how to staff teams with the right skills to deliver value and drive strategic outcomes. At PMI, we view the world through this new, future-focused lens, and we want your PMI membership to be a significant part of empowering you to make your projects a success and your ideas a reality. Get started, and we will see you around the community. And remember, if you have a question, you can contact us via phone, chat, or email, and we will be happy to help. Or you can use PMI Customer Care via Alexa. Visit pmi.org and click on the contact button for more details.
Save big on your motor vehicle insurance with Mover Pay As You Drive, your motor vehicle insurance that lets you pay the premiums you deserve according to your driving behavior, such as speed, acceleration, mileage, and braking. Here are some of the benefits you'll enjoy with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your premiums are based on your driving behavior. Should you be involved in an accident, the vehicle tracking device will immediately send a signal to Mover, and a Mars ambulance and a tow vehicle will be sent for help. If you're not hospitalized, Mover will get you free via instantly to take you home. In case your car is stolen, the data collection device installed in your car also works as a tracker. And what's more, the tracker comes for free without any monthly subscriptions. Register for Mover Pay As You Drive insurance today and get the premiums you deserve. Simply email underwriting@cassavasmarttech.co.zw or contact your broker. For more information, visit www.mover.co.zw. Mover, your cover on the go. Whenever I need to pay for something, chat, or connect with a group of people, socialize, watch or listen to great content, access global and country services, connect on Wi-Fi, or travel without any hassle, I bank on Sasai, the all-in-one app that does it all. Sasai. Pay, chat, explore. They say I'm picky, but that's just me. I like my things in a certain way. A way that mirrors who I am. If it's not just about right, I don't want it. If it doesn't suit my lifestyle, I don't want it either. Some may call it finicky, but I call it knowing exactly what I want. That's why I have EcoSure Insurance that does everything just the way I like it.
EcoSure, uphenyu wakarongeka, impilo ehlelekileyo.
Welcome to PMI, the world's leading project management organization. Congratulations on becoming a PMI member, a choice that puts you in the best possible position to meet your goals and be successful in the world of project management. In today's constantly changing environment, the job outlook for skilled project, program, and portfolio management professionals has never been better. In recent years, primarily due to advances in technology, the way we work has changed. Organizations and people are increasingly centered around a portfolio of projects. Consequently, at PMI, we're broadening our focus from project management to a world in which people and organizations take on various roles and approaches to deliver products, projects, and value streams. We call this new way of working the project economy. In fact, 79% of executives agree that the future of work will be based more on specific projects than roles. An organization's future is in the hands of those who bring projects to life. As a result, research suggests that 22 million new jobs are expected to be created in the project management labor force by 2027. So how can becoming a PMI member help you? First of all, it says something about you. It signifies that you are serious about your project management career and your professional development. It highlights dedication, but beyond the enhanced credibility, it will also really get you moving. Because as the world leader in project management practices, advocacy, education, and research, PMI provides the most extensive and valuable range of knowledge and career resources available anywhere in the world. As a PMI member, you now have access to all of these resources, as well as access to local and global communities, opportunities to grow and give back to the profession, and money-saving discounts, rewards, and perks. The chance to excel in your work and continuing career has never been greater. And it's not just you that stands to benefit. Your membership also benefits the organisation you work for, as they too are rewarded by your development of core skills, increased efficiency, access to time-saving resources, increased global connectivity, and the application of standards and knowledge that have consistently been proven to increase the chances of project success. Now we want to ensure that you know how to access all of your tools and resources, so you can get involved, get inspired, and get exactly what you need when you need it. First, it's important to take some time to complete your PMI profile. By doing this, you'll enjoy a much more personal experience and be able to easily access all the benefits that PMI membership offers. It's simple. Visit pmi.org and log in with your username and password. Once you're logged in, click on My PMI, where you can access your dashboard and complete your profile. Questions along the way? PMI has representatives ready to help you at all times, via phone, email, or online chat. Alternatively, you could do this. Alexa, open PMI Customer Care. PMI Customer Care via Alexa can be accessed by enabling the PMI Customer Care Alexa skill through any Amazon Alexa-enabled device, giving you access to many helpful services, such as FAQs. Once your profile is complete, we can provide you with information tailored to your preferences. My PMI becomes your go-to page for details on upcoming events, webinars, the status of your PMI certifications, the PDUs you've earned in your current certification cycle, and for knowledge resources on up to 14 different topics that support your informational needs and expand your knowledge. From the My PMI dashboard, you'll also be able to learn more about certification and find the certifications that best suit your professional development. The career-enhancing value of PMI certification is something we will look at shortly. But for now, it's worth mentioning that if you've applied for a certification, your My PMI dashboard will let you know your application status. One of the most impactful benefits of becoming a PMI member is that you are now connected to the knowledge, experience, and ideas of more than 600,000 other members just like yourself. The door is now open to you to engage with your fellow members in a myriad of ways, both locally and globally. One of the best ways to start networking and building contacts is to locate, join, and become involved with your local chapter. PMI has over 300 chapters globally, and there are many opportunities for you and your professional development when you become involved. Attend chapter meetups where you'll be able to connect with your peers, make new contacts, take advantage of PDU opportunities, and receive guidance from other certified, experienced project managers who can offer knowledge and advice to new members. Engage with other like-minded project managers who understand local considerations and can help you find solutions to issues you may be facing. By building a local network and gaining insider connections at companies in your area, you will have access to the inside track on any relevant opportunities that may be coming up. Become part of an inner circle of local project managers and make connections with people in your area who are driving the field of project management forward. From those just starting out to those at the top of their careers. Enjoy exclusive local chapter events and seminars, such as special guest talks, where you can learn how to approach new challenges from people who have faced similar obstacles in the past. To find your local chapter, visit the membership section of pmi.org and navigate to the local chapters page. Once logged in, you'll see a suggested nearby chapter to join, which will be recommended based on your current IP address. It's a move that could have far-reaching positive benefits in both your professional and personal life.
And day out, the world's technology is rapidly changing, and how business is done changes too. The help of a reliable ICT solutions partner makes it possible for you to stay geared. Lande Mutande is a partner that powers you virtually anywhere, a partner that opens new possibilities. With over 20 years of experience, Lande Mutande has a team of experts that are ready to provide you with high-speed connectivity, customized cloud solutions, cybersecurity solutions, and smart solutions through the Internet of Things. Lande Mutande is your one-stop shop for hardware, software, and ICT training. When you think Lande Mutande, you are guaranteed of reliability. We always adapt and innovate to provide you with services that enable you to always put your best foot forward. Lande Mutande, your reliable ICT solutions partner.
A data center is a physical facility that organizations use to house their critical applications and data. At Lande Mutande, we term this an essential infrastructure. As drivers of ICT innovation, Lande Mutande runs the largest independent Tier 3 data center in Zimbabwe. To ensure that your organization's assets are safe, our state-of-the-art data center has multi-layered, impenetrable layers of security. This is backed up by biometric entry coupled by smart CCTV systems which remotely monitor every movement within the facility. The data center, which is operational 24/7, 365, has been uniquely built with a fire and gas suppression system to mitigate the risk of fires through early detection and automated chemical extinguishers. As our data center is a Tier 3 facility, we guarantee 100% uptime through redundant power, cooling, and connectivity. Your data is also backed up and replicated across our 3 data centers in Harare and our new data center in Bulawayo. To suit your global needs, we have presence at Terraco in Johannesburg, South Africa. The first tier for power runs a dual setup which is generated from 2 separate power feeds. Both power feeds have 2 separate generators and 2 fully redundant uninterrupted power supply systems. The second tier for cooling is accommodated in a cold, hot, cold aisle setup, which ensures high performance. The third tier, which is hinged on connectivity and network availability, gives you assurance of redundant connectivity through diverse, multiple failover options for connectivity. One thing we pride ourselves in is the ability to be provider agnostic. Hence, we have the privilege of hosting all fiber providers in Zimbabwe. This gives you the leeway to choose which network you prefer. As part of our suite of data center services, we offer co-location services which house your IT infrastructure. We understand the high levels of investment you have put in, therefore, we want to expand with you by offering you an opportunity to safeguard your critical data in our high-powered facility. Our co-location centers allow you to house your actual physical infrastructure or utilize customized rack space. We also take the load off your shoulders with regards to upgrading and maintaining your data. The growing need to be virtual and work remotely has increased demand for cloud services. Dandemtande offers cloud services which allow you to set up what is essentially a virtual office to give you the flexibility of connecting to your business anywhere, anytime. You can reduce the cost of system upgrades, new hardware and software by storing your business systems, emails, data, software and any IT infrastructure in the cloud. Using our cloud services will free up your time so you can get on with running your business. Ensuring that your data and systems are backed up and protected in the cloud are an important part of your business continuity planning. Whether you experience a natural disaster, power failure, or other crises, our backup and disaster recovery service will ensure that your business legacy is safe. We also offer all year-round support services with our remote and smart hand services, which allow you to enjoy on-demand technical support delivered per your instructions via phone or email. We give you the peace of mind to take a sip of coffee and sit back while we take care of your critical data without forcing you to be there physically.
Hello? Hello, Terry. Where are you? Hello? The meeting yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm actually trying to log in right now. You know we have a client. Yes, I'm sorry, my internet is bad. Can you give me 5 minutes? Just 5 minutes.
Have it first. It's mine. Have it first. It's mine. Have it first. It's mine.
Hey, kids, keep quiet.
Terisha, can you please disconnect for a bit? My internet is so slow. I need to download my modules. But my assignments are due today. Chiona manje ndakambozvitaura izvi titsvagirwa internet inonyatsoshanda kuti zvenyu zvisingashande izvi.
Sandimiri zhonga iyoyo nenyaya yekushandisa zvima-internet zvemanga-manga. But it doesn't have to be like that. With packages starting from very low prices and ranging from capped to uncapped packages, it's such a breeze to work remotely, attend virtual meetings, move along with your e-learning classes, binge on your favorite sport or TV show, and keep your kids and guests entertained. Once our tech team gets on the ground, installation is quick and our support team is available on our call center or WhatsApp chat. Switch over to Utande LTE, our fast, reliable internet service.
Sign up today. Visit www.utande.co.zw or call us on 086 88 000 004. Terms and conditions apply. Utande, more than just broadband.
Are you looking forward to successfully managing your projects across all sectors, from mining, agriculture, IT, financial services, and a whole lot more? Ideal Solutions is the right place for you. We help you attain internationally recognized project management certification training in Project Management Professional, IGEL certification, Business Analysis, or PRINCE2. All this is to enable you to demonstrate your competitiveness through the application of proper project management methods tailored to suit your business environment, which is essential for organizational success. At Ideal, we take you through application process, training, bootcamp, and final exams. To enroll, email us on info@idealsolutions.co.zw or simply visit our website www.idealsolutions.co.zw. Ideal Solutions, the right place for you.
These are the paths to enhance your experience, build your network, and leverage all that PMI can offer to help you meet your goals. For individuals, the project economy means that you need the right skills and mindset to turn ideas into reality, no matter what type of initiative you are working on. For organizations, it means that decision makers need to understand how to staff teams with the right skills to deliver value and drive strategic outcomes. At PMI, we view the world through this new, future-focused lens, and we want your PMI membership to be a significant part of empowering you to make your projects a success and your ideas a reality. Get started, and we will see you around the community. And remember, if you have a question, you can contact us via phone, chat, or email, and we will be happy to help. Or you can use PMI Customer Care via Alexa. Visit pmi.org and click on the contact button for more details.
Save big on your motor vehicle insurance with Mover Pay As You Drive, your motor vehicle insurance that lets you pay the premiums you deserve according to your driving behavior, such as speed, acceleration, mileage, and braking. Here are some of the benefits you'll enjoy with Mover Pay As You Drive. Your premiums are based on your driving behavior. Should you be involved in an accident, the vehicle tracking device will immediately send a signal to Mover, and a Mars ambulance and a tow vehicle will be sent for help. If you're not hospitalized, Mover will get you free via instantly to take you home. In case your car is stolen, the data collection device installed in your car also works as a tracker. And what's more, the tracker comes for free without any monthly subscriptions. Register for Mover Pay As You Drive insurance today and get the premiums you deserve. Simply email underwriting@cassavasmarttech.co.
Things that are happening. We've got a guest artist performing tonight. So get your dancing shoes ready. Yeah, no suits allowed. So, without screaming, we'll be into the last item. Yeah. So, we're back now. We want to do the final segment of the program, which is assignments. So that's why I was asking for you to confirm if your neighbor is back. Neighbor, so at this stage, I'm going to invite Carl, who's going to coordinate us so that we effectively do this part of the program. Carl, over to you.
All right, I'm sure everyone is aware today is Practitioners' Day. So part of being a practitioner is sharing your knowledge and learning from other people. The group assignment, the group assignment is in all the brochures right at the back. Please open to the back of the brochure and have a look at it. It's called a group assignment because I'm going to split us all into 6 groups. So while you're having a look, just know that I am going to move around and give you a number, and then once I'm done, you will have to go to where I point out your number to be. I think that makes sense. Okay, I think I've given everyone a number. Anyone without a number? Anyone? Okay, number 1. Anyone else? Number 3. Anyone else? Number 2, number 4. Anyone else? Okay, can I have everyone with the number 1 come to this corner? Number 2, this corner. Number 3 in the center. Number 4 right at the back. Number 5 by the fireplace. And number 6 by mover.
Are you looking forward to successfully managing your projects across all sectors, from mining, agriculture, IT, financial services, and a whole lot more? Ideal Solutions is the right place for you. We help you attain internationally recognized project management certification training in project management professional, IGEL certification, business analysis, or Prince2. All this is to enable you to demonstrate your competitiveness through the application of proper project management methods tailored to suit your business environment, which is essential for organizational success. At Ideal, we take you through application process, training, bootcamp, and final exams. To involve, email us on info@idealsolutions.co.zw or simply visit our website www.idealsolutions.co.zw. Ideal Solutions, the right place for you.
These are the paths to enhance your experience, build your network, and leverage all that PMI can offer to help you meet your goals. For individuals, the project economy means that you need the right skills and mindset to turn ideas into reality, no matter what type of initiative you are working on. For organisations, it means that decision makers need to understand how to staff teams